After the protagonist Yifan dies, he transmigrates to a world of cultivation and awakens a servant system. The Holy Maiden of the Azure Dragon Sect is of unparalleled beauty. I'm sorry, she's my servant. Is the Lord of the Underworld Palace a peerless beauty? I'm sorry, but she's also my servant. A transmigrator with a villain system has come to hunt me down? Sorry, I'm turning you into my servant. Chapter 1 Servant System. In the cultivation world, a young man from the Azure Dragon Sect was groaning on the ground, clutching his head. Ah! It hurts so much. What happened? The young man continued to wail, clutching his head. Those around him ignored him, and even faint sneers could be heard. Just then, the young man suddenly stopped groaning, his eyes becoming vacant. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes regained their clarity. After his eyes cleared, the young man looked around and then at his own hands. What's going on? Wasn't I already dead? Is this the underworld? Just half an hour ago. Blue Star. Yifan, having just finished work, was on his way home when he heard cries for help in the distance. Yifan rushed over upon hearing the cries. He found a little girl who had fallen into the river. A middle-aged couple were on the bank, presumably the little girl's parents. The little girl's parents saw Yifan and hurriedly waved to him. Young man, come quick. My daughter has fallen into the river. Please save her. Yifan hesitated. After all, good deeds don't always bring good fortune. He might be extorted after saving her, which would be a huge loss. Seeing the little girl's suffering, Yifan couldn't bear it and ran over. I know you two are anxious, but don't panic. I can swim. I'll go down and rescue the child. Yifan said to the little girl's parents. Thank you so much, young man. I don't know what I would have done without you, the little girl's parents said gratefully. Yifan decisively jumped into the river and swam towards the little girl. The little girl's parents watched anxiously. 2 minutes later. Yifan, carrying the little girl, struggled to swim to the shore. The little girl's parents quickly pulled Yifan up. After getting out of the water, Yifan gasped for breath, then looked at the parents holding the little girl. The little girl's parents noticed Yifan's gaze and said gratefully to him. Thank you so much, young man. We wouldn't know what to do without you. Oh, it's nothing. I'll be going now. I'm soaking wet, I need to go home and take a shower. Yifan said this, feeling no sense of accomplishment, but rather a sense of relief that the little girl's parents weren't scoundrels. Then you should go home quickly, young man, you don't want to catch a cold, the little girl's parents said to Yifan. Yifan nodded and ran towards home. Luckily, home isn't far from my workplace, Yifan thought thankfully. Just as Yifan ran into an alley, a scarlet door suddenly appeared in front of him. Holy crap, what is that? Yifan was startled. Yifan looked up and saw the scarlet door slowly open, and out stepped a grotesque, inhuman monster. Yifan's eyes widened in horror, and he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. Hee, kid, you've broken the rules by saving a little girl who should have died. So, I'll take your life. Hearing the monster's words, Yifan hurriedly said. Wait. What? I broke the rules? Explain yourself. And what are you? You don't need to know that much, the monster said coldly. Before Yifan could say anything more, the monster swiftly severed his head. Yifan stared wide-eyed in disbelief, looking at the monster with incomprehension, as if asking why it was killing him. Yifan recalled his memories, looked around, and touched his body. Now he was certain he had been reincarnated. On Blue Star, Yifan often sneaked off work to read novels. After recalling his memories and seeing this scene, he confirmed that he had died and been reincarnated here. Yifan stood up and looked around, finding himself in a huge plaza surrounded by people at least several hundred. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Host confirmed, loading. This system is a servant system. Would you like to bind it? Yifan was startled by the voice in his mind, then realized his cheat system had been activated, and quickly said to the system in his mind. Bind. Ding. Servant system binding complete. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system's voice, then asked in his mind, "System, what functions do you have?" Ding! This system is a servant system. You can make anyone your servant. How do I make someone my servant? Ding! The host can complete tasks to gain the number of servants that can be bound. How many servants do I have now? Yi Fan asked excitedly. Ding! The answer is 0. Yi Fan was immediately doused with cold water, but then suddenly remembered something and said in his mind, "System, shouldn't there be a newbie gift pack? Where's mine?" Ding! Of course there is. Then why didn't you give it to me? Ding! Because you didn't ask. Yi Fan was a little speechless, but still said, "Claim." Ding! Claim successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained +1 servant. Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation and used. Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation. It seems this world is a cultivation world, and I even gained a servant count, which is quite generous. Yi Fan thought with satisfaction. System, how do I use this number of servants? Ding! Simply see the person you wish to bind with, look at them, and silently recite bind. Understood. What's the name of this cultivation world, and what are the realm divisions? Ding! This cultivation world is called the Cultivation Realm. The realm divisions are Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Deity Transformation, Body Integration, Tribulation Crossing, Mahayana, and Ascension to Immortality. Understood. Where am I now? Ding! You are currently within the Azure Dragon Sect of the Cultivation Realm. What is my current identity? Ding! Your current identity is a menial disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect. But what about the original person? Yi Fan asked. Ding! Naturally, they were eliminated. Yi Fan ended his conversation with the system. Hearing that the person in the original body had been eliminated by the system, Yi Fan felt no emotion. After all, if that person hadn't died, he would have truly died. While Yi Fan was talking to the system for so long, only 5 seconds had passed in the outside world. Just then, a figure flew down from the sky and slowly landed on the high platform. This was none other than the sect master of the Azure Dragon Sect, Qingjintian. Chapter 2: The First Servant. Today is our Azure Dragon Sect's once-a-decade disciple assembly. During the assembly, you can challenge disciples of higher ranks, defeat them and you can take their place. Qingjintian announced loudly from the high platform. The disciples below immediately erupted in excitement. 10 years of arduous training, all for this day. I must challenge those of higher ranks and take their place, a disciple from the outer sect declared resolutely. In the Azure Dragon Sect, only through the disciple assembly could one defeat higher-ranking disciples and obtain their cultivation resources. It seems everyone is quite excited. The disciple assembly shall now begin. After Qingjintian finished speaking, the disciples returned to their seats in the spectator stands. Boom! A dueling platform slowly rose from below in the center of the plaza. Disciples who wish to challenge may ascend the dueling platform. Qingjintian then returned to his seat on the high platform, chatting and laughing with the elders. There are quite a few interesting youngsters this year, like Zhang Hu. He's only an outer disciple, yet he's broken through to the peak of Qi refining. His future is limitless, an elder said with a smile. Zhang Hu is indeed good, but I still have more faith in Li Feng. Although both are at the peak of Qi refining, Li Feng has successfully cultivated our Azure Dragon Sect's Azure Heaven Overlord body, making him much stronger than Zhang Hu, another elder countered. Those two are indeed good, but the sect master's daughter, Cheng Wanyu, is truly a prodigy. She's broken through to the late foundation establishment stage at such a young age, she'll at least reach the integration stage afterward, an elder said, looking at Cheng Wanyu beside Qingjintian with a smile. Wanyu's talent is indeed remarkable, but there are always people more talented than you, Qingjintian thought to himself, but remained modest. While Qingjintian was discussing with the elders, someone had already stepped onto the dueling platform. I am Zhang Hu, an outer disciple. Today, I dare to challenge the inner disciples. Is there anyone who dares to accept the challenge? Zhang Hu declared arrogantly. The disciples in the spectator stands, hearing Zhang Hu's tone, began to mock him. A mere outer disciple? If he hadn't said so, I would have thought he was the sect leader's personal disciple. Exactly. He sounds like a tribulation-transcending stage expert. Ha ha ha. Hearing the surrounding laughter, Zhang Hu remained unfazed. Such arrogance. Let me have a go at you. An inner disciple jumped onto the stage and said to Zhang Hu. Wow. It's senior brother Qingfeng. This Zhang Hu is definitely doomed. Senior brother Qingfeng is at the peak of qi refining, just one step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. So it's senior brother Qingfeng. I've heard so much about you. Zhang Hu said with some apprehension. Enough talk, let's fight. Senior brother Qingfeng said impatiently. The two quickly engaged in combat. Yi Fan, watching the fight from below the stage, wore a disdainful expression, then looked at Cheng Wanyu on the high platform. This Cheng Wanyu is indeed unbelievably beautiful, far more so than any of the celebrities from my past life. But you'll soon be mine, Yi Fan thought wickedly. Just as Yi Fan was about to bind himself to Cheng Wanyu, a wicked idea suddenly occurred to him. Keeping Cheng Wanyu as a servant seems a bit wasteful. Why not just take Cheng Jintian as a servant and then make him give me Cheng Wanyu? Then I'll have an extra bodyguard, making me all-powerful in the Azure Dragon Sect, Yi Fan thought wickedly. No sooner said than done, Yi Fan silently recited the binding command to Cheng Jintian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Cheng Jintian as a servant. Just as the system's voice fell, Cheng Jintian's eyes on the high platform suddenly became empty, then returned to clarity in the blink of an eye. Cheng Jintian glanced at Yi Fan's position and nodded imperceptibly. After the disciple assembly, Yi Fan walked to the back mountain of the Azure Dragon Sect. After pausing for a few seconds, Cheng Jintian suddenly appeared and knelt at Yi Fan's feet. Master. Get up, Yi Fan said calmly. Yes, master. Cheng Jintian slowly stood up from the ground. Tell me about the power distribution and current situation in the cultivation world. Master, there are 4 major sects and several smaller sects in the cultivation world. The 4 major sects are the Azure Dragon Sect, Vermilion Bird Sect, White Tiger Sect, and Black Tortoise Sect. In recent years, the cultivation world has been relatively peaceful with little turmoil. I understand. Take me to your courtyard first. Yes, master. Cheng Jintian finished speaking and flew towards his courtyard with Yi Fan. A short while later, Yi Fan and Cheng Jintian landed on an island floating in the sky. This courtyard is quite nice. By the way, your daughter seems quite beautiful. Seal her cultivation and send her here. Yi Fan said in an unquestionable tone. Yes, master. Cheng Jintian flew away without hesitation. While Cheng Jintian was capturing Cheng Wanyu, Yi Fan began to understand the system. System, how do I issue this mission? Ding! Mission issued, capture Cheng Wanyu. Mission reward, 1 Foundation Establishment Cultivation Enhancement Pill, 1 Small World. This mission came just in time. I'll capture Cheng Wanyu anyway, so I might as well do this mission while I'm at it. Besides, the reward is quite good. Yi Fan saw the Foundation Establishment Cultivation Enhancement Pill and suddenly remembered that he hadn't used the Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation he obtained before. He was still at the original owner's early Qi refining stage. System, use Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation. With a loud boom, Yi Fan's cultivation level increased from the original Qi refining stage to the Peak Foundation Establishment stage. The feeling of power is indeed great. Yi Fan suddenly punched a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. Awesome! Just then, Cheng Jintian returned with Cheng Wanyu. Yi Fan looked at the unconscious Cheng Wanyu in Cheng Jintian's arms, his eyes immediately filled with greed. Congratulations on your breakthrough, master. Cheng Jintian said. Wake her up. Yes, master. Qing Jintian finished speaking and pointed a finger at Qing Huanyu's head. Qing Huanyu woke up instantly, and the first thing she saw when she looked up was Yi Fan with a predatory gaze. "Who are you?" she asked, trying to activate her cultivation, but to no avail. "What did you do to me?" Qing Huanyu said in terror. "Heh, you should ask your father what he did," Yi Fan said mockingly, pointing at Qing Jintian. Qing Huanyu then noticed Qing Jintian beside her. "Father?" Qing Huanyu exclaimed in surprise. "Huanyu, your master says you are quite beautiful. Tonight, you will serve him in bed," Qing Jintian said matter-of-factly. "Father! What are you saying? Why should I serve this bastard?" Qing Huanyu looked at Qing Jintian in disbelief. "Humph. Serving your master is your honor. Huanyu, if you dare to insult your master again, don't blame me for disregarding our father-daughter relationship," Qing Jintian said angrily. Qing Huanyu looked at Qing Jintian in disbelief. Seeing his cold gaze, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yi Fan, seeing Qing Huanyu's tearful appearance, suddenly wanted to pamper her. After all, he had lost his virginity in his previous life when he was still a baby, and hadn't had sex properly yet. "Alright, come in with me. Qing Jintian, you guard the door." Yi Fan finished speaking and walked towards the courtyard. Chapter 3: The Humiliation of Qing Huanyu. When Yi Fan reached the door, he found Qing Huanyu still sitting on the ground, her eyes glazed over, and frowned slightly. Seeing Yi Fan's displeasure, Qing Jintian quickly said to Qing Huanyu, "Huanyu, hurry and follow your master. It's your blessing to be by his side, don't be ungrateful." Hearing Qing Jintian's words, the last glimmer of hope in Qing Huanyu's eyes vanished, and she slowly stood up. "Father, this is the last time I'll call you that. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Qing Huanyu finished speaking and, tears welling in her eyes, prepared to commit suicide. "You dare!" Qing Jintian shouted angrily at Qing Huanyu. Then, with swift movements, he knocked Qing Huanyu unconscious. "Master, please don't be angry. I'll tie her hands and feet right away," Qing Jintian said, trembling as he knelt on the ground. "Humph. Tie her mouth shut too, just in case she commits suicide," Yi Fan said, somewhat displeased. "Yes, master." Yi Fan didn't say much after hearing this and walked towards the courtyard. Seeing Yi Fan walk away, Qing Jintian quickly took out a rope and bound Qing Huanyu's hands and feet, then gagged her, and used his spiritual power to drag her quickly into the courtyard. Yi Fan stayed in the courtyard for a while, then saw Qing Jintian bring Qing Huanyu in. "You can leave now," Yi Fan said to Qing Jintian. "Yes, master." Qing Jintian handed Qing Huanyu to Yi Fan and left. "Then you know what that means." Qing Huanyu saw Yi Fan untie her ropes but didn't say a word, only sobbing softly. "Pack yourself up. I advise you not to have any thoughts. You don't want your mother," Yi Fan said evilly. Qing Huanyu exploded upon hearing about her mother. "You bastard! If you dare touch a single hair on my mother's head, I will never let you get away with it." Qing Huanyu roared angrily at Yi Fan. "Humph. You can try. If you behave, I guarantee your mother will be fine. But if you don't, I can't guarantee what I might do," Yi Fan said coldly. Hearing Yi Fan's words, and remembering how obedient her father was to him, Qing Huanyu deflated like a punctured balloon, her eyes struggling before hardening. As long as you don't hurt my mother, you can do whatever you want in the future," Qing Huanyu said, trembling. "Humph. That had better be it. I'm going to cultivate," Yi Fan said coldly to Qing Huanyu. After speaking, Yi Fan walked towards the cultivation room. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Fan spoke with the system. "System, where's my reward?" Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, obtain Qing Huanyu." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 Foundation Establishment Cultivation Enhancement Pill." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a small world, which can be claimed at any time." As the system's voice faded, Yi Fan immediately felt a pill appear in his system space. It seems all rewards are stored in the system space, Yi Fan thought to himself. System, can this foundation establishment cultivation enhancement pill advance me from the peak of foundation establishment to the golden core stage? Ding. Yes. Yifan nodded after hearing the system's words, then took out a foundation establishment enhancement pill from his system space. Without hesitation, Yifan popped the pill into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, Yifan felt a surge of power gathering in his dantian. Half an hour later. Boom! As the medicinal power was completely refined by Yifan, his cultivation level successfully rose from the peak of foundation establishment to the early stage of golden core. Yifan opened his eyes, sensing the immense power within him, and revealed a wicked smile. By the way, system, I didn't ask you before if bound servants can be unbound? Ding. Yes, but there's a 1-year stagnation period for each servant. For example, if a newly bound servant commits suicide, there will be a 1-year stagnation period, during which the servant count will be unusable. However, it will return to normal after 1 year. I see. I was thinking of exploiting a bug, binding any servants I didn't like, and then making them commit suicide. Wouldn't that make me invincible? It seems the system discovered this loophole a long time ago. Yifan thought with some frustration. Next, I should check out this small world. Yifan thought excitedly. System, claim the small world. Chapter 4: The Wonderful Uses of the Small World. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the small world. You can enter the small world with a mere thought. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifan entered the small world with a thought. Yifan looked at the desolate land around him, his lips twitching slightly. System, what's going on? Yifan asked, puzzled. Ding! The host can freely change the appearance of the small world and create whatever the host desires, because the host is the master of this small world. Yifan was immediately excited upon hearing the system's words. With a thought, he made the land lush, added a mountain and a river, created a villa based on his memories from his previous life, and also created some creatures. Yifan looked at the picturesque small world and felt extremely satisfied. Ding! A reminder to the host, currently, the small world can only create items at or below the host's cultivation level. For example, the host can currently create grade 3 pills and 3rd-tier mortal artifacts, with a limit of 100 of each per month. To create a higher tier pill, 10 grade 3 pill creation attempts are required to create a grade 4 pill. Furthermore, the grade of pills and mortal artifacts increases with the host's cultivation level. Sigh, I was thinking of creating a few immortal pills to eat, but it seems impossible. However, being able to create 100 grade 3 pills or 100 3rd-tier mortal artifacts per month is still pretty good, and the grade can even be improved. Yifan thought with a mixture of frustration and delight. Has the flow of time changed here? Yifan asked the system. Ding! No change. Okay. Yifan was somewhat annoyed, since the protagonists in novels always had a different flow of time in their small worlds compared to the outside world. Yifan circled around the small world once and then returned to reality. Yifan opened his eyes in the cultivation room and walked towards the door. Qingwanyu was standing to the side, tears welling in her eyes, watching Yifan. Yifan glanced at Qingwanyu but ignored her, instead sending a telepathic message to Qingzhentian. After sending the message to Qingzhentian, Yifan coldly said to Qingwanyu, "Come here." Qingwanyu was startled by Yifan's domineering words, and hesitated before walking towards him. Seeing Qingwanyu's hesitant appearance, Yifan walked up to her and slapped her delicate face. Qingwanyu screamed and fell to the ground, then angrily said to Yifan, "Ouch, what are you doing?" Seeing Qingwanyu's angry expression, Yifan grabbed her neck. "I remember saying I'd make you obedient, and that you'd call me master from now on," Yifan said coldly, tightening his grip. Qingwanyu, struggling to breathe from being choked, hurriedly mustered all her strength and said to Yifan with difficulty, Master, I was wrong." Hearing Qingwanyu's words, Yifan didn't press the matter further and simply tossed her aside. Qingwanyu lay on the ground, gasping for fresh air, her heart filled with lingering fear. The feeling of facing death was truly unbearable. Just then, Qingzhentian flew over. He didn't even glance at Qingwanyu, who was lying on the ground panting, but instead turned and knelt respectfully before Yi Fan, saying, "Master, what are your orders?" "Bring me all your highest quality pills and ordinary weapons," Yi Fan said calmly. "Yes, master." Qing Jintian took out 3 rank 8 pills, 5 rank 7 pills, and an rank 8 ordinary weapon from his storage ring. "Master, these 3 rank 8 pills are the Resurrection Pill, the Tribulation Breaking Pill, and the Overlord Body Pill. The Resurrection Pill can restore a Tribulation Transcending Stage expert or below to their peak condition. The Tribulation Breaking Pill can increase the chance of a peak Tribulation Transcending Stage expert breaking through to the Great Ascension stage by 30%. The Overlord Body Pill can increase the user's combat power by 100% for 1 minute, but it has strong side effects." Yi Fan nodded. After all, a peak Tribulation Transcending Stage expert still had some resources. These 5 grade 7 pills are 3 body breaking pills and 2 rejuvenation pills. The body breaking pill can raise a nascent soul stage expert by 1 minor realm, and each person can only take one in their lifetime. Taking a second pill will have severe side effects. The grade 7 rejuvenation pills are basically the same as grade 8 rejuvenation pills, except that the grade 7 rejuvenation pill can only restore 30% of a Tribulation Transcending Stage expert's health, while those at the nascent soul stage and below can still recover to their peak condition. As for this 8th tier mortal weapon, it's the sword I'm currently using, called the Frost Sword. Well, I'll take this sword. I don't have much use for the rest. You should break through to the Great Ascension stage as soon as possible. Yes, master. I'll return to my cave for seclusion now. Just call me if you need anything. Qing Jintian respectfully finished speaking to Yi Fan and headed towards the newly chosen cave for seclusion. Yi Fan nodded, then turned to the stunned Qingwanyu and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" "Stunned?" No, Qingwanyu said nervously, hearing Yi Fan speak to her. "I'm going into seclusion for a while." "You handle things yourself," Yi Fan said coldly. "Yes, master," Qingwanyu said, relieved. Yi Fan returned to his cultivation room, intending to improve his cultivation level. Then, with a thought, he entered the small world. System, what kind of pills can I create now? Ding. Creating a host list. After the system finished speaking, various names and functions of 3rd and 4th grade pills appeared before Yi Fan, including some system-created ones. Yi Fan flipped through them and found a 4th grade pill called the Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement Pill. He was overjoyed, but his face immediately fell after reading the description. Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement Pill can raise one's Golden Core realm by 1 minor realm. A person can only consume 3 in their lifetime. I can only raise it to the peak of the Golden Core realm. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If there were no limit, I could become an immortal on the spot. Yi Fan felt a little frustrated, but then thought with relief. Afterwards, Yi Fan created 3 Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Just as he was about to swallow them all at once, he remembered something and asked the system. System, can I eat them all at once? Ding. With the host's current physique, eating them will definitely cause you to explode and die. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat, then angrily said to the system. Why didn't you remind me? Ding. Host, you didn't ask either, the system replied matter-of-factly. You. Yi Fan was speechless. Then how should I take it? Ding. Just take it 6 hours apart. Without hesitation, Yi Fan took out a Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement Pill and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a violent power erupted from Yi Fan's body. Chapter 5: The Unorthodox System. After 3 days, Yi Fan's cultivation level had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. During these 3 days, Yi Fan used the 6-hour intervals between each breakthrough to learn about the affairs of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, pills are divided into 9 grades, with the legendary immortal pills above the 9th grade. As for weapons used by cultivators, they are divided into 9 ranks from low to high: mortal weapons, earth weapons, heaven weapons, immortal weapons from 1 to 9 levels. And spells in the cultivation world are divided into 9 ranks from low to high: yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. As for cultivation techniques, Yifan searched for a long time but found no records of them. Instead, he found many records of physical constitutions. In this cultivation world, there are no cultivation techniques, only physical constitutions. The strength of one's constitution determines the limits of their future growth. Everyone is born with a physical constitution, which is determined by the strength of their parents' constitutions. Of course, mutations are possible, but the probability is extremely low. Of course, physical constitution can be stripped away, but Yifan didn't find this mentioned in the books he consulted, he only learned about it after asking the system. The basic condition for stripping away physical constitution is setting up an array, but this array is extremely difficult to set up, requiring many precious materials. The strength of one's physical constitution determines the speed at which spiritual energy is absorbed. Although a lower quality constitution absorbs spiritual energy slower, this can be compensated for through hard work. However, it is extremely difficult. For example, a mid-grade mortal constitution absorbs spiritual energy at a rate of 100, while a low-grade mortal constitution absorbs it at a rate of 10. A stark contrast. Physiques are divided into mortal, earthly, celestial, and immortal. Each type of constitution is further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. The immortal constitution has only appeared once in the cultivation world, and there are no detailed records of its various forms. It is only known that the immortal constitution exists. These were things Yifan only learned from books. Later, he asked the system and learned that above the immortal body, there were divine body, saint body, primordial body, and creation body. Upon learning this, Yifan was astonished. After checking his own physique, he discovered it was only a low-grade mortal body. This greatly disappointed Yifan, but the system quickly offered him some consolation. Ding! Mission issued: annihilate the White Tiger Sect, Vermilion Bird Sect, and Black Tortoise Sect. Mission reward: servants +1, random top-grade saint body. Yifan, who was complaining in the cultivation room, was overjoyed upon hearing the system's voice. A top-grade saint body. You know, only one immortal body has appeared in the cultivation world so far. This top-grade saint body is probably heaven-defying. Yifan thought excitedly. But then, realizing the mission was to annihilate the Black Tortoise Sect, Vermilion Bird Sect, and White Tiger Sect, Yifan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, is this damn system messing with me? Even though Qing Jintian is my servant now, I don't think he can handle 3 of them. Yifan cursed at the system in the cultivation room. Ding! Host, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. This is a long-term mission. You can complete other missions first, and do this last. Yifan calmed down and thought about it carefully. Actually, the task was quite simple. The supreme holy body, coveted by people in the upper realm, could be obtained here simply by destroying these 3 sections. If the people of the upper realm knew about such a good thing, they would be eager to descend and wipe them out immediately. Through his conversation with the system, Yifan had already learned of the existence of the upper realm. He didn't want to be confined to the small cultivation world, he had a much wider world to explore. Okay, system, didn't you say there were other tasks? What are they? Yifan asked the system after figuring it out. Ding! Mission issued: capture the White Tiger Sect's Holy Maiden. Mission reward: Eye of Detection, allows viewing the detailed profile of any person or race. Mission issued: capture the Black Tortoise Sect's Holy Maiden. Mission reward: Soul-Stealing Eye, can forcibly hypnotize those with lower cultivation levels or no resistance. The hypnotized will involuntarily answer the hypnotist's questions and speak the truth. This soul-stealing eye has been slightly modified, but it doesn't affect viewing. Mission issued: capture the Vermilion Bird Sect's Holy Maiden. Mission reward: Alluring Charm, due to your powerful charm, female favorability towards you will greatly increase. Note, the above missions can be completed in any form. Yifan stared at the system's missions, lost in thought. I knew this damn system was frivolous, but I didn't expect it to be this frivolous. But I like it, Yifan thought lewdly. Just as Yifan was pondering how to capture the Holy Maiden, a knock came at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Yifan saw Cheng Wanyu dressed in green. "What is it?" Yifan asked calmly. "Master, the four-sects assembly is about to begin. The sect elders have asked me and a few of my personal disciples to go with them," Cheng Wanyu said respectfully to Yifan. However, Yifan didn't see the hint of affection in Cheng Wanyu's eyes. After all, Yifan had been visiting Cheng Wanyu every night for the past few days. It's said that a woman has a special feeling for her first man, and this was certainly true. Yifan's eyes lit up upon hearing Cheng Wanyu's words. This was a good opportunity. The holy maidens of the three sects would definitely be at the four sects assembly, perhaps there would be a chance. I understand. This four sects assembly sounds quite interesting. I'll go along, Yifan said calmly. Understood, master. Yifan waved his hand at Cheng Wanyu and said domineeringly, "Come here." A hint of surprise flashed in Cheng Wanyu's eyes, and she obediently walked over. Yifan looked at Cheng Wanyu and pulled her into his arms, kissing her alluring lips fiercely. Cheng Wanyu looked at Yifan and responded passionately. After a long while, their lips parted, and Yifan, seeing Cheng Wanyu's flushed cheeks, hoisted her onto his shoulder and walked towards the bed in the courtyard. Cheng Wanyu didn't struggle while being carried on Yifan's shoulder, but rather seemed to anticipate what was about to happen. Yifan threw Cheng Wanyu onto the bed and pounced on her. Yifan lay on the bed with Cheng Wanyu in his arms, savoring what had just happened. Cheng Wanyu nestled contentedly and shyly in Yifan's arms. "Sleep," Yifan patted Cheng Wanyu's bottom, then gently pulled her close, his arms around her. Cheng Wanyu gazed at Yifan's handsome face, then snuggled into his embrace and drifted off to sleep. Actually, Yifan's looks were just average. As for why Cheng Wanyu thought he was handsome, perhaps it was simply a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. Chapter 6: The Four Sects Assembly. At dawn, Yifan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Wanyu beside him. Then, he and the still sleeping Cheng Wanyu began their morning training. Yifan looked at Cheng Wanyu coldly and said, "Let's go, to participate in the Four Sects Conference." "Understood, master," Cheng Wanyu said with difficulty. After Yifan and Cheng Wanyu finished preparing, they flew towards the meeting point. As soon as Yifan and Cheng Wanyu arrived at the meeting point, they saw several elders and personal disciples. Just as Yifan and Cheng Wanyu landed, one of the personal disciples frowned at Yifan beside Cheng Wanyu, then looked at Yifan and asked Cheng Wanyu, "Wanyu, you've arrived. And who is this?" This personal disciple was the Grand Elder's personal disciple, named Li Feng. "Li Feng. I've told you many times, don't call me Wanyu," Cheng Wanyu said nervously. She then turned to Yifan and said, "Master Yifan, I have absolutely no relationship with him." "You have to believe me." She was afraid Yifan would misunderstand and think she had some kind of relationship with Li Feng. Yifan scoffed at Li Feng. He was just a sycophant, not worth a second glance. Seeing Yifan's disdainful look, Li Feng was instantly enraged and drew his sword to stab at Yifan. However, to Li Feng's surprise, Cheng Wanyu actually stepped in front of Yifan, startling him into quickly withdrawing his attack. But Cheng Wanyu wouldn't let it go so easily. She struck Li Feng with a palm strike. Li Feng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Regaining his senses, he angrily said to Yifan, "Wanyu, what's so good about this damned little beast? Why are you protecting him?" However, Cheng Wanyu ignored the angry Li Feng and obediently walked to Yifan, waiting for him to speak. "Don't forget what I told you. Call me master, and throw all pride to the wind," Yifan said coldly to Cheng Wanyu as she approached. Cheng Wanyu was startled, but still respectfully said to Yifan, "Master, I was wrong. Don't let it happen again," Yifan said indifferently. Li Feng stared at the humble Cheng Wanyu and her form of address, his mouth agape. "That damned bitch. She's always so aloof, never even glancing at him. What makes this damned little beast so much better than me?" Li Feng thought angrily. Just then, one of the elders looked at Yifan and said to Cheng Wanyu, "Holy Maiden, who is this? Naturally, she's accompanying me to the Four Sects Assembly. Is there a problem?" Cheng Wanyu said coldly to the elder. The person the Holy Maiden chooses to bring is naturally no problem. The elder chuckled and said respectfully, "All right, everyone, board the ship. We're heading to the Four Sects Assembly," an elder said to the disciples below. The disciples boarded the ship one after another, including Qing Wanyu and Yi Fan. After boarding, Li Feng glared venomously at Yi Fan and Chang Wanyu, but that was all he could do. After all, Chang Wanyu was the sect leader's daughter, and even as the Grand Elder's disciple, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. This ship can actually fly in the sky. It's exactly like the ones I read about in novels, Yi Fan thought to himself, looking at the surrounding scenery. "Master, let's go to the room," Chang Wanyu said respectfully from behind. "Yes, let's go," Yi Fan said calmly. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, he noticed a gaze. Turning around, he saw Li Feng staring at him with venomous eyes. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly at Li Feng's venomous gaze, then pulled Qing Wanyu into his arms and headed towards the room. Qing Wanyu, held in Yi Fan's arms, blushed instantly and could only dazedly let Yi Fan carry her to the room. Li Feng, seeing Yi Fan's actions, was instantly furious, but being a coward who bullied the weak, he could only vent his anger on his henchman. "Brother Feng, no," the henchman cried out. Yi Fan took out a cigarette and took a satisfying puff, but just then, the elder's voice sounded from outside the door. "What is it?" Cheng Wanyu said impatiently to the elder outside the door. "Holy Maiden, we've arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sect," the elder outside said with a strange expression. These elders were mostly at the integration stage, with one even reaching the early tribulation transcending stage. Even with excellent soundproofing, some sounds could still be faintly heard. "I know," Cheng Wanyu replied casually. 5 minutes later. Yi Fan and Chang Wanyu stepped out of the room and saw the elder with the strange expression. Chang Wanyu blushed instantly upon seeing the elder. Yi Fan awkwardly touched his nose and walked outside. "Who is this person? I've never seen anyone like him in the sect." "He's with the Holy Maiden. I must report to the sect master immediately," the elder thought to himself. Yi Fan was unaware of the elder's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, Qing Jintian was his servant. If he knew Qing Wanyu was with him, he'd probably jump for joy. Yi Fan followed the disciples and elders off the ship and headed towards the Vermilion Bird Sect. Upon arriving at the Vermilion Bird Sect, Yi Fan saw several elders and disciples waiting to greet him. "Hey, old Wang, it's you again, you old codger," one of the Vermilion Bird Sect elders said to an elder from the Azure Dragon Sect. The one addressed as Old Wang by the Vermilion Bird Sect elder was the seventh elder, a powerful early-stage tribulation transcending cultivator who had accompanied them. "Ha, Oldly, how come you're still alive, you old codger?" the seventh elder laughed and scolded. "Hey! Old Wang, how dare you talk like that? Even if you die, I can't die," the Vermilion Bird Sect elder addressed as Oldly also laughed and scolded. It was clear that the two had a deep friendship. "Quickly, take your seats. The Four Sects Assembly is missing only you two," Oldly said to the seventh elder. Upon hearing this, the seventh elder led Yi Fan and Chang Wanyu to the seats reserved for the Azure Dragon Sect. "Wanyu, what is this Four Sects tournament for?" Yi Fan asked Ching Wanyu after sitting down. "Master, this Four Sects tournament is actually a competition among the younger generation of the four major sections. Those who register will be randomly matched against the younger generation of other sections. The 1st to 10th place winners of the Four Sects tournament will receive rewards such as pills, weapons, and spirit stones provided by the four major sects," Ching Wanyu respectfully told Yi Fan. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are a universal currency used for both trading and cultivation. They are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones equal 1 mid-grade spirit stone, 100 mid-grade spirit stones equal 1 high-grade spirit stone, and 100 high-grade spirit stones equal 1 top-grade spirit stone. Yi Fan hummed in agreement and then looked at the Vermilion Bird Sect master in the main seat. Chapter 7: The Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Sect actually possesses a supreme holy body? It's said that the Vermilion Bird Sect master is at the peak of the tribulation transcending realm, and the sect also has a late-stage Mahayana ascension ancestor. The Azure Dragon Sect is slightly stronger than the Vermilion Bird Sect, with its ancestor also at the peak of the Mahayana Ascension realm, Yifan pondered, looking at the Vermilion Bird Sect Master in the main seat. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Sect Master's voice rang out. Since everyone is present, the 4 sects tournament will begin. The rules are simple: each sect will send 10 disciples to compete on stage, and the final rankings will determine the corresponding rewards for each sect's disciples. As soon as the Vermilion Bird Sect Master finished speaking, the crowd below began to murmur amongst themselves. This 4 sects tournament is a gathering of powerful figures. It's said that the Azure Dragon Sect's Holy Maiden is at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, and her strength is unfathomable, said a White Tiger Sect disciple. I don't think so. The Vermilion Bird Sect's Holy Maiden's cultivation is also unfathomable. It's said she's also at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, another White Tiger Sect disciple countered. While the disciples of various sects were engaged in heated discussions, the Azure Dragon Sect sent out a young disciple in the early Foundation establishment stage. The disciple, with agile movements, leaped onto the arena. Immediately following, the White Tiger Sect also sent out a disciple in the early Foundation establishment stage. After exchanging greetings, the battle erupted instantly. The Azure Dragon Sect disciple unleashed a surge of azure spiritual energy from both palms, charging towards his opponent like a dragon emerging from the sea. The White Tiger Sect disciple, not to be outdone, drew his sword, unleashing a white sword beam that slashed at the azure spiritual energy. The two collided, generating powerful shockwaves. After several rounds, the White Tiger Sect disciple was injured and defeated. The cheers of the disciples from various sects echoed from the stands. The Azure Dragon Sect disciple, having won, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the surrounding crowd. Next, the Black Tortoise Sect sent out a disciple in the mid-foundation establishment stage to challenge them. This person was burly and exuded a heavy aura. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Sect disciple dared not underestimate his opponent. His hands swiftly formed hand seals, and streaks of azure spiritual runes appeared before him. The Black Tortoise Sect disciple roared, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, as if an invisible force was spreading outwards. The two clashed instantly, and the arena was filled with overflowing spiritual energy and flashing light. After several rounds, the Azure Dragon Sect disciple gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His azure spiritual energy was suppressed and forced back by the Black Tortoise Sect disciple's overwhelming power, but he still fought desperately, searching for an opening. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Sect disciple's eyes flashed, and his figure twisted unpredictably, dodging a powerful blow from the Black Tortoise Sect disciple. Simultaneously, he unleashed a long-hidden burst of spiritual energy, striking directly at his opponent's face. The Black Tortoise Sect disciple was unable to dodge in time and was struck, staggering back several steps. However, he quickly regained his footing and launched another fierce attack. The crowd below the arena watched with bated breath, their blood boiling, as they tensely observed the unfolding of this exciting duel. However, the Azure Dragon Sect disciple had ultimately exhausted himself, and his cultivation level was also a level lower than that of the Black Tortoise Sect disciple. Under the Black Tortoise Sect disciple's powerful attack, his defenses collapsed, and he was knocked off the stage. A chorus of regret rippled through the Azure Dragon Sect's ranks. The Black Tortoise Sect disciple, victorious, stood in the center of the stage, exuding an arrogant and imposing aura. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Sect also sent out a disciple at the mid-foundation establishment stage. This person moved with the lightness of a feather, landing on the stage as if it were a feather. The Xuanwu Sect disciple launched the first attack, unleashing a powerful barrage of punches. The Zhuke Sect disciple, however, moved with the agility of a fish, weaving through the attacks. A red feather fan had appeared in his hand, which he flicked lightly, sending several streaks of flame flying towards his opponent. The Xuanwu Sect disciple, caught off guard by his opponent's agility, was slightly clumsy as he dodged. However, he quickly adjusted, stomping his foot to create a cloud of earth and rocks to deflect the flames. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle, accompanied by shouts and cheers from the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, the Zhuke Sect disciple tossed his feather fan into the air, chanting incantations. The fan instantly enlarged, slamming down heavily on the Xuanwu Sect disciple. The Xuanwu Sect disciple was terrified, desperately raising his spiritual energy shield. With a deafening crash, the shield shattered, and he was sent flying. The Zhuke sect disciple had won, and the Zhuke sect members below cheered wildly. After a fierce competition, the White Tiger sect, Vermilion Bird sect, and Azure Dragon sect each had 2 disciples remaining, while the Black Tortoise sect still had 3. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird sect's viewing platform gracefully leaped onto the arena. She was dressed in pristine white, her black hair flowing in the wind, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the entire arena. That's Zhu Shuhan, the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird sect. It's said she's at the late foundation establishment stage. It seems the Vermilion Bird sect couldn't resist and wanted to strike first, a Black Tortoise sect disciple exclaimed. Yi Fan, hearing the surrounding discussions, looked at Zhu Shuhan on the platform. This Zhu Shuhan is quite beautiful, on par with Cheng Wanyu. Although I don't have any feelings for you, the system mission forces me to do it, Yi Fan shamelessly excused himself. The Black Tortoise sect, seeing Zhu Shuhan step onto the platform, hesitated for a moment before nodding to a woman beside her. This woman was none other than Xian Qingting, the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu sect. Xian Qingting leaped onto the stage, the 2 Holy Maidens standing opposite each other, sparks seemingly flying as their gazes met. It's actually the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu sect. It's said she's already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It seems the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird sect is going to lose this time, a disciple of the White Tiger sect said regretfully. Xian Qingting made the first move, her hands moving rapidly, and a huge Xuanwu phantom appeared behind her, lunging towards Zhu Shuhan. She can actually summon a Xuanwu phantom. Could this be the legendary Xuanwu celestial body? It's said that this physique is of the highest grade, the elders of the other 3 sects exclaimed in surprise, looking at the Xuanwu phantom behind Xian Qingting. That's right, it's the legendary Xuanwu celestial body, a Xuanwu sect elder said smugly. The disciples were stunned, they hadn't expected the Xuanwu sect to have such a trump card. System, what quality is Xian Qingting's physique? Yi Fan asked the system after hearing the Xuanwu sect elder's words. Ding! This physique is a top-grade holy physique. This physique is unique, only one person can possess it. However, Xian Qingting's Xuanwu holy physique hasn't been fully unlocked because it appeared in the cultivation world, so it's currently only a top-grade celestial physique. Yi Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected it to be a top-grade holy physique, not a top-grade celestial physique, and that it had appeared in the cultivation world. It was laughable that these people thought it was a top-grade celestial physique, unaware that it wasn't fully unlocked yet, and that once unlocked, it would reach the top-grade holy physique level. Coming to his senses, Yi Fan's desire for Xian Qingting grew stronger. Facing the onrushing Xuanwu phantom, Zhu Shuhan's face flashed with seriousness. She parted her red lips slightly, her red feather fan flashing even faster, countless flames swirling around her, forming a wall of fire. The Xuanwu phantom crashed into the wall of fire, creating a deafening roar. Flames and shadow intertwined and devoured each other. Xian Qingting seized the opportunity, her hands forming seals, unleashing streams of black spiritual energy like sharp arrows. Zhu Shuhan's figure flashed, her feather fan transforming into a flurry of feathers, blocking the spiritual energy arrows. As the 2 fought fiercely, Xian Qingting suddenly felt a mysterious power surge within her. It turned out that under the stimulation of this intense battle, her Xuanwu physique was beginning to awaken further. Her strength suddenly increased, the Xuanwu phantom behind her became more solid, and its eyes turned a deep, dark black. Zhu Shuhan sensed danger and tried to strike first, but Xian Qingting easily deflected her attack and counterattacked. Ultimately, Zhu Shuhan was no match for Xian Qingting, struck in the chest by a burst of spiritual energy, and sent flying backward off the stage. Xian Qingting stood on the stage, her breathing slightly disordered, but her eyes resolute. The Xuanwu sect members below erupted in cheers, while Yi Fan looked at Xian Qingting, secretly resolving to possess her. Chapter 8, On-the-Spot Breakthrough, Shocking the Entire Audience. Zhu Shuhan returned to the Vermilion Bird sect's viewing platform and accepted the pill given to her by the elder. After taking the pill, Zhu Shuhan felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through her body, instantly alleviating her fatigue. She then looked coldly at Xian Qingting. Xian Qingting returned Zhu Shuhan's gaze with a disdainful one. Zhu Shuhan wasn't angry, instead, a playful smile appeared on her face. She hadn't displayed her full strength just now. In reality, her cultivation was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and she possessed the vermilion bird celestial body, comparable to the Xuanwu celestial body. Unlike the foolish Xian Xingting, she hadn't directly revealed her Xuanwu celestial body. Although the Xuanwu sect could protect her, if the three sects feared the Xuanwu celestial body, they would surely join forces to destroy the Xuanwu sect. Xian Xingting was initially furious upon seeing the playful smile on Zhu Shuhan's lips, but then, remembering that Zhu Shuhan was merely a defeated opponent, she looked at Zhu Shuhan with disdain again. Under Xian Xingting's overwhelming power, the disciples of the various sects suffered greatly, until only Qing Wanyu, the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden, Yifan, and one other White Tiger sect disciple remained. Just after Xian Xingting defeated a White Tiger sect disciple, a stunningly beautiful woman gracefully leaped onto the arena from the White Tiger sect's stands. It's Bai Shuan, the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden. It said she was already in the late foundation establishment stage half a year ago, and now she should have broken through to the peak. I wonder who is stronger, her or the Xuanwu sect's Holy Maiden, a Qinglong sect disciple remarked. Bai Shuan stood on the arena, her white robes billowing in the wind, like a celestial being descended to earth. She bowed slightly to Xian Xingting, who coldly snorted, her eyes filled with provocation. The battle erupted instantly. Xian Xingting launched the first attack, unleashing a surge of Xuanwu power. However, Bai Shuan moved nimbly, skillfully dodging the attacks while simultaneously forming hand seals, gradually gathering white tiger power. With a soft shout, a beam of white light shot towards Xian Xingting. Xian Xingting was startled and quickly used her Xuanwu shield to defend. But Bai Shuan's attack was merely a feint. Her true killing move came as she spun to the side, a hidden spiritual force piercing out like an arrow from her sleeve. Xian Xingting couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the right arm, blood seeping out. Enraged, Xian Xingting disregarded her defense and counterattacked with all her might, unleashing a torrent of Xuanwu power towards Bai Shuan. The crowd below was thrilled, shouting their encouragement. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from Bai Shuan's body, a sign that she was about to break through to a higher realm. But Xian Xingting's attack followed immediately, striking Bai Shuan hard. Bai Shuan coughed up blood, but still persevered and completed her breakthrough. Xian Xingting was shocked to see Bai Shuan break through to the Golden Core realm, and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. But at that critical moment, Bai Shuan broke through to the early Golden Core stage, effortlessly deflecting the attack and striking Xian Xingting with a backhand palm strike. Xian Xingting flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, her face filled with disbelief. Bai Shuan stood in the center of the arena, becoming the final victor. The disciples below cheered, especially the members of the White Tiger sect, who were overjoyed that Bai Shuan had broken through to the Golden Core realm during the battle. It seems the White Tiger sect is about to produce a peerless genius, the Vermilion Bird sect master murmured to himself. After a brief period of meditation, Bai Shuan returned to the White Tiger sect's viewing platform, where the disciples offered their congratulations. It's truly unheard of for the Holy Maiden to break through to the Golden Core realm during this battle. It's a pity you don't possess the legendary White Tiger celestial body, otherwise you would surely have suppressed this younger generation, said a tribulation-transcending elder from the White Tiger sect who had accompanied her, with a mixture of surprise and regret. Elder, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck, Bai Shuan replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. Meanwhile, Xian Xingting had returned to the Xuanwu sect's viewing platform. Holy Maiden, please take this pill, said a tribulation-transcending elder from the Xuanwu sect, showing concern. Xian Xingting took the pill and immediately felt her injuries improve considerably. Currently, the Azure Dragon Sect has 2 disciples remaining, the White Tiger Sect has 1, the Black Tortoise Sect has 1, and the Vermilion Bird Sect has no disciples remaining. We will now take a break, and the next round of matches will resume in half an hour, the Vermilion Bird Sect Master announced in a booming voice. Sect Master Zhu, our Black Tortoise Sect forfeits this match, said a tribulation-transcending stage elder of the Black Tortoise Sect. Very well, the Vermilion Bird Sect Master nodded. The Black Tortoise Sect is too spineless, they actually surrendered outright, said a Vermilion Bird Sect disciple. Humph. Our sect's Holy Maiden has already broken through to the Golden Core realm and is invincible among the younger generation. The Black Tortoise sect's surrender is a sign of their wisdom, a White Tiger sect disciple mocked. The Azure Dragon Sect's Tribulation Transcending Stage Elder, seeing that the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, sighed and asked Qingwan Yu beside him. Holy Maiden, shall the next round of matches continue? Qingwan Yu looked at Yi Fan beside her. I'll go up next. After all, you've only just broken through to the peak of Foundation establishment, you're definitely no match for the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden, Yi Fan said calmly. Li Feng, standing to the side, immediately sneered upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan, who do you think you are? You want to go up on stage and fight the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden? Don't you know your own limitations? Li Feng said with a mocking smile. Yi Fan remained unmoved, simply saying, she's just the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger sect, what's wrong with that? Li Feng stepped forward, pointing at Yi Fan, and said, you only got into the Azure Dragon Sect by luck. Do you really think you're someone special? The Holy Maiden of the White Tiger sect just broke through to the Golden Core stage. You'll only embarrass yourself by going up there. At this moment, Qingwan Yu, hearing that this damned Li Feng dared to insult her master, spoke up, Li Feng. If you dare to speak to our master like that again, don't blame me. Li Feng snorted coldly, he's just overestimating himself. Am I wrong? And you, the dignified Holy Maiden of the Azure Dragon Sect, actually calling this Yi Fan master, you're a disgrace to our Azure Dragon Sect. Li Feng was about to say a few more sarcastic remarks when suddenly a majestic voice rang out, enough. It was the Tribulation Transcending Stage Elder of the Azure Dragon Sect who spoke. Yi Fan's courage is commendable. Li Feng, if you continue to cause trouble, you will be punished with 3 months of solitary confinement. Li Feng's expression changed, and he dared not say another word. And Holy Maiden, you actually called this Yi Fan master. If this gets out, you've completely disgraced our Azure Dragon Sect, the Tribulation Transcending Stage Elder said angrily. This is my father's order. If you have the guts, go talk to him. Qingwan Yu, sensing things were going badly, invoked Cheng Jintian's name. The sect master's order? Then I'll report this to the sect master as soon as I get back. The Tribulation Transcending Elder was furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Then we'll confront him face to face when we get back. Qingwan Yu said confidently. She wasn't worried at all, after all, she had been captured by her father and offered to Yi Fan. Seeing Qingwan Yu's confidence, the Tribulation Transcending Elder began to have some doubts. Could it really be that the sect master allowed it? Never mind, I'll just have to talk to the sect master when we get back. The Tribulation Transcending Elder pondered to himself. Alright, no need to waste words with this old dog. We'll know everything when we get back. Yi Fan finished speaking without even glancing at the Tribulation Transcending Elder, who was trembling with anger, and patiently waited. Yi Fan was not worried at all about competing with Bai Shuan. After all, he was already at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and he also had the 8th Order mortal weapon, the Frost Sword, given to him by Qing Jintian. He had no doubt that he would not lose. Chapter 9. I will only strike with one sword. The break is over. The White Tiger Sect and Azure Dragon Sect, please send someone to the arena, the Vermilion Bird Sect Master announced in a booming voice. Upon hearing the Sect Master's announcement, the disciples ceased their chatter and rest, turning their attention to Bai Shuan on the White Tiger Sect's platform. Bai Shuan lightly touched the ground with her toes, her entire body floating like a light white cloud towards the center of the arena. Seeing Bai Shuan ascend the platform, Yi Fan instantly appeared on it. The crowd below erupted in a clamor upon seeing Yi Fan's elegant entrance. However, much of the clamor was mockery. He dares to challenge Bai Shuan? He's truly overestimating himself. I think the Azure Dragon Sect has no one left to challenge him, a Xuanwu sect disciple scoffed. Disciples from other sects joined in the laughter. Yi Fan, however, seemed oblivious, his expression as calm as still water. Bai Shuan looked at Yi Fan, admiring his courage but not taking him seriously, and said softly, "Why come here to be humiliated?" Yi Fan merely smiled slightly, then said contemptuously, "I will only strike once." If you can withstand it, you win. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuan was enraged and snorted coldly, "Such arrogance! Then let me witness your swordsmanship." The crowd below booed, deeming Yifan too arrogant. Yifan slowly drew his frost sword from his waist, then released his aura, revealing his peak golden core cultivation without any concealment. As Yifan revealed his peak golden core cultivation, the crowd instantly fell silent. Li Feng, on the Azure Dragon Sect's viewing platform, was utterly dumbfounded. This damned little beast actually has peak golden core cultivation? Li Feng exclaimed in surprise. The tribulation transcending elder next to Li Feng was also completely bewildered. This Yifan actually possesses peak golden core cultivation. Could it be that the sect master truly approved it? A tribulation transcending stage elder pondered to himself. This person actually has peak golden core cultivation? Why have I never heard of him before? A Xuanwu sect disciple remarked. No wonder this person is so arrogant, he actually possesses peak golden core cultivation. The White Tiger Sect's Holy Maiden has only barely broken through to the early golden core stage, she's definitely no match for him, a Vermilion Bird sect disciple said. The Vermilion Bird sect master, seated on the high platform, twitched his lips. How come this generation of young talents are all so monstrous? First there was the Xuanwu sect's Holy Maiden with her Xuanwu celestial physique, then the White Tiger sect's Holy Maiden who broke through to the early golden core stage on the spot, and now there's another peak golden core cultivator. Although Shuhan has the Vermilion Bird celestial physique, she can only be considered an equal, the Vermilion Bird sect master sighed inwardly. Bai Shuan's expression changed. She had initially thought Yifan was just an arrogant fool, but she hadn't expected him to possess such hidden strength. However, as the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Sect, she wouldn't easily back down. She immediately focused her mind and prepared for battle. I said I'd only strike once, and I meant it. You'd better be prepared, Yifan said contemptuously, looking at Bai Shuan. Yifan's arrogance stemmed from the fact that he had previously created a top-grade Earth-rank spell in the small world, called the Greatsword Technique, which had cost him 40 creation attempts. Yifan formed hand seals and chanted incantations. The icy sword shone brightly, instantly growing dozens of times larger, resembling a small mountain suspended in the air. The crowd below gasped in astonishment. The Vermilion Bird sect master stared wide-eyed at Yifan's icy sword. Isn't this the sword of that old man, the Azure Dragon Sect master? How did it end up in Yifan's hands? The Vermilion Bird sect master wondered. The Azure Dragon Sect's tribulation transcending stage elder was utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief. Isn't this the sect leader's sword? How did it end up in Yifan's hands? Of course, it was given to Yifan by my father. Cheng Wanyu cleared up the confusion of the tribulation transcending stage elder. What? It seems what the Holy Maiden said earlier was true. I must apologize to Yifan later and hope he won't hold it against me for what happened earlier. The tribulation transcending stage elder pondered to himself. Bai Shuan's expression turned solemn. She hurriedly mobilized all her spiritual power to form a shield in front of her. Go! Yifan shouted softly, and the massive ice sword slashed towards Bai Shuan with a whooshing force. The moment Bai Shuan's shield made contact with the ice sword, it cracked with a series of sharp sounds. Crack! The shield shattered instantly, and the massive ice sword slammed into Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan's body slammed against the stone wall behind her like a kite with a broken string. Yifan's figure vanished from his spot in a phantom, reappearing in front of Bai Shuan, the cold tip of his sword pressed against her neck. You lost, Yifan said calmly. Bai Shuan looked at Yifan, then sighed and said with a bitter smile, I lost. I didn't expect I couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. You're just not as strong as me. If you were at the same level, perhaps you could have exchanged a few blows with me. Yifan spoke with an air of superiority, but inwardly he was extremely pleased. They then returned to the Azure Dragon Sect stands. A moment of silence followed, then thunderous applause erupted. The Azure Dragon Sect cheered with jubilation, while the White Tiger Sect looked on in disappointment. Bai Shuan, supported by an elder of the White Tiger Sect, returned to her own stands. Holy Maiden, don't be discouraged. After all, Yi Fan is at the peak of the Golden Core stage, while you are only at the early Golden Core stage. This is normal. Take this pill first, said the White Tiger Sect elder. Bai Shuan nodded and accepted the pill from the White Tiger Sect elder. After taking the pill, Bai Shuan felt her injuries improve considerably. Compared to the White Tiger Sect's discouragement, the Azure Dragon Sect was overjoyed. Master, you're so strong. Chang Wanyu said admiringly, clinging to Yi Fan's arm. Just then, the voice of the Vermilion Bird Sect Master rang out. The 4 sects tournament has concluded. Based on the performance of the participating disciples, their rankings are now being determined. First place, Yi Fan. Second place, Bai Shuan. Third place, Xin Qingting. Fourth place, Zhu Shuhan. Since Qing Wanyu of the Azure Dragon Sect did not participate, we can now randomly select one of the top 10 disciples to challenge. If the disciple wins, they can take her place, said the sect master of the Vermilion Bird Sect. Chapter 10, The Birth of a Demonic Cultivator. Cheng Wanyu looked at Yi Fan, her eyes questioning. Take this pill first. After Yi Fan finished speaking, a pill suddenly appeared in his hand, a Foundation Establishment Cultivation Enhancement pill he had created in the small world. Chang Wanyu nodded at the pill in Yi Fan's hand and threw it into her mouth without hesitation. As soon as the pill entered her body, a violent power emanated from Ching Wanyu's body. Disciples from various sects looked on in surprise at the stands where the Azure Dragon Sect was located. The tribulation transcending stage elder of the Azure Dragon Sect also watched this scene in astonishment. Such violent power, could it be that the Holy Maiden of the Azure Dragon Sect is about to break through to become a Golden Core expert? A Xuanwu sect disciple exclaimed in surprise. That should be it. This phenomenon is exactly the same as when the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Sect broke through, a Xuanwu sect disciple next to him replied. The Azure Dragon Sect's Holy Maiden is truly a prodigy, another Golden Core cultivator after the White Tiger Sect's Holy Maiden and Yi Fan, exclaimed a Vermilion Bird Sect disciple. The Vermilion Bird Sect master, seated in the main seat, twitched his lips. Not long after, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from Cheng Wanyu's body, and a pillar of light shot into the sky. Ching Wanyu opened her eyes, feeling the power within her, and said to Yi Fan with delight. Master, I've broken through to the Golden Core stage. Thank you for the pill, Master. It's nothing, just a mere pill. Go and challenge that White Tiger Sect Holy Maiden, Yi Fan said nonchalantly. Yes, I will certainly not disgrace Master, Cheng Wanyu said firmly. Ching Wanyu's gaze fell upon Bai Shuan, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. She then said to the Vermilion Bird Sect Master, I want to challenge Bai Shuan. Very well, the Vermilion Bird Sect Master replied, then looked at Bai Shuan. I accept the challenge, Bai Shuan replied to the Vermilion Bird Sect Master, then flew onto the arena. Ching Wanyu also flew onto the arena, their gazes meeting, their fighting spirit seemingly bursting forth. On the arena, Cheng Wanyu struck first, her spirit sword flashing as a sword aura hurtled towards Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan easily dodged, then formed hand seals, unleashing several ice arrows towards Ching Wanyu. Ching Wanyu moved swiftly, her feet barely touching the ground, the ice arrows all missing their mark. Ching Wanyu pressed forward, engaging in close combat. For a moment, every punch landed squarely, spiritual energy surging everywhere. The crowd below watched with fervor, shouts rising and falling. Suddenly, Ching Wanyu roared, channeling all her spiritual energy into her arms, and thrusting out a palm strike. Bai Shuan felt immense pressure, but refused to yield, channeling all her spiritual energy to defend herself. After a brief stalemate, both retreated several steps. Ching Wanyu, not wanting to prolong the conflict, launched another attack. She summoned her magic weapon, a shimmering bead, and threw it at Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan summoned a white tiger, which charged at the bead, instantly knocking it far away. But at that moment, Ching Wanyu suddenly teleported behind Bai Shuan, pressing her sword against her neck. Bai Shuan had no choice but to concede defeat. Cheers erupted from the audience. Ching Wanyu had won. She flew back to Yi Fan's side, her eyes filled with pride. Yi Fan's satisfaction at Ching Wanyu's victory was evident. He patted Ching Wanyu's head and said, Well done, you didn't embarrass me. Qing Wanyu enjoyed Yi Fan's caress, a satisfied smile on her face. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, with lightning flashing faintly through the dense clouds. Everyone was shocked, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A dark figure slowly emerged, a mysterious man in black robes. "Humph, you insignificant ants dare to flaunt your strength here? Today I'll show you what it means to be outmatched." The man in black robes spoke in an icy voice. The Vermilion Bird Sect master looked at the man in black robes, his expression calm. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my Vermilion Bird Sect?" The man in black robes sneered, "I am the demonic cultivator Yueying, and I cannot tolerate such arrogance from you righteous people." With that, Yueying raised his hand, unleashing a black demonic energy attack towards the Vermilion Bird Sect master. The Vermilion Bird Sect master's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected this person to be a peak tribulation transcending expert. He simultaneously channeled his spiritual power to defend himself, signaling the other 3 sect elders to join the fight. The 3 elders nodded and charged towards the demonic cultivator, Yueying. The Vermilion Bird Sect master and the elders of the other sects instantly engaged in fierce combat with Yueying, the demonic cultivator, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. However, Yueying was ultimately outnumbered and outmatched, especially with the Vermilion Bird Sect master, a peak tribulation transcending expert, on his side. After a fierce battle, he was covered in wounds. Seeing the situation was dire, Yueying attempted to flee. How could the Vermilion Bird Sect master and the elders easily let such a demonic cultivator go? The Vermilion Bird Sect master threw out a talisman to trap some of Yueying's demonic power, then delivered a finishing blow, severely injuring him. Yueying escaped wounded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The seal that had imprisoned the demonic cultivators was now emanating an evil aura. It turned out that although the shadowy figure had been defeated, it had secretly broken the seal. Countless demonic cultivators surged out, rushing towards the group, including one at the peak of the Tribulation Transcending stage and 3 others at the Tribulation Transcending stage. Yi Fan's expression darkened. He said to Qing Wanyu, "Let's go. Let's find a place to hide." Qing Wanyu nodded to Yi Fan, asking no further questions, and followed him out of the battlefield. As for why Yi Fan didn't fight those demonic cultivators, he would probably say, "What a joke. I'm only at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Even if I went to the battlefield, I couldn't change the course of the battle. I'm not some great saint, as long as I live, that's enough." Besides, he didn't have any trump cards to protect himself. If he were to die accidentally, it would be a huge loss. However, a wicked idea suddenly arose in Yi Fan's mind. Isn't now the perfect time to complete the system mission? The battlefield is in chaos. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to kidnap those 3 holy maidens, Yi Fan thought to himself. Without hesitation, Yi Fan created 2 black robes from his small world and handed one to Qing Wanyu. Qing Wanyu was still in shock, because she had just seen Yi Fan disappear and then suddenly reappear. Looking at Qing Wanyu's shocked expression, Yi Fan suddenly realized that he didn't know if Qing Wanyu might betray him. If she revealed that he had kidnapped the 3 holy maidens, he would be doomed. Qing Jintian probably wouldn't be able to protect him either. Anyway, he had already received his reward from Qing Wanyu, killing her wouldn't be a big deal. Yi Fan, lost in thought, fixed his gaze on Qing Wanyu with murderous intent. Qing Wanyu snapped out of her daze, startled by the murderous intent in Yi Fan's eyes. She immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Master, what's wrong?" "Heh, nothing. I just don't know if you'll betray me," Yi Fan said sinisterly. Qing Wanyu trembled slightly upon hearing this, then quickly and loyally replied, "Master, what are you saying? Of course I would never betray you." Chapter 11, Melee, 3 Holy Maidens Bound. "Heh, is that so? Wait here for me a moment." Yi Fan sneered and arrived in the small world. Qing Wanyu was slightly surprised to see Yi Fan suddenly disappear, but given the previous experience, she wasn't too surprised. In the small world, Yi Fan looked at the dazzling array of pills listed by the system, then said to the system, "System, list out the poison pills that can be created now." Ding! Listed for the host. Yifan searched through the pills listed by the system for a while, finally deciding on a 4th grade pill. The effect of this pill is that if a cultivator below the nascent soul stage takes it, they must detoxify within 1 hour, otherwise they will definitely die. Yifan looked at the fact that creating this pill would require 10 creation attempts, and creating the antidote pill would require another 10 creation attempts. He pondered whether it was commensurate with Qing Huanyu's value. Forget it, I'm not the kind of person who draws a gun without hesitation. I'll not kill her. Let's see how she performs later, Yifan muttered to himself. After Yifan left the small world, he handed the 4th grade poison pill to Qing Huanyu and coldly said, "Eat it." Qing Huanyu looked at the pill in Yifan's hand, hesitated for a moment, and although she didn't know its effects, she still took it and swallowed it. Seeing that Qing Huanyu had swallowed the 4th grade poison pill, Yifan coldly said, "The pill you just swallowed is a 4th grade poison pill. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage need to take an antidote within an hour, or they will surely die." Upon hearing this, Qing Huanyu's pretty face turned deathly pale. "Master, I've already obeyed you so much, why don't you still believe me?" Qing Huanyu said, her eyes filled with tears. Yifan looked at Qing Huanyu, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and felt a slight pang of emotion, but he still said coldly, "I'm just doing this as a precaution. Next, you'll come with me to tie up those 3 sects' holy maidens. You won't betray me, right?" Qing Huanyu was startled when she heard Yifan was going to tie up the 3 sects' holy maidens, and asked nervously, "Master, what are you going to do with those 3 sects' holy maidens? It wouldn't be good if we got caught." Slap. Yifan slapped Qing Huanyu across the face, then coldly said, "Humph. What I do is none of your business. You just need to come with me and tie up those 3 sect saintesses, or you'll die in despair in an hour." Qing Huanyu, knocked to the ground by Yifan, covered her swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face, and cried out, "But I'm worried about your safety, master. If you die, I won't live either." Qing Huanyu had clearly developed genuine feelings for Yifan. It was unclear whether she had developed feelings from being bullied by him these past few days. Yifan looked at the tearful Qing Huanyu with some surprise. Could this Qing Huanyu be a masochist? She doesn't seem to be faking it. Could it be that I've developed feelings for her? It seems I have no choice but to tie up the 3 sect saintesses first. After capturing the White Tiger sect saintess and obtaining the Eye of Detection, I can find out if Qing Huanyu is faking it or if her feelings are genuine, Yifan thought to himself. Alright, now go and bind those 3 sect saintesses with me. I'll give you the antidote pill after this is over. Yifan looked at Qing Huanyu lying on the ground, showing no pity whatsoever, and said coldly. Lying on the ground, Qing Huanyu, seeing Yifan's resolute expression, knew that saying anything more was useless, so she said, "Master, let's go." Yifan led Qing Huanyu stealthily towards the battlefield where the 3 sect saintesses were. Along the way, Qing Huanyu closely followed Yifan. Upon arriving at the battlefield, they saw disciples of the 4 sects fighting against the demonic cultivators. Yifan searched the battlefield for the 3 sect saintesses, and soon spotted Bai Shuan's figure. Yifan's eyes sharpened, and he rushed towards Bai Shuan like lightning. Bai Shuan was focused on fighting the demonic cultivator when she suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Turning her head, she saw it was Yifan. Before she could react, Yifan had already reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go." Bai Shuan struggled angrily. Yifan ignored her and forcibly dragged her away from the battlefield. Qing Huanyu followed closely behind. The surrounding White Tiger sect disciples were horrified. These disciples were only at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage. They wanted to stop him but were no match for Yifan's strength. One White Tiger sect disciple tried to report to the sect elder, but was held back by the demonic cultivator and had no choice but to fight him. Yifan brought Bai Shuan to a secluded spot. Bai Shuan finally saw Yifan's face clearly, glared at him, and angrily said, "Yifan? What do you want?" Yifan sneered, "You don't need to know too much. Just obey." "System, how do I teleport someone to a small world?" Yifan asked the system in his mind. Ding! Teleportation to the small world requires the recipient's consent or a state of unconsciousness. At this moment, Qing Wanyu whispered a reminder to Yi Fan that time was running out and he needed to capture the other two sect's holy maidens as soon as possible. Yi Fan nodded, knocked Bai Shuwan unconscious, and threw her into the small world. He then infiltrated the battlefield again to search for the remaining two sect's holy maidens. Cheng Wanyu watched Bai Shuwan disappear, surprised by Yi Fan's methods, but still followed closely behind him. Yi Fan quickly discovered Zhu Shuhan, the holy maiden of the Vermilion Bird sect, and captured her by surprise as well. During this time, Zhu Shuhan attempted to fight back, but Yi Fan easily neutralized her attacks and knocked her unconscious. Cheng Wanyu acted as lookout, preventing anyone from approaching. After sending Zhu Shuhan into the small world as well, only Xian Qingting, the holy maiden of the Black Tortoise sect, remained. Only Xian Qingting is left, Yi Fan thought with a hint of joy. Yi Fan searched the battlefield from the shadows and quickly located Xian Qingting's position. However, Xian Qingting was currently surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators. If she were to force her way in, she would definitely be injured and left behind. Therefore, she could only observe from the shadows. Bai Shuwan and Zhu Shuhan were not surrounded by many demonic cultivators, which allowed them to succeed easily. Master, this is not good. We've already kidnapped two sect saintesses. If this drags on any longer, we risk being discovered, Cheng Wanyu said anxiously. Yi Fan frowned, a plan forming in his mind. He deliberately exposed himself to attract the demonic cultivators' attacks. Thinking they had an opportunity, the demonic cultivators swarmed towards him. Who is this person? Xian Qingting exclaimed in surprise, then rushed forward to help. Because Yi Fan was wearing a black robe, Xian Qingting didn't recognize him. After the two repelled the demonic cultivator, Xian Qingting was about to speak to Yi Fan when he suddenly knocked her unconscious and threw her into the small world. The Xuanwu sect disciples nearby, seeing their holy maiden suddenly disappear, glared angrily at Yi Fan. Seeing that the Xuanwu sect disciples had discovered him, Yi Fan activated his greatsword technique. The frost sword instantly expanded dozens of times in size, and Yi Fan wielded it to fiercely slash at the Xuanwu sect disciples. The Xuanwu sect disciples, seeing Yi Fan use the greatsword technique, hurriedly fled. This spell, could you be the Xuanwu sect disciple, was killed by Yi Fan before he could finish speaking. After killing the Xuanwu sect disciples, Yi Fan quickly fled. Yi Fan, having escaped to a distance, let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Fan then looked at the panting Cheng Wanyu and handed her an antidote pill. Cheng Wanyu took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. You stay here and recover your spiritual energy. I have something to do, Yi Fan said coldly to Cheng Wanyu. Cheng Wanyu panicked upon hearing Yi Fan's words and hurriedly said, Master, are you abandoning me? Don't leave me. I can do anything for you. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Alright, I'm not abandoning you. I'll be right back, Yi Fan said impatiently. Really? Master? Cheng Wanyu said with delight. Yi Fan hummed in agreement and flew away into the distance. Cheng Wanyu watched Yi Fan's departing figure gradually disappear before sitting down to recover her spiritual energy. Yi Fan still harbored suspicions about Cheng Wanyu. He planned to first find a secluded spot to enter the small world, capture Bai Shuwan to obtain the Eye of Insight, and then decide whether to reveal the secret to Cheng Wanyu. Yi Fan arrived at a distance and entered the small world. Looking at the three sects' holy maidens, he prepared to capture Bai Shuwan to obtain the Eye of Insight and verify Cheng Wanyu's sincerity. Chapter 12. Do you need to reach the Immortal King level to cultivate spiritual power? After entering the small world, Yi Fan created 3 small houses and placed the unconscious Bai Shuwan, Zhu Shuhan, and Xian Qingting inside. He sealed Zhu Shuhan and Xian Qingting's cultivation levels, installed security doors, and then headed towards the house where Bai Shuwan was. Yi Fan entered the small house and slapped the unconscious Bai Shuwan across the face. Bai Shuwan was instantly jolted awake by the pain, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Yi Fan's gaze. Yi Fan! What do you want? Bai Shuwan asked, looking around and finding herself in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Where did you take me? Bai Shuwan asked, both angry and frightened. Guess? Yi Fan said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Seeing Yi Fan's mocking gaze, Bai Shuan tried to unleash her spiritual power to attack him. Heh, it's useless. Your cultivation was sealed by me long ago. Yi Fan chuckled, watching Bai Shuan frantically trying to channel her spiritual energy. Bai Shuan glared at Yi Fan upon hearing his words. What exactly do you want? What are you plotting by tying me up here? Bai Shuan said angrily. Yi Fan slowly squatted down, lifting his chin and chuckling, guess? You. Bai Shuan felt a wave of humiliation and shame as Yi Fan lifted her chin. She tried to turn her head away, but found herself immobilized by Yi Fan's spiritual energy. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Yi Fan frowned slightly and opened the door to investigate. It turned out that Zhu Shuhan had somehow broken the seal and was trying to break down the security door to rescue Xian Qingting. This woman has some skill. Yi Fan sneered, turning to Bai Shuan and saying, You stay here obediently, I'll go deal with them. With that, he strode outside, leaving a humiliated and angry Bai Shuan alone inside. Outside, Zhu Shuhan had broken down the security door and was charging towards Xian Qingting. Yi Fan arrived, waving his hands to create a wall of spiritual energy that blocked Zhu Shuhan. I'd really like to know, how did you get out? Yi Fan said coldly. Yi Fan, what are your intentions in bringing us here? Zhu Shuhan said coldly to Yi Fan. Just now, the ancestral treasure, the 3 apertures exquisite heart, given to her by her father, had awakened within Zhu Shuhan. She then used some methods to break the seal on Yi Fan's cultivation, allowing her to stand here. At this moment, Xian Qingting also woke up, stepping out of the small house and glaring angrily at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't take Zhu Shuhan and Xian Qingting seriously, after all, they were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, easily annihilated with a wave of his hand. Yi Fan wielded his frost sword, unleashing 2 sharp sword energies that slashed towards Zhu Shuhan and Xian Qingting with unstoppable force. The 2 women hurriedly activated their spiritual power to defend themselves, but the attacks only briefly blocked the sword energy before shattering. The sword energy struck the 2 women fiercely, causing them to cough up blood, each bearing a gruesome wound. Yi Fan coldly snorted at the 2 women, sealing their cultivation and creating 2 ropes to bind them tightly. The 2 women struggled fiercely, but after being slapped by Yi Fan, they became much more subdued. After throwing the 2 back into the small house, Yi Fan returned to the small house where Bai Shuan was. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, capture Bai Shuan, the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Sect. Mission reward, Eye of Detection, can display detailed panels of any person or race. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, capture Zhu Shuhan, the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Sect. Mission reward, Alluring Charm, increases favorability towards female members of the host, and their words become more credible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, capture Xian Qingting, the Holy Maiden of the Black Tortoise Sect. Mission reward, Eye of Soul Capture, can hypnotize those with the same mind or lower mental strength. The hypnotized person can only speak the truth. If the hypnotized person's mental strength is lower than the host's, as long as the host's mental strength is not exhausted, the host can control the hypnotized person indefinitely. Yi Fan returned to the villa, lay on the sofa, and looked at the rewards he had earned through his hard work, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. However, upon seeing that the soul-seizing eye required mental power to activate, he asked with some confusion, System, what exactly is this mental power? Ding! Mental power is the strength of a cultivator's spiritual sea of consciousness. The higher the level of mental power, the stronger the spiritual sea of consciousness, and one can also cultivate some mental spells. How are the ranks of mental power divided? Ding! The ranks of mental power are divided into the lamp realm, pool realm, river realm, lake realm, vast realm, sea realm, ocean realm, and boundless realm. Each major realm is further divided into 5 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, and perfection. What is my current mental power rank? Ding! The host has not yet awakened mental power. Isn't mental power innate? How come I don't have it? Yi Fan asked inwardly, puzzled. Ding! In the cultivation world, unless you possess a spiritual power awakening stone, it's impossible to awaken spiritual power, only by reaching the immortal king realm in the immortal realm, combined with the immortal energy of heaven and earth, can spiritual power be automatically awakened. Only infants born in the god realm are born with innate spiritual power. Currently, there are no spiritual power awakening stones in the cultivation world where the host is located. Yi Fan was dumbfounded by the system's explanation. He hadn't expected that to awaken spiritual power, one needed to reach the immortal king realm, or possess a spiritual power awakening stone. His soul-seizing eye had been wasted. Chapter 13 by Shuwon's mysterious background. Ding! Host, please don't worry, after-sales service is being initiated. Ding! Because the system has given the host a reward related to mental power, but the host cannot cultivate mental power, a one-time mental power awakening stone is hereby issued. Very good, I didn't expect this damn system to even have after-sales service. If I could rate it, I would definitely give it a 5-star review. Yi Fan thought with delight. Ding! This system's main focus is on satisfying the host. Not bad, not bad, I hope this damn system will remain so sensible in the future. Yi Fan shamelessly said to the system. After talking to the system, Yi Fan felt a little sleepy, as he had just been somewhat mentally exhausted, so he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan opened his eyes and saw Xian Qingting still fast asleep. Yi Fan suddenly remembered that there was a detective eye among the rewards, and then used it on Xian Qingting. Name, Xian Qingting. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Sect, daughter of the Xuanwu Sect Master. Cultivation level, Peak Foundation Establishment. Physique, Xuanwu Sacred Body, Supreme Sacred Body, but not fully unlocked, currently only a Supreme Celestial Body. Favorability, 10. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised by Xian Qingting's favorability rating. He had expected it to be negative, but it was positive. Yi Fan patted Xian Qingting and coldly said, "Get up quickly." Xian Qingting groggily opened her eyes and saw Yi Fan's cold face. She immediately woke up and, with tears in her eyes, said to Yi Fan, Yi Fan, you bastard." Yi Fan sneered. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +1. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +1. Yi Fan looked at Xian Qingting, whose favorability rating had reached 50, and nodded in satisfaction. Yi Fan casually created a foundation establishment cultivation boosting pill and tossed it to Xian Qingting. Although Yi Fan only had a few creation attempts left, this foundation establishment boosting pill only required one. He didn't mind using one attempt to give Xian Qingting one, after all, a slap followed by a sweet treat. This pill can help you advance to the golden core cultivation level. Consider it a reward for your obedience, Yi Fan said coldly. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, a hint of shock flashed across Xian Qingting's pretty face. She hesitated whether to take the pill Yi Fan gave her. However, she quickly realized that if Yi Fan wanted to kill her, he would have done so already. So, she steeled herself, took the pill from Yi Fan's hand, and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as the pill entered her body, Xian Qingting immediately felt a surge of powerful medicinal energy, and quickly sat down to sit. Seeing that Xian Qingting was breaking through, Yi Fan left the small house to go check on Bai Shuan. Yi Fan pushed open the door to Bai Shuan's house and saw her still fast asleep. Bai Shuan sensed someone entering and groggily opened her eyes, only to see Yi Fan enter. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Bai Shuan was immediately terrified and exclaimed in horror. Yi Fan, don't come any closer." Yi Fan looked at the terrified Bai Shuan and checked her profile. Name, Bai Shuan. Identity, Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Sect, daughter of the Sect Master of the White Tiger Divine Sect, God Realm. Cultivation, Early Golden Core Stage. Mental Strength, Early Stage of the Zhan Realm, currently, no one in the cultivation world can possess her. Physique, White Tiger Sacred Body, sealed by her parents, currently only a top-grade Earth body. Favorability, 30. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction at the 30 favorability rating. Wait, what? What the hell is the White Tiger Divine Sect? And this Bai Shuan actually possesses mental strength, and it's even the White Tiger's sacred body. Yi Fan's thoughts were a bit chaotic, but he quickly figured it out. Perhaps this Bai Shuan is from the God realm, sent down by her parents for training. But there must be some way to teleport back to the God realm. She should have returned after she died, but judging from her appearance, she seems to have no memory. Yi Fan pondered. Bai Shuan, standing beside him, looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. What is this damned Yi Fan doing? One minute he's surprised, the next he's confused, and then he's pondering. Bai Shuan thought to herself. Ding! Bai Shuan's favorability +1. Ding! Bai Shuan's favorability +1. Bai Shuan's favorability has reached 65. Just then, a violent fluctuation occurred outside, and it was immediately realized that Xian Qingting must have successfully broken through. Chapter 14 The Nine Aperture Exquisite Heart. Just then, the violent spiritual energy outside abruptly ceased. Yi Fan stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the door under Bai Shuan's angry and embarrassed gaze. As soon as Yi Fan came out, he saw Xian Qingting with a complicated expression. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +10, currently 60. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. Thank you. I've now broken through to the golden core stage, Xian Qingting said somewhat awkwardly. Yi Fan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. At this moment, Bai Shuan and Zhu Shuhan also came out. The three of them looked at each other with some strangeness. After all, they were all listeners from yesterday. Since the three of you are all here, I'll tell you. You're currently here. I'm not afraid to tell you, this place is a world within my body. No one can leave without my permission, Yi Fan said calmly. The three women were immediately astonished, as they had never heard of anyone possessing a world within their body. While the three women were surprised, Yi Fan checked Zhu Shuhan's profile. Name, Zhu Shuhan. Identity, daughter of the Vermilion Bird Sect Master, Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Sect. Cultivation, Peak Foundation Establishment. Physique, Vermilion Bird Holy Body, not fully unlocked, currently only a top-grade celestial body. Item, 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart, incomplete, currently a 9th tier immortal artifact. Favorability, 10. This Zhu Shuhan actually possesses a Vermilion Bird Holy Body, not bad, Yi Fan thought with some delight. But system, what is this 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart? It's actually a 9th tier immortal artifact. Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding! The 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart is a magical artifact capable of predicting heavenly secrets, but it is currently in an incomplete state. It can only illuminate the user, and most illusions cannot affect the owner. Cultivators with spiritual power at or below the lake realm cannot possess the owner. Once restored to the 9 Aperture Exquisite Heart, it can predict heavenly secrets and defy fate. Damn, this 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart is already a 9th tier immortal artifact. What tier is the 9 Aperture Exquisite Heart? Yi Fan thought in shock. Ding! Restoring it to the 9 Aperture Exquisite Heart makes it a 9th tier primordial artifact. However, restoring it to the 9 Aperture Exquisite Heart is extremely difficult. Not only does it require finding fragments scattered across various realms, but it also requires a great many rare and precious materials. This 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart is one of those fragments. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Fan was initially somewhat dejected, but he quickly understood. This was a 9th tier primordial artifact, probably extremely rare even in the primordial realm. He had only found one fragment by sheer luck, otherwise, he might not have even known. Above immortal artifacts are divine artifacts, sacred artifacts, and primordial artifacts. Yi Fan exited the conversation with the system and saw the three women looking at him with strange expressions. Yi Fan coughed lightly and said coldly, "All right, I've said what I needed to say. You have no choice but to stay here." Hey! Are you treating us like your canaries? I don't care, you have to let me out. Zhu Shuhan glared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, slapped Zhu Shuhan across the face, and then said with a half-smile, "Canaries? If that's what you think, fine. Anyway, you can't leave here now. By the way, don't you have a magic treasure called the 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart?" Yi Fan said coldly to Zhu Shuhan. Shu Shuhan felt a burning pain on her face, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. However, upon hearing Yifan's words, she looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "How did you know?" "Hee, you don't need to worry about that. Just hand over the 3-aperture exquisite heart to me," Yifan said with a light laugh. "No. Impossible. I absolutely will not give it to you," Shu Shuhan said firmly. "Hee, that's not up to you." After saying that, Yifan used his spiritual power to suppress Shu Shuhan and took her storage ring in his hand. However, after a careful examination, he didn't find the 3-aperture exquisite heart. "System, you haven't made a mistake, have you? Why isn't it there?" Yifan asked inwardly, puzzled. Ding! The 3-aperture exquisite heart has been stored within Shu Shuhan's body. Forcibly removing it will cause a significant drop in cultivation. Upon hearing the system's message, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. Seeing Shu Shuhan struggling before him, he directly reached into her abdomen and retrieved the 3-aperture exquisite heart. Shu Shuhan screamed in agony, her cultivation instantly plummeting to the chi-refining stage. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Yifan. Bai Shuan showed a look of pity, but fearing Yifan's power, she dared not utter a sound. Xian Qingting, on the other hand, secretly rejoiced, as she and Shu Shuhan were already at odds. Yifan held the 3-aperture exquisite heart, examining it with satisfaction. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged from the exquisite heart, entering Yifan's body. Yifan was shocked and tried to break free, but it was too late. It turned out that the 3-aperture exquisite heart had developed a sliver of intelligence. Sensing its master being taken, it launched a counterattack. Shu Shuhan lay weakly on the ground, her expression maniacal as she snarled, "You think you can get it so easily? Ahaha, die." Ding! External force detected attacking the host. Self-protection mechanism activated. Ding! Its intelligence destroyed. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief as the pain within him vanished, feeling extremely satisfied with the system's service. Yifan looked at the 3-aperture exquisite heart before him, stored it in his system space, and then turned to Shu Shuhan. Yifan looked at Shu Shuhan and coldly said, You think you can kill me with such petty tricks? I will never let anyone who tries to kill me go, so you can die now." After speaking, Yifan drew his frost sword, preparing to strike Shu Shuhan. Shu Shuhan stared at Yifan with shock in her eyes. Hearing Yifan's words and seeing the icy sword in his hand, she was filled with boundless fear. She then forced herself to plead with Yifan, her body weak. "Yifan, I beg you, please spare me. Don't kill me. I still have a use. I am the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Sect." Bai Shuan, seeing Shu Shuhan's plight, felt a pang of pity. She stepped forward and took Yifan's arm, saying, "Yifan, Shu Shuhan's cultivation has dropped to the chi-refining stage. She is no longer a threat. Perhaps you should spare her life." Shu Shuhan's eyes immediately showed gratitude upon seeing Bai Shuan speak up for her. Yifan glanced at Bai Shuan, a half-smile on his face, and said, "You have a kind heart, but I don't like kind-hearted women." After speaking, Yifan created a cage, just large enough for one person, but one who would have to remain curled up. "Since you're so kind, then you can kneel here forever. Unless I tell you to get up, you'll stay kneeling here," Yifan said with a cold smile. After all, he only needed absolutely loyal servants, not servants who dared to contradict him. Bai Shuan's face turned deathly pale upon hearing Yifan's words, inwardly cursing herself for her overly compassionate nature. Seeing that Bai Shuan was about to say something, Yifan coldly said, "Kneel or die, you choose." Bai Shuan gritted her teeth and knelt down. Ding! A reminder to the host, gathering the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sacred bodies, and then setting up a 4-symbols fusion array, will allow one of them to achieve the 4-symbols primordial body, but the other 3 will die. Yifan's heart stirred, and he coldly said to Shu Shuhan, "I'll let you go this time. If you dare to offend me again, I will definitely kill you." "I understand, I will definitely be obedient from now on," Shu Shuhan quickly said to Yifan. Yifan nodded, then said coldly, "I'm going out for a while. You can do whatever you want here, but none of you are allowed to help by Xuan. If I find out, you will kneel in her place, and from now on, call me master." The two women nodded after hearing Yifan's words. Although they were somewhat disgusted by Yifan calling them master, they had no choice but to comply under his threat. Yifan nodded and then flashed back to the real world. After Yifan left, Xin Xingting sneered and stepped forward, saying, "Humph, how come the usually arrogant great saintess Xu is in such a sorry state?" Xu Shuhan glared angrily at Xin Xingting and said, "Humph. I won't let you off when I get out of here." Xin Xingting sneered upon hearing Xu Shuhan's words and released the aura of a golden core cultivator in the early stage. Xu Shuhan's body immediately flew backward like a kite with a broken string. After all, her cultivation had plummeted, and her body was very weak. Xin Xingting withdrew her spiritual power and glanced at Xu Shuhan disdainfully. Xu Shuhan looked humiliated but helpless. Chapter 15: Chaos in the Cultivation World. After leaving, Yifan went to find Xingwanyu. He arrived at the place where he had asked Xingwanyu to stay earlier and found her fighting several demonic cultivators. Yifan's eyes turned cold, and he instantly unleashed his speed, rushing towards the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators felt the immense pressure and turned to flee, but Yifan wouldn't give them the chance. With a flick of his icy sword, several sword energies roared out, accurately slashing at the demonic cultivators, who fell one after another. Seeing Yifan arrive, Xingwanyu said tearfully, "Master, you finally come. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Yifan walked to her side and said coldly, "All right, stop crying. I'm here now, aren't I?" Just then, the surrounding space suddenly rippled, and a dark figure slowly emerged. This demonic cultivator was surrounded by demonic energy, radiating a chilling aura. He was actually a demonic cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. Yifan, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward and looking disdainfully at the golden core peak demonic cultivator. Yifan gripped the frost sword, his spiritual energy surging, and tossed the sword into the air, its blade instantly expanding dozens of times in size. Earth Rank Supreme Spell, Greatsword Technique. The demonic cultivator's pupils constricted, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, unleashing a surge of dark power towards Yifan. Yifan controlled the enormous frost sword, slashing towards the dark energy. The dark energy, upon contact with the frost sword, crumbled after a moment. Yifan then slashed fiercely at the golden core peak demonic cultivator with the frost sword. The golden core peak demonic cultivator screamed, spitting out blood, and hurriedly fled. But Yifan wouldn't let this demonic cultivator off so easily, controlling the frost sword with unstoppable force as it slashed towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator swiftly formed hand seals, creating a shield. Yifan's icy sword slashed fiercely at the shield, resulting in a stalemate. Yifan increased the input of his spiritual power, and cracks began to slowly spread across the shield. Bang! The shield shattered instantly, and the icy sword struck the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. Yifan looked at the fallen demonic cultivator and unleashed a burst of spiritual power, instantly obliterating him. Ding! Xingwanyu's favorability +10, currently at 100. Yifan's lips curled into a smile upon hearing the system's message. At this moment, Xingwanyu rushed over, anxiously asking, "Master, are you injured?" Yifan looked at the anxious Xingwanyu, pulled her into his arms, and coldly said, "A mere golden core peak demonic cultivator couldn't possibly injure me." Holding Yifan in his arms, Xingwanyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't struggle, simply nestled quietly in his embrace, enjoying his comfort. "What's the situation in the cultivation world now?" Yifan asked calmly. Xingwanyu nodded, then said, "Master, demonic cultivators are currently invading the cultivation world. Besides the demonic cultivators imprisoned by the Vermilion Bird sect being released, those imprisoned by the White Tiger and Black Tortoise sects have also been released. Only our Azure Dragon Sect received messages from the other three sects, thus escaping unscathed." Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, saying, "Let's go check on the other sections." After all, his system's mission was to annihilate the three major sects, and now this demonic cultivator had accomplished it for him. How could he not be happy? Xingwanyu nodded obediently. The two immediately set off for the nearest sect, the White Tiger sect. Upon arriving at the White Tiger sect, they found it in ruins, with traces of battle everywhere. Yifan was secretly delighted, thinking that the system mission would soon be completed. At this moment, a faint cry for help came. Yifan followed the sound and found a heavily injured White Tiger sect disciple. The disciple told them that the leader of the demonic cultivators had reached the peak of the Mahayana stage, possessing terrifying strength, and that there were 3 other mid-Mahayana cultivators and 1 late Mahayana cultivator. Yifan frowned slightly. A Mahayana stage demonic cultivator was indeed troublesome, but he had no solution at the moment. Yifan casually finished off the White Tiger sect disciple with a single sword strike, then flew with Qing Wanyu towards the Vermilion Bird sect's headquarters. Upon arriving at the Vermilion Bird sect, the scene before them was even more horrific. Blood stained the entire sect. Yifan looked around, somewhat delighted. It seemed the demonic cultivators were besieging the Xuanwu sect. He just needed to wait a little longer for his system mission to be completed. Thinking this, Yifan decided to return to the Qinglong sect first. Yifan and Chang Wanyu returned to the Qinglong sect. Amidst the obsequious words of the gatekeepers, they entered. Suddenly, a massive energy fluctuation appeared within the Qinglong sect. Yifan was startled and rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. He saw a brilliant light emanating from where Qingjintian was, and a vast amount of spiritual energy spread out like a tide. It turned out that Qingjintian was breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. The towering tribulation lightning in the sky struck Qingjintian fiercely. Qingjintian sat in the center of the tribulation, gritting his teeth and enduring its power. Finally, as the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Qingjintian successfully broke through to the Great Ascension stage. Yifan nodded in satisfaction at Qingjintian. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system mission. Annihilate the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise sects. Mission reward, Servants +1, random top-grade sacred body. Yifan was overjoyed upon hearing the system's message. After all, he was currently only a low-grade mortal, and he had only managed to defeat the Golden Core Peak demonic cultivator thanks to his powerful spells and the Frost Sword. Just then, Yifan suddenly saw the Vermilion Bird sect master talking to Qingjintian, with another person beside them who appeared to be at roughly the same cultivation level as the Vermilion Bird sect master. Yifan was somewhat surprised. Hadn't he completed his system mission? How come the Vermilion Bird sect master was still alive? Ding! Because the bases of the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sects have all been destroyed, although the patriarchs and sect masters of the 3 sects escaped with some disciples, it does not prevent the completion of the system mission. Yifan nodded in satisfaction, but then he suddenly remembered something. So, the Xuanwu sect's patriarch and sect leader are coming to the Qinglong sect soon. Hopefully, they can lure over that peak Mahayana level demonic cultivator leader so I can turn him into my servant, Yifan thought to himself. However, Yifan had a question. He had only been in the small world for a little over a day, so how had the demonic cultivator army managed to annihilate the Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu sects? Yifan, unable to understand and no longer wanting to think about it, flew back to his courtyard. He told Qing Wanyu to take a bath first, then sent a telepathic message to Qingjintian. Not long after, Qingjintian arrived. Master, what brings you here? Qingjintian asked respectfully from the ground. Why did the demonic cultivator army annihilate the other 3 sects in just over a day? Yifan asked Qingjintian. Master, according to the Vermilion Bird sect master, the demonic cultivator leader seems to possess a treasure that can traverse space, capable of teleporting the entire demonic cultivator army away, Qingjintian said. Yifan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was now completely bound to this demonic cultivator leader. Chapter 16 Ancient Sacred Body. After finishing his conversation with Qingjintian, Yifan went to the cultivation room in the courtyard to claim the top-grade sacred body, a reward from the system's mission. System, claim the top-grade sacred body. A huge roulette will appear before Yifan, displaying various top-grade sacred bodies. This is pretty high level. In my previous life, I was incredibly lucky. I once got 10 gold coins in 10 consecutive draws in a game. I was stunned. I think my good luck will be inherited, Yifan muttered to himself. System, start spinning. Yifan said excitedly. The pointer on the roulette will begin to spin rapidly. Stop. The pointer slowly slowed down, and under Yifan's expectant gaze, it finally stopped at a certain spot. Yifan looked closely and saw that it was actually the ancient sacred body. This ancient sacred body is extraordinary. It appeared multiple times in novels Yifan had read in his previous life, renowned for its formidable physical strength and its ability to harmonize yin and yang, a tremendous boon to Yifan in his current state. Yifan was overjoyed. Although he desperately wanted to fuse with this ancient sacred body, doing so in the cultivation room would surely attract attention. He decided to enter the small world instead. With this thought in mind, Yifan entered the small world. As soon as Yifan entered, he saw Bai Shuan kneeling on the ground. Bai Shuan's expression showed slight pain. Even as a golden core cultivator, kneeling like this was still somewhat painful. As for the other two, Yifan didn't see them. He sensed them and found they were cultivating in a small house, so he didn't disturb them. Yifan glanced at Bai Shuan and then flew into the distance, creating a huge island. He then settled on a mountaintop, preparing to fuse with the ancient sacred body. As for why Yifan created an island for fusion, it was obviously to avoid being betrayed, even though Bai Shuan and Xian Qingting's favorability ratings were both above 60. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What if they betrayed him while he was fusing with the ancient sacred body? He'd be finished. System, fuse with the ancient sacred body. Ding. Fusing with the ancient sacred body. As the system notification sounded, Yifan felt a surge of immense power flow into his body. His body began to glow with golden light. His muscles and bones seemed to be remodeling. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being scorched by flames, excruciatingly painful yet filled with a newfound excitement. The power of the ancient sacred body continuously washed over Yifan's meridians, and he gritted his teeth and persevered. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically converged towards him, forming a massive vortex. After some time, Yifan finally completed the fusion of the ancient sacred body. At this moment, Yifan felt as if his body had been reshaped, his muscles had become firmer and stronger, and his meridians were more resilient and wider. Yifan tried circulating his spiritual energy and found it was several times smoother than before, and his strength had greatly increased. Yifan checked his cultivation level and discovered that he had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, which filled him with joy. However, he didn't have any creation points right now. Otherwise he could have directly broken through to the peak of the divine transformation realm. It seemed he would have to wait until next month. Yifan thought with some regret. Yifan suddenly remembered that his spiritual power hadn't awakened yet, so he took out the one-time spiritual power awakening stone from his system space. System, how do I use this spiritual power awakening stone? Yifan asked the system. Ding. Simply input your spiritual power into it. Yifan nodded after hearing the system's words and channeled his spiritual power into the spiritual power awakening stone. The spiritual power awakening stone absorbed the spiritual power and emitted a soft blue light. The blue light gradually spread, enveloping Yifan completely. Yifan felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if a tightly closed door was slowly opening. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power erupted from the depths of his mind, spreading outwards. Immersed in this wondrous state, Yifan could clearly perceive everything happening in the small world, even noticing Bai Shuan's slightly pained expression as she knelt on the ground. After a moment, his spiritual power stabilized, and Yifan slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. This mental power is indeed powerful, Yifan exclaimed with delight. With such strong mental power as an aid, he would have a greater advantage in future battles. System, what is my current level of mental power cultivation? Yifan asked the system. Ding. Host's current mental power cultivation level is the early stage of the Zhan realm. So, can I use that soul-seizing eye now? Can I control a peak Mahayana cultivator and make him commit suicide? Yifan asked the system expectantly. Ding. Yes, you can control anyone whose spiritual power is lower than yours. With your current spiritual power, you can control up to 50 people to commit suicide. After that, your spiritual power will be depleted, and you'll need a day to recover. Damn, then I can run rampant in this cultivation world. I can kill their ancestor with a single glance. What's the point of playing Dior then? Yifan thought with wild joy. From today onwards, I'm not eating beef. Yifan stood on the mountaintop and shouted to the sky. However, Yifan quickly calmed down and muttered to himself. I can run rampant in the cultivation world, but that might not be the case in the immortal realm. After all, once you reach the immortal king level, you can awaken your spiritual power with the help of the immortal energy of heaven and earth. The immortal realm must have spiritual power awakening stones. It seems I need to find a way to improve my spiritual power. System, are there any pills that can enhance mental strength? Yifan asked the system after figuring things out. Ding! The lowest grade pill for enhancing mental strength is a first grade immortal pill. Host, you are not worthy of possessing one right now. Yifan was immediately doused with cold water upon hearing this, but quickly cheered up. Once I reach the immortal realm, I'll create 100 first grade immortal pills and eat my fill. Yifan thought bitterly. Yifan suddenly remembered something and asked the system in confusion, System, didn't I receive some kind of alluring aura before? Why haven't I seen any effects? Ding! Because the host is not equipped. Yifan was immediately speechless with anger, saying, Isn't this aura just automatically assigned? Why do I need to equip it? Ding! That's just how this system is. Annoying, annoying, annoying. I'll make you angry. After the system finished speaking, a ghostly face suddenly appeared on the screen in front of Yifan, startling him so much that he immediately sat down on the ground. Yifan got up, trembling with anger, but he ultimately gave in. Fine, I'm really fed up with you, you damn system. Install it for me. Yifan said through gritted teeth. Ding! Alluring aura installed. The instant the alluring aura was installed, Yifan's appearance and aura changed drastically, transforming from an ordinary-looking person into a handsome man just like the readers. Yifan created a mirror, looked at his handsome face, and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 17 Domineering Suppression. Yifan felt that the 100 creation points he received per month in his small world were far too few, completely insufficient for his needs. He still wanted to improve his cultivation. So Yifan said to the system, System, is there any other way to increase the number of creation attempts? Ding! There is a method, but it's not worthwhile. We don't recommend the host choose it. Yifan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly said, What method? Tell me quickly. Ding! It's to use items of equal value for recycling, but the price is only 1/10, and it can only recycle items of equal value to what he can currently create. Yifan's face darkened upon hearing this. This damn system was too greedy. It was taking such a large cut, and it could only recycle what he could currently create. Creating a 4th grade pill currently requires 1 creation attempt, so 1/10 is 0.1 creation attempts. A 5th grade pill would only recycle 1 creation attempt. Thinking this, Yifan immediately cursed at the system. However, Yifan quickly reconsidered. Now that he possessed the divine skill, the soul-seizing eye, wouldn't he be able to coerce the 4 sect leaders into offering him pills? This would give him a huge number of creation attempts. The more Yifan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so he eagerly left the small world. Just as Yifan left the small world, he heard someone say that demonic cultivators were attacking, so he hurried over. On the way, Yifan hesitated for a moment, then created a black mask and put it on his face. Upon arriving, Yifan saw the Xuanwu sect's patriarch, sect leader, elders, and a small number of disciples, all heavily wounded. At this moment, the patriarchs of the other 3 sects were negotiating with the demonic cultivator leader. Presumably, a fight to the death would not benefit either of us. Perhaps peaceful coexistence is better, the Vermilion Bird sect patriarch said in a deep voice. Peaceful coexistence? Since ancient times, humans and demons have been irreconcilable enemies. You're talking to me about coexistence? What a joke, the demonic cultivator leader laughed loudly. Humph. Since you're unwilling to coexist peacefully, then let's fight, the White Tiger Sect patriarch said angrily. Wait. Just as the tension was about to reach its peak, Yifan suddenly spoke up. The demonic cultivator leader looked towards the source of the voice and saw a mysterious masked figure. He immediately roared angrily, "You brat, are you tired of living?" Before he could finish speaking, the demonic cultivator leader's eyes suddenly glazed over, and then he abruptly self-destructed. Yifan's eyes returned to black from their deep purple. As for why the demonic cultivator leader self-destructed? It was naturally because Yifan activated his soul-seizing eye, controlling him and causing him to self-destruct. How boring, Yifan said calmly. At this moment, the four sect patriarchs and the demonic cultivators stared wide-eyed in astonishment. They had just seen the mysterious figure's eyes suddenly turn deep purple, and then the demonic cultivator leader suddenly self-destructed. Could it be the work of that mysterious figure? The four sect patriarchs and those demonic cultivators secretly speculated. I'll only say one thing, I need you to collect 4th and 5th grade pills for me, and then refine them to your utmost to deliver them to me. But if I find anyone who refuses to hand them over or is unwilling to refine them to their full potential, don't blame me for being impolite. Yifan spoke domineeringly, his voice leaving no room for refusal. Just then, the hot-tempered White Tiger Sect master couldn't stand it any longer and pointed at Yifan, saying, "Who are you, you brat?" Yifan's eyes turned deep purple again, and the White Tiger Sect master's gaze suddenly emptied before he self-destructed. This move terrified everyone present, making them tremble. After all, they had never seen or even heard of such a bizarre method before. I said, those who refuse to comply will die. Yifan stood in the void, calmly looking at the crowd below. Now, hand over all the 4th and 5th grade pills you were carrying, Yifan said domineeringly. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the patriarchs, sect leaders, elders, and disciples of various sects, though unsure of his intentions, hurriedly handed over their 4th and 5th grade pills. Even the demonic cultivators were no exception. Yifan looked at the diverse array of pills before him. There were over 1,000 4th grade pills and several hundred 5th grade pills. Yifan was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. You all need to focus on refining 4th and 5th grade pills during this time. You must give me at least 300 pills a day. Don't try to fool me with 4th grade pills, you need at least 200 5th grade pills. If you don't achieve the desired effect, you'll bear the consequences. Yifan said coldly. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Sect master angrily said, "Your Excellency, aren't you going too far?" Yifan's eyes turned deep purple, and he directly controlled the Vermilion Bird Sect master, causing him to self-destruct. Humph. Anyone else who disagrees, step forward. Yifan said coldly. The scene fell silent, no one dared to speak. I only want the results. Deliver them to that courtyard by this time tomorrow, Yifan said coldly, pointing to his own courtyard. Then, Yifan flew towards the courtyard. Seeing Yifan gone, the crowd began to discuss angrily. That kid is too much. 300 pills a day, 200 of which must be 5th grade pills, a disciple from the White Tiger Sect said angrily. Disciples from the other sects also discussed angrily. The ancestors of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise sects in the sky looked at the spot where the White Tiger Sect ancestor had self-destructed, still shaken. Are we really going to refine pills for that kid? The Vermilion Bird Sect ancestor said angrily. What? Are we going to throw our lives away instead of refining pills? You saw that mysterious man's unpredictable methods. He even annihilated a demonic cultivator leader at the peak of the Mahayana stage in an instant. Do we have any other choice? The Azure Dragon Sect patriarch retorted mercilessly. Of course I know that, but the Vermilion Bird Sect patriarch said unwillingly. Alas, now that things have come to this, all we can do is refine pills for that mysterious person. I just don't know what use he has for so many 4th and 5th grade pills, the Xuanwu Sect patriarch sighed, then asked with some doubt. Alright, don't pry too much. Be careful not to invite disaster, the Qinglong Sect patriarch said fearfully. The Xuanwu Sect patriarch nodded, also feeling a sense of fear. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators were preparing to retreat, but the Qinglong sect patriarch immediately stopped them. Wait! You must stay and refine pills with us. Heh, that mysterious person said he only cares about the results. Just hand over those 300 pills by this time tomorrow, and you can refine them yourselves. We don't know how to refine pills, we'll just die together, the leading late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator said sarcastically. Humph. Your leaders are all dead. No one can stop me now. If you don't refine the pills, I'll send you to the underworld right now. The Azure Dragon Sect's patriarch stepped forward, his aura as a peak Mahayana cultivator spreading outwards. The demonic cultivator at the late Mahayana stage immediately turned ugly, then hurriedly said, Fine, I'll refine them for you, okay? The Azure Dragon patriarch withdrew his aura, coldly snorted, and said nothing more. After all, the most urgent matter now was refining the pills. Following this, the alchemists from various sects and the demonic cultivator began preparing to refine the pills. Chapter 18 by Shuwen's Nightmare. After returning to the courtyard, Yifan entered the small world. Master, Bai Shuan said respectfully, kneeling on the ground upon seeing Yifan's sudden appearance. Ding! Bai Shuan's favorability plus 20, currently 80. Yifan was taken aback, then realized it must be his alluring charm at work. However, he was a little confused, shouldn't it be 85? After a moment, Yifan understood. He must have made Bai Shuan kneel, thus lowering her favorability. As for why it hadn't worked before, it was probably because Bai Shuan hadn't noticed him then. Yifan didn't even glance at Bai Shuan's loving gaze before walking into the villa he had created earlier. Yifan felt something was strange, a woman he had was looking at him with loving eyes. Yifan banished these chaotic thoughts and then spoke to the system. System, collect all the 4th and 5th grade pills in the system space. The pills previously contributed by the 4 sects and the demonic cultivators had all been collected by Yifan into the system space. Ding! Recycling. A total of 1314 4th grade pills and 520 5th grade pills, totaling 651 creation attempts. The power of the pills has been infused into the small world. Infused into the small world? Yifan asked, somewhat puzzled. Ding! Host, without creation attempts, it's equivalent to the small world lacking the energy to support creation. Injecting energy into the small world now is equivalent to increasing creation attempts. Yifan nodded, then said somewhat angrily, You've taken way too much of a kickback. 9/10. And shouldn't it be 651.4 creation points? You rounded it off? You dog system, you're so shady. Ding! Host, please don't slander this system. This system also needs a handling fee. Fine, so this is how you play, huh? Yifan laughed angrily. Oh well, a handling fee it is. Anyway, I got these pills for free. Yifan comforted himself. However, Yifan didn't want to improve his cultivation level yet. If his cultivation level improved, the quality of the pills he needed to recycle would also improve. It wouldn't be too late to improve his cultivation level after having those laborers work for him for a while. Yifan thought wickedly. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Mission issued, ascend to the immortal realm. Mission rewards, servants +1, invisibility technique, immortal grade, disappears without a trace as long as the user's cultivation level does not exceed 2 major realms. Ding! Mission issued, unify the cultivation world. Mission rewards, small world upgrade, after upgrading the small world, the time flow will be twice that of the outside world, 1 year outside is 2 years inside the small world. Energy recovery speed is faster, it only takes 20 days to recover the energy equivalent to 100 creation attempts. Yifan was stunned, then overjoyed upon seeing the rewards. The increased number of servants was undoubtedly very useful, and as for the invisibility technique, the small world upgrade was also extremely useful. Not only did the time flow speed increase, but the energy recovery speed also increased. It was a double benefit. Unifying the cultivation world wasn't difficult for Yifan, given his already formidable strength. Although he was acting as a mysterious figure, it didn't matter much. Even if they didn't truly submit to him, they would likely verbally, thus completing his mission. Yifan thought to himself, feeling immense pride in his own brilliance. Suddenly, Yifan remembered his ancient sacred body and its dual cultivation ability. He got up, intending to find a lucky individual to try it out. Just as Yifan stepped out of the room, he heard Bai Shuan kneeling on the ground, softly calling his name. Yifan glanced at Bai Shuan, then coldly said, "What is it?" Bai Shuan pleaded, "Master, may I go out and see my father and grandfather?" Bai Shuan struggled to lift her eyes, looking at Yifan with pleading in her gaze. Yifan sneered, "You think you're in a position to negotiate with me now?" A flicker of despair crossed Bai Shuan's eyes, but she still said with unwavering determination, "Master, I promise I'll be back soon. I just want to see them one last time. Let me tell you the truth. Your grandfather has already been killed by me. As for your father, he escaped unscathed," Yifan said mockingly, looking at Bai Shuan. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuan was struck dumb. Tears instantly streamed down her face as she screamed in despair, "You bastard! Why did you kill my grandfather?" She shook her head frantically, her once loving eyes now filled with hatred. Ding! Bai Shuan's favorability -20, currently 60. Yifan, however, remained unconcerned, coldly saying, I killed that old bastard whenever I wanted. What's the problem?" Bai Shuan abruptly stood up, looking at Yifan with despair. "I'm going to kill you!" Bai Shuan roared as she charged towards Yifan. Yifan's face turned cold. This Bai Shuan dared to defy his orders and stand up on her own. Just as Bai Shuan was about to touch Yifan, he stomped her under his foot. Looking at Bai Shuan beneath his foot, Yifan coldly said, "I don't care how you feel. You're just a servant. Know your place." Bai Shuan struggled under Yifan's foot, the last trace of love in her eyes vanishing, leaving only endless hatred. Ding! Bai Shuan's favorability -80, current favorability -20. Bai Shuan endured the pain, gritting her teeth and saying, "I am not." Yifan stomped Bai Shuan's head into the ground, coldly saying, "A servant will always be a servant." Yifan moved his foot, picked her up, and threw her to the ground. Just then, Bai Shuan suddenly said, Don't you really have any feelings for me at all?" A glimmer of hope lingered in Bai Shuan's voice. You're overthinking it. You're nothing more than a servant. I'll spare your life this time, but cripple your cultivation, Yifan said mercilessly. "Don't worry, I'll kill your father later too," Yifan said wickedly. Then, Yifan's eyes turned deep purple, and he uttered seductive words. Bai Shuan lay on the ground, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself. "Obey orders, obey orders, obey." Bai Shuan lay on the ground, her eyes vacant, repeating this phrase over and over. Just then, Bai Shuan suddenly stood up and knelt at Yifan's feet. Yifan, unusually, smiled and stroked Bai Shuan's head. Chapter 19: The Powerful Ancient Sacred Body. Ding! Detected that the host used evil methods to enslave Bai Shuan. Servant's reward, +1. What do you mean by evil methods? I called it following her heart. Don't you understand? If you don't, then don't speak. Yifan thought disdainfully to the system. Yifan used his mental power to scan his surroundings and discovered two people peeping. A slight smile played on his lips. "Come out. There's no need to hide in front of me," Yifan said calmly. Xu Shuhan and Xian Qingting emerged from the house, trembling with fear. Ding! Xu Shuhan is captivated by the host's domineering aura, favorability +50, currently 60. Ding! Xian Qingting is captivated by the host's domineering aura, favorability +20, currently 80. Ding! Detected that Bai Shuan has been enslaved by the host using evil methods. Bai Shuan's servile personality favorability has automatically increased to 100. Yifan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the system's voice. Wait, this domineering aura feels strange? And what's with this servile personality? Yifan asked the system in his mind, puzzled. Ding! Please don't worry about the form of address. As for the servile personality, it's because Bai Shuan couldn't withstand the immense shock, her brain automatically split her into two personalities. The original Bai Shuan won't emerge unless subjected to strong stimulation. This servile personality of Bai Shuan currently has 100% favorability. Yi Fan's lips twitched upon hearing this. Dual personality? Yi Fan suddenly recalled a video from his past life. Pushing aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Yi Fan looked coldly at the two trembling women in front of him and said, "Heh, you didn't behave, this is what happens to you." Yi Fan then pointed at Bai Shuan. Upon hearing this, the two women trembled violently, quickly and respectfully saying, "Master, we will definitely obey." Yi Fan looked at Zhu Shuhan, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and said mockingly, "Oh, by the way, your father must have been that vermilion bird sect master, right? That old bastard is dead too." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhu Shuhan shuddered, endless sorrow welling up within her. However, thinking of Bai Shuan's tragic state, she couldn't muster a single trace of hatred for Yi Fan. She could only suppress her overwhelming grief and say, Master, you can kill him if you want. That old bastard must have offended you in some way, he deserved to die." After speaking, Zhu Shuhan suddenly felt something slip from her heart and collapsed to the ground. Xian Qingting stared at the unconscious Zhu Shuhan on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. Yi Fan calmly watched this scene, a cold smile playing on his lips. Then, Yi Fan walked towards Xian Qingting and said teasingly, "Tell me, is your father dead or not?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Xian Qingting trembled violently, her eyes widening in terror as she looked at him. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Heh, your father is quite pragmatic, he's not dead, but who knows what will happen to him in the future." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xian Qingting's heart finally settled. Looking at Xian Qingting's relieved expression, Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Let's go." Yi Fan then walked towards the villa. Xian Qingting's heart tightened with fear, but she dared not disobey and could only follow Yi Fan into the villa. Upon entering the villa, Xian Qingting was immediately stunned by its opulent decorations. After all, such a house didn't exist in the cultivation world, even in Yi Fan's previous life, only the wealthy could afford it. Xian Qingting only glanced at it casually before turning her gaze away, following Yi Fan in fear. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability -1. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +1. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +1. Ding! Xian Qingting's favorability +2. Yi Fan opened his mental panel. Ding! Panel opened for host. Name, Yi Fan. Cultivation level, peak mid-nascent soul stage. Physique, ancient sacred body, supreme sacred body. Servants, Qing Jintian, Bai Shuan, Cheng Wanyu. Prospective servants, Zhu Shuhan, Xian Qingting. Items, 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart, Frost Sword. Spell, Greatsword Technique. Small World Level, Level 1. Yi Fan saw that his cultivation level had increased to the peak mid-nascent soul stage, a smile playing on his lips as he marveled at the power of the ancient sacred body. It's time for them to deliver the pills now. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then exited the small world. Yi Fan left the small world, put on the black mask he had worn earlier in the courtyard, and walked out. Xuanwu, Zhu, the Azure Dragon Sect ancestor, and several Mahayana stage demonic cultivators were already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Fan arrive, they hurriedly offered him pills. Yi Fan glanced at the list and saw there were only 166 grade 5 pills. He coldly said, "Only a little over 100 grade 5 pills? Are you trying to fool me?" The 3 sect elders and the Mahayana stage demonic cultivators were shocked and quickly explained that there wasn't enough time. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He said, "That's your problem. I said I only care about the results." As he spoke, Yi Fan's pupils turned deep purple, and then the 2 Mahayana stage demonic cultivators committed suicide. As for why Yi Fan didn't let the 2 Mahayana stage demonic cultivators self-destruct, it was because they were right in front of him. If they self-destructed, he certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. The 3 sect elders and the remaining Mahayana stage demonic cultivators were terrified, repeatedly saying they would deliver all the pills by tomorrow without fail. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, and an old man appeared. The old man was a renowned rogue cultivator in the area. After sizing up Yifan, he said, "Young man, show mercy when you can, don't be so arrogant." Yifan immediately laughed. He didn't know how this person dared to come and die. Without further ado, Yifan's pupils turned deep purple, and the rogue cultivator self-destructed. The three sect patriarchs were even more terrified, because they knew that the rogue cultivator was a peak Mahayana cultivator who, because of his yearning for freedom, hadn't founded his own sect, but none of them dared to provoke him. Chapter 20: Unifying the Cultivation World. Humph. I hope this is the first and last time. If you don't achieve my desired effect by tomorrow, you have no reason to stay. Yifan said coldly. Furthermore, from now on, I am the sole ruler of this cultivation world. If anyone disagrees, step forward, and I'll fight them to the end. Yifan said domineeringly. Yes. Although the group was unwilling, they were helpless. If any sects disagree, just wipe them out. Yifan said coldly. Hearing Yifan's ruthless words, everyone was shocked, but no one dared to utter another word. Yifan turned and returned to the courtyard, arriving at the small world. Upon arriving at the small world, Yifan saw that Zhu Shuhan had awakened. She was lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. What are you doing? Yifan walked up to Zhu Shuhan and said coldly. Zhu Shuhan was startled upon hearing Yifan's voice and quickly stood up, respectfully saying, "Master, I'm all right." Humph. I advise you to behave yourself. You don't want your grandfather to die, do you? Yifan spoke sinisterly, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Zhu Shuhan trembled upon hearing Yifan's words, and the sinister laugh filled her with terror. Zhu Shuhan immediately knelt down and kowtowed, pleading, "Master, please spare my grandfather." "Ha, what value do you have that I could possibly have for your grandfather?" Yifan said disdainfully. Zhu Shuhan's heart sank, and she could only plead. "Master, I am useful. From now on, I will serve you faithfully." He, seeing how sincere you are, as long as your grandfather doesn't court death, I won't kill him." Zhu Shuhan was overjoyed upon hearing this and gratefully said to Yifan, "Master, thank you." Ding! Zhu Shuhan's favorability plus 20, currently 80. Yifan felt a surge of amusement upon hearing Zhu Shuhan's words. He was the one who captured her and killed her father, and now she was thanking him. Then. Ding! Zhu Shuhan's favorability plus 1 inch. Ding! Zhu Shuhan's favorability plus 1 inch. 3 days later. In these 3 days, Yifan had successfully raised Xian Qingting and Zhu Shuhan's favorability to 100, making them official servants. The pills provided by the 4 sects and the demonic cultivator also met Yifan's expectations, indicating that his warning had been effective. Now, Yifan's creation attempts had reached 1466, enough for him to use for a long time. Yifan's cultivation level also improved significantly, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. After all, this was the cultivation world, and the ancient sacred body was a top-grade sacred body. Dual cultivation allowed for rapid advancement. Once in the immortal realm, the speed of advancement would likely slow down. As for Qing Wanyu, Yifan brought her to the small world. Qing Wanyu was quite surprised when she saw it. What was most surprising was that Qing Wanyu was originally the Azure Dragon sacred body, though not anymore. Now, Qing Wanyu's physique was the heavenly spirit body, but only a low-grade heavenly body. Yifan then asked the system what was going on. The system explained that Qing Wanyu originally possessed the Azure Dragon sacred body, but it was discovered by someone from the upper realm who forcibly broke the shackles and came to the cultivation world to have it stripped away. This heavenly spirit body was naturally formed after Qing Wanyu's Azure Dragon body was stripped away. If a physique is stripped away, there's a certain chance of forming a new physique later in life, but this new physique will inevitably be of lower quality than one that's innately awakened. When Yifan asked the system who stripped Qing Wanyu's physique, this damn system actually asked for 100 creation attempts. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifan immediately began cursing the system's ancestors. Then the system replied that it had no parents, leaving Yifan speechless. Next, Yifan cursed the system's physical and mental health. Then the system replied that it had no body, leaving Yifan speechless again. Finally, Yifan suppressed his anger and gave up 100 creation attempts, as this concerned the four symbols' primordial body. However, the system's result was exactly as Yifan expected. The person who had stripped Xinghuanyu's physique was the sect leader of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect in the Holy Realm. The current possessor of the Azure Dragon Holy Body is the daughter of the sect leader of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect. At that time, Yifan decided to destroy the Azure Dragon Holy Sect once he reached the Holy Realm. After all, if the sect leader of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect hadn't come to strip Xinghuanyu of her Azure Dragon Holy Body, he could now choose someone to create the four symbols' primordial body. However, the system dealt him a heavy blow, because the materials for the four symbols fusion array could only be found in the Holy Realm. Yifan wasn't discouraged after hearing the system's words. After all, the primordial body wasn't so easy to create. Yifan is currently in the villa. However, just as Yifan was resting, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, Unify the Cultivation World. Mission reward, small world upgrade. After upgrading, the time flow in the small world will be twice that of the outside world. 1 year outside is equivalent to 2 years inside the small world. Energy recovery speed will also increase. It will only take 20 days to recover the equivalent of 100 creation attempts. Yifan was immediately overjoyed. He had initially thought the mission to unify the cultivation world would be quite simple, but it had unexpectedly taken him a full 3 days. After all, with so many sects in the cultivation world, there were bound to be a few who wouldn't submit. Destroying them would take time. However, 1 or 2 of those who were initially defiant immediately backed down when they saw the 4 major sects were truly about to attack. Looks like I need to hurry to the immortal realm, but before that, I must enjoy myself in this cultivation world for a while, Yifan thought to himself. Chapter 21 Peak of Nascent Soul. Yifan stepped out of the villa, looking at his 1466 creation points, and decided to first improve his cultivation level. Yifan soared into the air, shooting towards the island he had previously created. Upon arriving at the island, Yifan opened the list of pills he could create. He quickly found the Nascent Soul Cultivation Enhancement Pill, a 5th grade pill that required 10 creation points to create. Yifan's current cultivation level was at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage, so he decisively created this Nascent Soul Cultivation Enhancement Pill. Yifan swallowed the pill without hesitation, and almost instantly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted within his body. Yifan quickly circulated his cultivation technique, guiding the medicinal power to his dantian. As the medicinal power continued to integrate, he felt his nascent soul becoming increasingly solid, and the light emanating from it becoming even more dazzling. Shortly afterward, Yifan's aura surged, breaking through the nascent soul realm and reaching the early stage of the deity transformation realm. Feeling the immense power within him, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. His gaze then fell upon the list of pills he could create. Having already broken through to the nascent soul stage, many of his previous pills could be created with only 1/10 of his previous creation points. Yifan's eyes scanned the newly added pills he could create. Soon, Yifan discovered a rank 6 pill called the Nascent Soul Cultivation Enhancement Pill. It required 10 creation points, similar to the pills he had previously consumed, only for a different cultivation level. With a thought, Yifan directly spent 30 points to create 3 Nascent Soul Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Looking at the 3 pills before him, Yifan unhesitatingly tossed one into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, its powerful energy impacting his recently stabilized early nascent soul stage. Yifan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and focused all his strength on suppressing and absorbing the medicinal power. After a fierce struggle, he finally succeeded in fully absorbing the medicinal power, smoothly advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage. After completing his breakthrough, Yifan looked at his remaining 1426 creation points, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then asked the system, "System, are there any pills that can eliminate the interval between attacks?" Ding! With the formidable physical strength of the ancient sacred body, it is sufficient to withstand the power of consuming 3 nascent soul cultivation enhancement pills consecutively. Hearing the system's words, Yifan was overjoyed, thinking that the ancient sacred body was indeed powerful. Without hesitation, he swallowed the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivation enhancement pills. The medicinal power surged through his body like a raging tide. Even with the ancient sacred body, Yifan felt a sharp pain. Yifan gritted his teeth, using his unwavering willpower to guide the medicinal power towards his dantian. As the medicinal power was continuously absorbed, Yifan's aura rose steadily. The spiritual energy vortex within his dantian spun wildly, as if trying to devour everything around it. After some time, Yifan successfully broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. His aura surged dramatically, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Feeling the power of the peak nascent soul stage within him, Yifan was overjoyed. Now, further cultivation is only a matter of time. I just need to utilize the dual cultivation function inherent in the ancient sacred body to break through infinitely, Yifan thought to himself. Just as Yifan was happily contemplating this, the system delivered a heavy blow. Ding! Host, please stop daydreaming. While you can indeed take the cultivation enhancing pill 3 times now, you can only take it twice in the God realm, once in the Saint realm, and once in the primordial chaos realm. However, you can still take it 3 times in the immortal realm. Yifan scoffed, if that's the case, I'll just stay in this small world forever and become a primordial chaos ruler directly. Ding! Host, please don't have such unrealistic fantasies. The dual cultivation function of the ancient sacred body is limited. After reaching the God realm, the dual cultivation function will be reduced. After reaching the Saint realm, it will take 10 million years to advance a minor realm, and you must do it at least 5 times a day. Yifan was immediately shocked upon hearing the system's words. 10 million years? And I have to do it 5 times a day? Yifan exclaimed. Ding! Host, don't be discouraged. Actually, your own cultivation level isn't that important. Don't forget, this system is a servant system. No matter how powerful an existence is, it can forcibly take them as servants, even the primordial heavenly Tao. However, the prerequisite is that you must first meet them. Yifan was surprised to hear that the system could even take the primordial heavenly Tao as a servant. This was truly a skill of a conceptual god. His worries were long gone. I currently have 3 servants, and I'll definitely add more later. So, my main goal in each world is to meet those peak experts and take them as servants. That way, I'll be invincible, Yifan thought happily. However, Yifan quickly realized a problem. If my bound servants aren't with me and I'm ambushed, I'll be dead. It seems my own cultivation level is quite important too, Yifan pondered. Yifan sat up from the mountaintop, left the small world, and appeared in the courtyard. Yifan decided to pick some wildflowers to try something different. Although the holy maidens of the other sects weren't as beautiful as Qing Wanyu and the other 3, they still possessed the looks of celebrities from his previous life. Thinking to himself, Yifan casually put on his black mask and soon arrived at the main hall of the Azure Dragon Sect. As soon as Yifan entered, he saw the 4 sects experts and the demonic cultivators on the verge of battle. However, the demonic cultivators, having lost their leader, a peak Mahayana cultivator, were less imposing. Although Yifan's arrival temporarily put aside their grudges and led to cooperation, the blood feud spanning generations could not be erased. Upon seeing Yifan's arrival, the experts from the 4 sects and the demonic cultivators simultaneously lowered their auras and exclaimed in unison, Lord of the Realm. Because Yifan had never revealed his name and was wearing a black mask, these people had spontaneously adopted this title. Yifan didn't correct him, because he felt quite pleased with himself. After all, he was just a nobody in his previous life, but now he was the ruler of a realm, and he felt a little smug. Yifan nodded and sat on the golden dragon throne in the main seat. As soon as Yifan sat down, he felt the golden dragon seem to come alive. Its scales shimmered with a cold golden light, seemingly displaying its boundless majesty. The dragon head carvings on the armrests of the chair were incredibly lifelike, their eyes seemingly gleaming with spiritual light, subtly intimidating everyone present. This golden dragon chair was crafted spontaneously by the 4 sects and powerful demonic cultivators, and now it certainly seemed extraordinary. At this moment, a powerful cultivator in the Mahayana stage from among the demonic cultivators suddenly stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Lord of the realm, although there is a temporary truce, the demonic cultivators and human cultivators have a long-standing feud. Does the Lord of the realm have a good plan to resolve this?" Yifan lightly tapped the armrest of the golden dragon chair, producing a deep, powerful sound that echoed throughout the hall. Everyone had different thoughts, all waiting for Yifan to speak. After a moment, Yifan slowly said, "I, the Lord of the Realm, have my own plans. Let's not discuss this matter today, let me consider it carefully before speaking." Upon hearing this, although everyone had doubts, they dared not ask further. The hall fell silent, with only the oppressive aura emanating from the golden dragon chair enveloping everyone. Chapter 22: The Purple Cloud Sect Master Who Was Cuckolded. Although Yifan appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly panicking. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a lowly office worker constantly exploited by capital, and even now, facing such a scene, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Yifan calmed himself down and said in a composed tone, "Go and bring some beautiful holy maidens here." The crowd was startled upon hearing this, but dared not disobey the order, and quickly went to search. Shortly, several holy maidens were brought before Yifan. These holy maidens were all beautiful and possessed extraordinary bearing. Most of them had anger and humiliation in their eyes, but a few had surprise in their eyes. Yifan was delighted to see these holy maidens, but he didn't show it on his face. After all, these holy maidens possessed the looks of the celebrities he had seen in his previous life. Yifan was completely unconcerned about the anger and humiliation in the holy maidens' eyes, continuing to scrutinize them. Just then, one of the saintesses couldn't help but shout, "You shameless scoundrel! What is your purpose in bringing us here?" Yifan's expression turned cold. Although he was inherently lustful, being called out like that still displeased him. Yifan snorted coldly and said, "Why should I, the realm master, need your interference?" With that, Yifan waved his hand, sending a burst of spiritual energy directly towards the shouting saintess. Before she could even react, the saintess was sent flying several meters away, blood streaming from her mouth. The other saintesses were horrified. Their eyes, which had held surprise, anger, and humiliation, were now filled with terror. Yifan slowly approached the injured saintess, his pupils turning a deep purple. The saintess's eyes suddenly became empty, as if she had become a puppet. Looking at the saintess who was like a puppet, Yifan coldly said, "Slap yourself 100 times right here, and then end your own life." Upon hearing Yifan's words, the holy maiden actually slapped herself. Slap! 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 The sound of the holy maiden slapping herself echoed continuously throughout the hall. Seeing that the holy maiden had actually obeyed Yifan's command and begun slapping herself, the other holy maiden's fear deepened. Yifan felt his spiritual energy draining away. Although his spiritual energy was diminishing, he could easily hold out until the holy maiden committed suicide. Then, Yifan turned to the trembling holy maidens and coldly said, "It is an honor for me, the realm lord, to give you the opportunity to become my servants. Do not be ungrateful. If anyone disobeys, this will be their fate." At this moment, a holy maiden stepped forward from the crowd and said softly, "Realm lord, I am willing to serve you." This holy maiden was the one whose eyes had previously held surprise. Yifan nodded in satisfaction at the holy maiden and slowly asked, "What's your name?" The holy maiden was delighted and replied sweetly, "Lord Realm Master, my name is Yi Shihan, and I am the holy maiden of the Zixiao sect." Yifan nodded and checked Yi Shihan's profile. Name, Yi Shihan. Identity, holy maiden of the Zixiao sect, daughter of the Grand Elder and the sect master's wife. Cultivation, peak golden core stage. Physique, primordialine body, top grade earth physique, first union with it grants primordialine, greatly increasing cultivation. Number of unions, 0. Affection, 50. Yifan was somewhat puzzled by Yi Shihan's identity, but quickly understood. It seems this Purple Cloud Sect master is being cuckolded by the sect's Grand Elder without even realizing it. How pathetic, Yifan thought with amusement. And this primordialine body, I wonder if it can help me break through to the integration stage, Yifan thought expectantly. Then Yi Fan looked at Yi Shihan, a pill suddenly appearing in his hand. He tossed it over, calmly saying, "This pill can help you break through to the golden core stage and reach the nascent soul stage. Consider it a reward for your sensibility." Yi Shihan was startled. After all, she had never heard of such a pill before, only pills that could increase the success rate of core formation. Yi Fan wasn't surprised by the surprise in Yi Shihan's eyes. After all, this golden core cultivation enhancement pill was unique to the system. Yi Shihan snapped out of her daze, looking at the pill before her. Although she desperately wanted it, she quickly waved her hand, saying, "Lord Realm Master, this is too precious, I cannot accept it." Yi Fan's face turned cold. He said, "Just take it. Why so much nonsense? Are you looking down on me?" Yi Shihan's heart tightened upon hearing this. She took the pill in her hand and said sweetly, "Then thank you, Lord Realm Master." Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability plus 20, current favorability 70. The other holy maidens looked at Yi Shihan with envy. Yi Fan nodded, glancing at the holy maidens beside him, his gaze sweeping over them. The holy maidens noticed Yi Fan's gaze, their eyes lighting up, yearning for his favor. Yi Fan scrutinized the holy maidens, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he spotted one. Yi Fan looked closely, and only one word came to mind. Great! Although Yi Fan was surprised, he didn't show it on his face. Yi Fan pointed to the holy maiden and calmly asked, "What's your name?" The holy maiden's face lit up with joy, while the other holy maidens looked at her with envy. After realizing what was happening, the holy maiden quickly and respectfully replied, "Lord Realm Master, my name is Lin Luoshui, and I am the holy maiden of the Spirit Sword Sect." Yi Fan nodded and then checked Lin Luoshui's profile. Name, Lin Luoshui. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Spirit Sword Sect, daughter of the Sect Master of the Spirit Sword Sect. Cultivation, Peak Golden Core. Physique, Sword Heart Physique, low-grade celestial physique, allows for faster comprehension of sword cultivation than ordinary people, and the sword heart will not easily collapse. Number of bondages, 0. Favorability, 60. Sword Heart Physique? Not bad, Yi Fan said calmly to Lin Luoshui. Lin Luoshui was startled, she hadn't expected Yi Fan to recognize her physique at a glance. This humble woman possesses only mediocre talent, while your excellency's talent is truly extraordinary, Lin Luoshui said respectfully. Yi Fan nodded, secretly pleased, then smiled and said, "You're quite good at flattery." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lin Luoshui asked, "Your excellency, what is flattery?" Yi Fan coughed lightly and then said, "It's nothing too important." Although Lin Luoshui was puzzled, she didn't ask further. Just then, the sounds surrounding everyone abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to look and saw that the holy maiden's face was swollen like a pig's head, except for Yi Fan. Everyone else found it unbearable to look at. The holy maiden suddenly summoned her spirit sword, slashed her neck, and fell straight to the ground. The other holy maidens felt a surge of relief, thankful they hadn't jumped in earlier, or they would have suffered the same fate. Seeing that the holy maiden who had jumped in had actually followed Yi Fan's instructions and committed suicide, the other holy maiden's fear of Yi Fan deepened even further. Chapter 23: The Two Women's Surprise. Seeing this, Yi Fan merely chuckled and turned to look at the holy maidens. The holy maidens snapped out of their daze and, seeing Yi Fan looking at them, immediately lowered their heads in fear. "You've already seen the consequences of defying me. Only Yi Shihan and Lin Luoshui are left. You can all go back now." After speaking, Yi Fan waved to the holy maidens who hadn't been chosen. The holy maidens felt both relieved and regretful, and then quickly left. Yi Shihan and Lin Luoshui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise, but also a hint of confusion and fear. Yi Fan disregarded their thoughts, coldly stating, "It is your good fortune that I, the Realm Lord, have chosen you. As long as you serve me well, you will be safe and will receive many benefits. But if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Shihan and Lin Luoshui nodded, respectfully replying, "Understood, Realm Lord." Then, Yi Fan produced a pill, using his spiritual power to send it to Lin Luoshui, calmly saying, "I observe that you have already reached the peak of the golden core stage. This pill, like the one I just gave Yi Shirhan, can help you break through to the nascent soul stage. This is the benefit of serving me. Lin Luoshui looked at the pill before her, overjoyed. She had just envied Yi Shirhan's pill, now she had one too. Lin Luoshui accepted the pills without hesitation, gratefully saying to Yi Fan, "Thank you, Lord Realm Master." Ding! Lin Luoshui's favorability plus 20, currently 80. Yi Fan, seeing Lin Luoshui's grateful expression, didn't mind and simply nodded calmly. Yi Shirhan wasn't jealous of Yi Fan giving Lin Luoshui the pills. After all, she had her own, and it would be a loss if she threw a tantrum and angered Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the two women and calmly said, "Relax your minds. I'll take you somewhere, you'll live there from now on." The two women obediently relaxed their minds. Yi Fan waved his hand, a flash of light, and the three of them disappeared from their spot. When Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui opened their eyes again, they were already in Yi Fan's small world. The two women opened their eyes wide, curiously looking around. Here, verdant mountains and clear waters abounded, exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed everywhere, and birds soared and danced in the air, their melodious songs filling the air. Yi Fan, seeing the curious expressions on the two women's faces, smiled slightly. These were naturally things he had casually created to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He had even created a lake, and fish in it, so they could fish in their spare time. There were also fruit trees, making the small world extremely pleasant. "This place is a small world within my body, and from now on, it will be your residence," Yi Fan said calmly. Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui were immediately shocked. After all, they had never heard of anyone containing such a large world within their body. Then, thinking of Yi Fan's unpredictable abilities, they felt somewhat relieved. After all, things they thought impossible always happened to the world lord before them. The two women snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Yi Fan. Yi Shirhan, mustering her courage, asked, "Lord Realm Master, is this truly the world within your body?" Yi Fan, seeing the awe in their eyes, felt a surge of pride. He loved seeing people respect and fear him, but outwardly maintained the demeanor of a master. "Of course." Yi Fan looked at the two women and spoke calmly. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from a nearby villa. This woman was none other than Bai Shuan. This villa was naturally created by Yi Fan. Apart from his own villa, the four holy maidens of the sects all lived in villas. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Bai Shuan's eyes lit up with surprise, and she quickly ran towards him. "Master, you're back," Bai Shuan said excitedly, then subtly glanced at Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui, a strange emotion stirring within her. Although Bai Shuan's current personality was a servile one cultivated by Yi Fan, without the system, she would have become a heartless servant, only capable of obeying orders. But now, thanks to the system, her favorability rating had been directly raised to 100, making Bai Shuan no longer just a servant who could only obey orders, but also a person with feelings. Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui were astonished to see Bai Shuan. After all, they were also holy maidens of their respective sects and had seen Bai Shuan as the holy maiden of the White Tiger sect. The two women looked at Bai Shuan with a hint of anxiety. They both wanted to cling to Yi Fan's coattails, believing they would definitely become the only one in his heart. This wasn't because they were narcissistic, but because they truly believed they deserved it. But upon seeing Bai Shuan, most of the unrealistic thoughts in the two women's minds vanished. After all, even a woman as beautiful as Bai Shuan, far more so than themselves, could only address the Realm Lord as master. They were merely vessels chosen by the Realm Lord, naturally having no chance whatsoever, the two women thought to themselves simultaneously. Yi Fan nodded at Bai Shuan, then created two small villas and said to Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui, "You'll live here from now on. Come to my villa later." After speaking, Yi Fan walked towards the villa. Although Yi Fan was surprised by his methods, Yi Shirhan and Lin Luoshui still respectfully responded and each went to their respective villas. Bai Shuan followed Yi Fan into the villa. Once Yi Fan entered the villa, he lazily leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Bai Shuan stood obediently behind him, massaging Yi Fan's shoulders. "Master, those two holy maidens." Bai Shuan hesitated. Yi Fan looked up at her and calmly said, "What? Are you worried they'll threaten you?" Bai Shuan quickly shook her head and said, "Master misunderstands. I'm just afraid they have impure intentions and might harm you. Yifan's expression remained unchanged, and he said disdainfully, "It's all right, they're just servants." Hearing Yifan's words, Bai Shuan breathed a sigh of relief and then said nothing more, simply massaging Yifan's shoulders gently. At this moment, Yi Shihan and Lin Luoshui emerged from their respective villas, heading towards Yifan's mansion. Upon seeing him, they approached and whispered to each other. "While we don't hope to monopolize the Realm Lord title, we still need to find ways to gain as many benefits as possible." Yi Shihan whispered to Lin Luoshui, who nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two arrived at the villa. Bai Shuan opened the door, her eyes cold as she looked at them. Yi Shihan and Lin Luoshui entered the house and saw Yifan's true face. The two women were immediately astonished, they hadn't expected Yifan to be so young. Despite their surprise, they stood respectfully before Yifan. "From today onward, you will act according to my orders. Don't harbor any improper thoughts, or I guarantee you'll suffer a terrible death. If you behave well, you will naturally be rewarded. From now on, you will call me Master," Yifan said calmly, reclining on the sofa. "Yes, Master," the two women replied in unison. However, beneath this seemingly obedient exterior, Yi Shihan secretly vowed to perform well for Yifan and gain even more benefits. Chapter 24 Peak of Fusion. Yifan looked at the two obedient women, stood up, and said, "Good, you're very obedient. Follow me." "Yes, Master." The two women respectfully replied and then followed Yifan. Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability -1, currently 74. Ding! Lin Luoshui's favorability +1, currently 85. Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability +1, currently 80. Ding! Lin Luoshui's favorability +1, currently 86. Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability +1, currently 80. Yifan suddenly felt a ball of light containing terrifying power within his body. It's probably Yi Shihan's primordial yin. I wonder if it can help me break through to the integration stage. Yifan pondered in his heart, then got up to prepare to refine the primordial yin. Yifan pondered these thoughts, but quickly dismissed them, leaving the villa and flying towards the island he had created earlier. Arriving at the island's summit, Yifan sat cross-legged and began refining his yin essence. Sitting atop the hill, Yifan formed hand seals, light shimmering around him as the yin essence within his body slowly merged into his dantian. As the refinement deepened, the spiritual energy within Yifan surged like a raging tide. As the yin essence fully merged into Yifan's dantian, it continuously challenged the barrier between the nascent soul and body integration stages. After some time, Yifan's aura surged dramatically, ripples spreading through the surrounding space. Finally, Yifan successfully broke through to the body integration stage. After a dazzling burst of light, his spiritual energy became even more abundant, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. Feeling the surging power within him, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. Yifan felt his cultivation breakthrough had been too rapid, leaving his foundation somewhat unstable. He asked the system, "Are there any pills that can solidify my foundation?" Ding! If you wish to solidify your foundation, we recommend you create a grade 7 pill, the Foundation Strengthening Pill. Yifan nodded upon hearing the system's words. He then found the Foundation Strengthening Pill in the list of pills he could create and used 10 creation attempts to create one. Foundation Strengthening Pill, Grade 7 Mortal Pill. It has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy. It can help cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage and below solidify their foundation. If your breakthrough is too rapid, you can use this pill to consolidate your cultivation. Yifan nodded as he read the description of the Foundation Strengthening Pill, then popped it into his mouth. After swallowing the pill, Yifan felt a warm medicinal power spreading through his meridians, and his foundation gradually stabilized. Feeling his foundation gradually stabilizing, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he prepared to break through to the peak of the integration stage. Yifan found the Body Integration Cultivation Enhancement Pill in the list of pills he could create and, without hesitation, used his 30 creation attempts to create 3. Looking at the 3 body integration cultivation enhancement pills before him, Yifan didn't hesitate and popped one into his mouth. Almost instantly, a violent medicinal power exploded within Yifan's body. Yifan quickly formed hand seals, refining the medicinal power of the body integration cultivation enhancement pill. As Yifan refined it, the pill's violent medicinal power gradually stabilized, slowly being drawn into his dantian. Boom! As the medicinal power was completely refined, a pillar of light shot into the sky from Yifan's body. After stabilizing, Yifan felt the power of the mid-stage integration realm within him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Immediately afterwards, Yifan repeated the process, refining the remaining 2 integration realm enhancement pills. With the powerful physical strength of the ancient sacred body, Yifan successfully broke through to the peak of the integration realm. Peak integration realm. It seems that ascension to the immortal realm isn't far off, Yifan murmured to himself, feeling the power of the peak integration realm within him. Yifan stood up, feeling a fire burning in his lower abdomen. Yifan flew towards his villa, enjoying the scenery along the way. Yifan returned to the villa, sat on the sofa, and telepathically told the 4 women to come over. The 4 women received Yifan's message and came to the villa without stopping. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Hearing the knock, Yifan calmly said, "Come in." Creak. 4 women entered through the door, greeting Yifan in unison, "Master." Yifan nodded at them, then calmly said, "You've all done well these past few days. It's time for a reward." The 4 women's eyes lit up with surprise, and they quickly and respectfully said to Yifan, "Thank you, Master." Yifan nodded and checked the 4 women's cultivation levels. Bai Shuan, mid-golden core. Shen Qingting, mid-golden core. Chang Wanyu, mid-golden core. Zhu Shuhan, early foundation establishment. Yifan nodded slightly at their cultivation levels, then created 9 golden core cultivation enhancement pills and 3 foundation establishment cultivation enhancement pills. Yifan divided the 9 golden core cultivation enhancement pills into 3 portions, giving 1 to Bai Shuan, 1 to Shen Qingting, and 1 to Qing Wanyu, and the other 3 to Zhu Shuhan. After handing the pills to the 4 women, Yifan calmly said, "Each of those 9 pills can raise your golden core realm by 1 minor realm. You can take 3 in total, but remember to wait 6 hours before taking the next one. The other 3 pills follow the same principle, but they can only raise your foundation establishment realm." The 4 women were astonished, as they had never heard of such pills before. Recovering from their surprise, the 4 women quickly and respectfully said to Yifan in unison, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 25: The Vanished Memories. Yifan waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Although he didn't have much affection for her, he still didn't mind showing some gentleness. Afterwards, Yifan felt a pang of emotion. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, but now he was living like an emperor here. He really wanted to thank. Yifan suddenly felt a headache coming on. He winced and clutched his head, his brows furrowing. The 4 women noticed that Yifan's condition was a bit off and asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong? Master, are you all right? Master, would you like me to massage your head?" Yifan shook his head, waved his hand, and said, "I'm fine, Shuan, come and massage my head." "Yes, Master." Bai Shuan responded with delight, then crawled over and began massaging Yifan's head. The other 3 women looked at Bai Shuan with envy, wishing they could take her place. Yifan, eyes closed, enjoyed Bai Shuan's head massage, and mentally asked the system, "System, why can't I remember how I died?" Ding! This system was bound to you only after you came to this world, so I don't know anything about your past life. Sigh, okay. Yifan found it somewhat amusing, he couldn't even remember how he died. Ding! Host, you don't need to worry too much about how you died in your past life. After all, aren't you very happy now? The system's voice echoed in Yifan's mind. Hearing its words, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, he was living a very happy life now, many times better than in his past life. However, he still had some doubts and asked the system, "System, what exactly are you?" Ding! This system doesn't know how I was born. From the moment of my birth, I only knew one thing: find you, and then become your system. Find me? Become my system? Is there something special about me? Yifan wondered to himself after hearing the system's words. Sigh, there's no use thinking about this now. Perhaps these mysteries will naturally unravel in the future. For now, let's enjoy the present. Yifan put his worries aside and enjoyed the moment. Bai Shuan gently placed Yifan's head on the pillow, covered him with the blanket, and then followed the three women out. 3 days later. In his dream, Yifan was in endless darkness with his eyes tightly closed. He seemed to hear a familiar voice, and he slightly opened his long-closed eyes, seeing two blurry figures. One figure was excitedly speaking, while the other listened attentively. Yifan was about to ask a question when he suddenly felt his body plummeting rapidly. The intense feeling of weightlessness terrified him. Yifan turned to look behind him, seeing only endless darkness. He hurriedly shouted to the two figures in front of him. Help! Yifan in the bedroom suddenly woke up, looking around in terror. Seeing the familiar decorations, he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the door, Bai Shuan and the other 6 goddesses stood anxiously. Why hasn't Master come out for 3 days? Has something happened? Xin Qingting asked anxiously. Why don't we go in and check on Master? Just in case something's happened, Qing Wanyu suggested. That makes sense, let's go in and take a look, Bai Shuan agreed. The other 5 women nodded in agreement. Just as the 6 women were about to enter the bedroom, Yifan's voice suddenly came from inside. All right, I'm fine. You can all go about your business, Yifan said somewhat urgently. Hearing Yifan's somewhat hurried tone, the 6 women felt a pang of worry, but still respectfully replied. Yes, Master. Yifan responded, and after the 6 women had walked away, he shook his aching head and asked the system. System, how long have I been asleep? Ding! Host slept for a full 3 days. Yifan was somewhat surprised, then muttered to himself, I actually slept for 3 whole days? I feel like I dreamt about something, but I can't remember anything. Ding! Host, don't think about it too much. Everything should be allowed to take its natural course, otherwise it will only cause unnecessary trouble. Yifan nodded after hearing the system's words, deciding not to think about these troublesome matters anymore. After all, he had already died once. Yifan got up, dressed, and went to the living room. The 6 women were cleaning in the living room. Seeing Yifan come downstairs, they rushed over. Master, are you all right? Bai Shuan asked anxiously. It's nothing, I'm just going out for a bit. After saying this, Yifan put on his black mask and left the small world, appearing in the main hall of the Azure Dragon Sect. As soon as Yifan appeared, he saw the 4 sects and the demonic cultivator arguing about something. Yifan frowned and coldly shouted. Silence! Yifan's low shout was like a tidal wave, instantly silencing everyone. What exactly is causing this commotion? Yifan surveyed the crowd with displeasure. The 4 sects and the demonic cultivators were astonished by Yifan's sudden appearance. The Azure Dragon Sect's patriarch stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Lord of the realm, recently the demonic cultivators have frequently injured our 4 sects' disciples and even plundered resources. We intervened because we couldn't stand by and watch. The demonic cultivators weren't about to back down. Their leader sneered, the resources of this world should belong to the strong. Your 4 sects monopolize the greatest resources, what's wrong with giving us some? Yifan looked at the 2 arguing and coldly said, I said before that your grudges could be discussed later. Now I've decided that each of you will occupy half of the cultivation world. As for the resources, the strong will get them. Lord of the realm, a demonic cultivator said, forcing a smile, our only peak Mahayana cultivator has already been killed by you. If that's the case, we're afraid we won't get any resources at all. Humph. Are you questioning my decision? Yifan's icy gaze fell on the demonic cultivator, and he coldly questioned him. No. The powerful demonic cultivator trembled as he spoke, seeing Yifan's icy gaze. Yi Fan looked at the demonic cultivator's terrified expression and chuckled, saying, "However, I value fairness above all else. Since you say it's unfair, then I'll make this fair." Just as everyone was still wondering what Yi Fan meant, suddenly, Yi Fan's pupils turned a deep purple, and the Azure Dragon Sect patriarch's eyes on the platform instantly became vacant. He then committed suicide before everyone's eyes. The crowd was utterly astonished by the Azure Dragon Sect patriarch's suicide, but then realized that only the Realm Lord could possess such unpredictable power. No one had expected that the Realm Lord would kill a peak Mahayana expert simply for the sake of fairness. As the crowd recovered, the Azure Dragon Sect experts were filled with grief, and the faces of the other 3 sects experts were also extremely grim. Only the demonic cultivators cheered. Qing Jintian's expression remained unchanged, as if the person who had just committed suicide wasn't his father, but merely a stranger. His eyes, fixed on the Azure Dragon Sect patriarch's corpse, seemed to say, "Who told you to be a peak Mahayana expert? Daring to make things difficult for my master, you must die." Chapter 26 Martial Arts Competition. Any objections now? Yi Fan coldly asked, looking at the cheering demonic cultivators. The leader of the demonic cultivators quickly replied, "Lord of the Realm, absolutely no objections." Yi Fan nodded, then turned to the members of the 4 sects, coldly asking, "And you?" Although Yi Fan was asking, the chill in his voice was palpable to everyone. The members of the 4 sects, though furious, were helpless and could only respectfully reply in unison, "We have no objections." Yi Fan, unsurprised by their respectful words, said, "Since there are no objections, a martial arts competition will be held tomorrow. Each sect will send 10 strong individuals to compete in turn, and the side standing at the end will be the winner." After speaking, Yi Fan returned to the small world, leaving the cultivators looking at each other in bewilderment. The demonic cultivators gathered, their faces beaming with smugness. One of them whispered, "This time, we'll definitely teach the 4 sects a lesson." Meanwhile, the 4 sects were shrouded in gloom, their powerful members huddled together, discussing countermeasures. "That Yi Fan is clearly biased towards the demonic cultivators. This competition is unfair," one powerful member said indignantly. Another powerful member shook his head and sighed, "The situation is beyond our control now, we can only do our best." Yi Fan returned to the small world and began. Yi Fan now wanted to quickly improve his cultivation level and ascend to the immortal realm. Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability +1, currently 90. Ding! Lin Luoshui's favorability +1, currently 92. A day later, Yi Fan felt that his cultivation level was one step closer to the tribulation transcending stage. Remembering that it was the day of the competition between the demonic cultivators and the various sects, he left the small world. Yi Fan left the small world and arrived at the arena, where he found everyone already waiting. Powerful figures from various sects and demonic cultivators sat on the high platform, while the disciples spectated in the stands. Yi Fan flew to the main platform, where the sect patriarchs and some powerful demonic cultivators were seated. Lord of the Realm. The sect patriarchs and demonic cultivators greeted Yi Fan respectfully. Yi Fan nodded and sat in the main seat. "Who are the powerful figures you have sent this time?" Yi Fan asked casually. "Reporting to the Lord of the Realm, our demonic cultivators have sent 10 powerful figures this time, including 3 early-stage Mahayana cultivators, 2 mid-stage cultivators, 2 late-stage cultivators, and 3 peak tribulation transcending cultivators." A late-stage Mahayana cultivator from the demonic cultivators respectfully reported to Yi Fan. After speaking, this demonic cultivator glanced provocatively at the powerful figures from the various sects. Upon hearing the demonic cultivators' lineup, the expressions of the powerful figures from the various sects grew increasingly grim. One of the sect's patriarchs stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Lord of the Realm, although our sect is not as powerful as the demonic cultivators, we will certainly go all out. Our sect has sent 4 early-stage Mahayana cultivators, 3 mid-stage Mahayana cultivators, 1 late-stage Mahayana cultivator, and 2 peak tribulation transcending cultivators." Yi Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this, secretly thinking that the gap was indeed considerable. The competition began. The demonic cultivators first sent out a peak tribulation transcending cultivator, and the four sects also sent out a peak tribulation transcending cultivator. With both sides' peak tribulation transcending cultivators entering the arena, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The powerful demonic cultivator, scoffing, launched the first attack, unleashing streaks of black demonic energy like arrows. The four sect experts dared not be careless, summoning their magical treasures to defend themselves and simultaneously unleashing powerful counterspells. Instantly, the arena flashed with light, and energy surged everywhere. Because of a protective shield around the arena, the disciples were unaffected by the shockwaves generated by the battle. After several rounds, the four sect experts gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The powerful demonic cultivator seized the opportunity, suddenly increasing his demonic power output, seemingly about to defeat the four sect experts. Just then, a dazzling golden light erupted from the four sect experts. It turned out he had burned a portion of his own essence, his power suddenly increasing, turning the tide of the battle and repelling the powerful demonic cultivator. The powerful demonic cultivator barely managed to regain his footing, his face filled with a gloomy expression. The powerful demonic cultivator grinned, and suddenly billowing black energy erupted from his body, his aura surging as he charged towards the four sect experts with lightning speed. The four sect experts were terrified. Having just burned their essence, they were already severely depleted and unable to withstand the demonic cultivator's frenzied counterattack. They gritted their teeth, preparing for a desperate last stand. The demonic cultivator's attack quickly struck the four sect experts. Despite their desperate resistance, it was futile. They were sent flying, crashing into a wall, spitting out blood, and falling unconscious. What was that black energy that suddenly erupted from that demonic cultivator? You cheated, one of the sect elders said angrily, looking at the demonic cultivator. Humph. Old man, that's a secret technique passed down through generations of demonic cultivators. You're truly ignorant, a powerful demonic cultivator scoffed. The sect patriarch, seeing this, had nothing more to say. He quickly led the peak tribulation transcending expert from one of the four sects to the stands, gave him a pill, and the expert's expression immediately improved. Lord of the realm, did the demonic cultivators violate the rules by using a secret technique? The Xuanwu sect patriarch asked Yifan unwillingly. Yifan glanced at the Xuanwu sect patriarch and coldly said, although the demonic cultivators used a secret technique, they did not violate the rules. It was originally obtained by the strong, and they can use whatever means necessary. Hearing this, the Xuanwu sect patriarch, though unwilling, could only give up. The second match began. The demonic cultivators sent out a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, and the four sects also sent out mid-stage Mahayana cultivators to counter them. The battle was fiercely contested, with the demonic cultivators' attacks ruthless and imbued with intense demonic energy. The four sects experts, on the other hand, relied on their exquisite techniques to maneuver. However, the demonic cultivator, being more ferocious, gradually gained the upper hand. In their desperation, the four sects experts exposed an opening and were struck in the chest by the demonic cultivator, staggering several steps before regaining their footing. Just when everyone thought the four sects were about to be defeated again, one of the four sects experts suddenly formed a hand seal, and a powerful force surged from within him. It turned out this expert had a trump card up his sleeve. Hundreds of palms suddenly appeared in the sky, their power at least at the mid-grade heaven rank spell. A hint of surprise flashed in Yifan's eyes. He hadn't expected this expert from some unknown sect to possess such a hidden technique. This expert controlled the hundreds of palms, unleashing them towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator, witnessing this, was terrified. He recklessly sacrificed his life essence to unleash a forbidden technique, his demonic energy surging, distorting the surrounding space. The hundreds of hands collided with the demonic cultivator's demonic energy. In an instant, blinding light and deafening roar filled the air. When the light faded, everyone saw the demonic cultivator kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, clearly seriously injured, while the four sect leaders were also swaying precariously. Finally, both fell simultaneously, the battle a draw. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted from the stands. All the disciples were awestruck by this spectacular contest. Chapter 27 Master Xianfeng. Several more fierce battles ensued. Because the demonic cultivators had one more late-stage Mahayana cultivator than the various sects, the sect's experts were steadily defeated, leaving only one late-stage Mahayana cultivator remaining, while the demonic cultivators still had two. Just as the righteous path was filled with despair, auspicious light suddenly descended from the sky. A figure slowly emerged. It was a senior immortal who had long since ascended to heaven. Sensing the danger, he had descended to the mortal realm to help. Although this senior immortal resided in the immortal realm, he still cared for the safety of the righteous path in the mortal world. He formed hand seals, instantly releasing a powerful surge of immortal energy. The two late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivators felt this power and their faces showed fear. But they were not to be outdone, and they attacked the immortal together. The immortal merely waved his sleeve, easily deflecting their attack, and then used immortal magic to trap the two demonic cultivators. Wait! Yifan frowned slightly as he looked at the immortal, coldly asking, "Who are you?" The immortal glanced sideways at Yifan, his eyes calm and unwavering, and slowly said, "I am Xianfeng Shangren. I ascended to immortality in the mortal realm through cultivation. Now, sensing the righteous path is in trouble, I have come to lend a helping hand." Yifan scoffed, coldly saying, "Retreat immediately, and I may forgive and forget." Yifan was so arrogant because he had just checked Xianfeng Shangren's stats. He was only at the early stage of the human immortal realm and hadn't even awakened his spiritual power. He figured that even after ascending, he would just be a menial laborer. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xianfeng was surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. He asked, "Why? Could it be that you too have fallen into the demonic path?" Yifan sneered and said, "Although I am not a member of the demonic path, the distinction between good and evil in this world is inherently blurred. You so-called righteous people are often scheming and hypocritical." Venerable Xianfeng sighed slightly and said, "While the righteous path has its flaws, the demonic path's cruelty and devastation of lives are undeniable facts." Hearing Xianfeng Shangren's words, Yifan coldly replied, "Today, I am hosting this martial arts competition to facilitate the struggle for resources between the various sects and the demonic path. I will say it one last time, leave immediately." After listening to Yifan's words, Xianfeng Shangren pondered for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then how do you intend to distribute the resources fairly? If the demonic path is allowed to plunder at will, mortals will surely suffer a great calamity." Yifan suddenly sneered, saying in a sinister tone, "You talk too much. I set the rules, and above the rules is me. You are not worthy to point fingers at me here." As Yifan finished speaking, his pupils turned deep purple. Xianfeng Shangren's eyes suddenly became vacant, and then he self-destructed. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that a realm lord could kill an immortal. The people from various sects glared angrily at Yifan. One of them shouted, "You tyrant, what are your intentions?" Yifan coldly turned to look at the disciple and said, "What? You have a problem with that?" The disciple trembled at Yifan's gaze, but still mustered his courage and said, "How is your behavior any different from that of a demonic cultivator? Now that you've killed Xianfeng Shangren, are you siding with the demonic cultivators?" Yifan sneered and said, "I set the rules. I can make the rules as I see fit. Are you questioning me?" Yifan's pupils turned deep purple, and the disciple immediately self-destructed. Seeing this, everyone dared not speak out, for no one wanted to end up self-destructing. The two late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivators also broke free and bowed to Yifan, saying, "Thank you, Realm Lord, for helping us escape." Yifan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I, Realm Lord, was merely upholding the rules. If the rules can be broken at will, what is the point of their existence? Let the competition continue." The two late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivators' eyes lit up with joy upon hearing Yifan's words. After all, they still had two late-stage Mahayana cultivators left, while each sect only had one. They were certain of victory. The Xuanwu sect patriarch, standing nearby, looked extremely grim upon hearing Yifan's words. He had just been overjoyed to see Xianfeng Shangren, thinking he could overthrow this guy's rule, but he had been instantly defeated by him. Was this an immortal? Or was he an impostor? The Xuanwu sect patriarch, seething with resentment, held the Xianfeng Venerable from the upper realm in utter disdain. "Old man, are you still going to fight?" The late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator sneered at the Xuanwu sect patriarch. The Xuanwu sect patriarch was the last powerful figure sent by each sect. The Xuanwu sect patriarch gritted his teeth and said, "Fight. How can we, the righteous path, easily admit defeat?" After speaking, the Xuanwu sect patriarch leaped onto the dueling platform, followed by the late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator. The atmosphere instantly tensed after the two stood still. The demonic cultivator struck first, unleashing a surge of black demonic energy, like a giant python pouncing on the Xuanwu sect patriarch. The Xuanwu sect patriarch chanted incantations, and a tortoise shell appeared on his body, forcefully resisting the demonic energy's onslaught. This was the Xuanwu tortoise body, the Xuanwu sect patriarch's physique, a mid-grade celestial body. Yi Fan glanced at the Xuanwu sect patriarch's tortoise shell, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. Then, the Xuanwu sect patriarch unleashed a backhand strike, the palm wind whistling with pure spiritual energy as it hurtled towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator dodged to the side, his demonic blade flashing as it slashed horizontally at the Xuanwu sect patriarch. The Xuanwu sect patriarch lightly tapped his feet, gracefully retreating. He knew the demonic cultivator's blade was incredibly powerful and couldn't withstand a direct hit. The demonic cultivator pressed his advantage, his demonic blade flashing with impenetrable power, the blade energy crisscrossing, seemingly trying to engulf the Xuanwu sect patriarch. Just then, the Xuanwu sect patriarch suddenly roared, his tortoise shell radiating brilliant light, detaching from his body and spinning rapidly, forming a barrier to block the demonic blade's attack. Simultaneously, his hands rapidly formed hand seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into countless spiritual arrows that shot towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator, unable to dodge in time, was struck by several spirit arrows, his movements momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, the Xuanwu sect patriarch charged forward, unleashing a punch imbued with world-destroying power. The demonic cultivator hastily raised his demonic blade to defend, but the force of the punch left his arm numb, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The audience below watched with bated breath. Disciples from various sects clenched their fists, silently cheering for the Xuanwu sect patriarch. The demonic cultivators sighed, however, wore grim expressions, wishing they could rush onto the stage to help. The Xuanwu sect patriarch pressed his advantage, unleashing several more fierce attacks, gradually reducing the demonic cultivator to only able to parry, unable to retaliate. Just then, billowing black energy appeared around the demonic cultivator's body. He had used a secret technique. This secret technique greatly enhanced the demonic cultivator's strength. With a sudden swing of his demonic blade, he actually cracked the tortoiseshell barrier of the Xuanwu sect's patriarch. The Xuanwu sect patriarch was shocked, but had no time to think. He could only fight back with all his might. The demonic cultivator laughed wildly and attacked again, each strike carrying an aura of destruction. The Xuanwu sect patriarch felt he was about to collapse, his spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. Suddenly, he remembered a trace of immortal energy fluctuation left over from when Master Xianfeng had used his immortal technique. He forcibly mobilized all his power, drawing upon that trace of immortal energy and merging it into his own spiritual energy. In an instant, the Xuanwu sect patriarch's entire body radiated a soft golden light. His aura surged, and he charged towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator's attacks struck him, but could not cause much damage. The Xuanwu sect patriarch unleashed a full-force attack, a strike containing both immortal energy and his strongest spiritual energy. The demonic cultivator, unable to dodge in time, was struck and sent flying off the arena. The Xuanwu sect's patriarch, having won his victory, gasped for breath. Chapter 28 Qingyao. The disciples in the stands cheered and shouted encouragement for the Xuanwu sect's patriarch. The Xuanwu sect patriarch knelt on the dueling platform, panting heavily, oblivious to the disciples' shouts. The demonic cultivator who had been knocked off the platform by the patriarch clutched his chest as he stood up, glaring at the patriarch with a sinister expression. This demonic cultivator leaped onto the platform and nodded to another demonic cultivator at the late-stage Mahayana realm. The other demonic cultivator nodded in response, then leaped onto the platform, glaring menacingly at the Xuanwu sect patriarch. The Xuanwu sect's patriarch, kneeling on the ground, looked at the sinister-faced demonic cultivator before him, feeling somewhat powerless. He then addressed Yifan on the high platform. "Sect Master, I concede this match. I have no strength left." Yifan nodded upon hearing the Xuanwu sect master's words, then stood up and said, "Since the Xuanwu sect's patriarch concedes, then this match is won by the demonic cultivator." The demonic cultivators erupted in wild laughter. The newly ascended late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator was especially arrogant, shouting at the crowd below. "You cultivators from various sects are nothing more than this." The disciples from various sects, hearing the demonic cultivator's words, all turned extremely pale, but dared not say anything, for they had indeed lost. Yifan, unfazed by the demonic cultivator's arrogant words, continued. "Now that the competition is over, each sect and the demonic cultivators will each occupy half of the cultivation world. The demonic cultivators have priority in choosing their territory, and can select 3 resource-rich areas within each sect's territory." The late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator on the platform was overjoyed upon hearing Yifan's words and hurriedly said respectfully to Yifan, "Thank you, Realm Lord." The Xuanwu sect's patriarch, having just swallowed a pill, suddenly looked extremely pale after his somewhat improved complexion turned ashen. The expressions of the disciples and elders from each sect were as if they had eaten excrement. The Xuanwu sect patriarch, forcing himself to stand, loudly proclaimed, "Lord of the realm, this is inappropriate. Demonic cultivators are always cunning. If we allow them to choose their territory first, then their resource-rich areas, I fear the various sects will never have peace again." Yifan frowned slightly. Before he could speak, the late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator sneered, "Old man Xuanwu, if you're not as skilled, don't talk nonsense." Yifan looked at the Xuanwu sect patriarch and coldly said, "The rules were agreed upon beforehand. Your sects are inferior in skill, yet you spout nonsense here. Do you not respect me?" Upon hearing Yifan's words, the Xuanwu sect patriarch was terrified and hurriedly said, No, Realm Lord, I was just in a moment of panic, I didn't mean to." Yifan chuckled upon hearing the Xuanwu sect patriarch's words and said, "Then can I, this Realm Lord, also act hastily and cause your demise here?" Upon hearing this, the Xuanwu sect patriarch was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing and pleading in terror, "Realm Lord, spare me. Realm Lord, spare me." Yifan looked at the profusely kowtowing Xuanwu sect patriarch and merely snorted coldly, saying, "If rules can be broken at will, then who will abide by them?" Upon hearing Yifan's words, the Xuanwu sect patriarch panicked even more, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his crotch becoming soaked. Seeing that the Xuanwu sect patriarch still wanted to say something, Yifan coldly said, "So you can die now." After Yifan finished speaking, his pupils turned deep purple as he unleashed his soul-seizing eye. The Xuanwu sect patriarch's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he self-destructed. The shockwave from the Xuanwu sect patriarch's self-destruction directly repelled the demonic cultivators not far away. The disciples in the spectator stands, protected by their shields, were unaffected. As the shockwave from the Xuanwu sect patriarch's self-destruction dissipated, the scene fell into complete silence. The demonic cultivators' eyes were filled with mockery, while the eyes of the various sects were filled with sorrow. In this silence, a clear voice rang out, "The Realm Lord's actions will likely fail to win over the masses." Everyone looked over and saw a young and beautiful female cultivator. Yifan sneered, saying, "I'm curious where you get the courage to question this Realm Lord." The female cultivator remained calm, replying, "I am Cheng Yao, merely a rogue cultivator." "Realm Lord, your favoritism towards demonic cultivators, aren't you afraid of incurring public outrage?" Yifan looked at Cheng Yao, a smile welling up inside him. He coldly said, "Public outrage? In this cultivation world, I am the heavens. Who dares to question me?" Cheng Yao looked around and loudly proclaimed, "Fellow cultivators, everyone has witnessed what happened today. Are we just going to let this happen without doing anything?" However, although indignation shone in the eyes of the crowd, no one responded. Cheng Yao surveyed the silent crowd, her heart filled with panic. Yifan then used the system to check Cheng Yao's profile. Name, Cheng Yao. Identity, personal disciple of the Qingyun sect master. Cultivation level, mid-golden core stage. Physique, spirit-gathering body, superior earth body, accelerates absorption of spiritual energy. Number of bondages, 0. Affection level, -50. Upon seeing that Qingyao was actually the personal disciple of the Qingyun sect master, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seems Qingyao doesn't want to implicate the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect is doomed, Yifan thought fiercely to himself. Then Yifan looked at the panicked Qingyao and coldly said, "Are you a disciple of the Qingyun sect?" Qingyao was startled and stammered, What Qingyun sect? I don't know what you're talking about. Yifan snorted and said, Your clumsy acting makes me want to laugh. You think saying you're a rogue cultivator will protect the Qingyun sect? How utterly foolish. Qingyao bit her lip, knowing she couldn't hide it anymore. She straightened her back and, suppressing her fear, said, "Even if I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect, I will fight to the end against your unfair treatment." Yifan chuckled lightly and said coldly, "Well said, fine, fight to the end. In that case, the Qingyun sect has no reason to exist." A late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator's eyes lit up upon hearing Yifan's words, and he immediately flattered, "Lord of the realm, let me go and destroy the damned Qingyun sect. That Qingyun sect dared to offend you, Lord of the realm. They're utterly courting death." Yifan nodded slightly upon hearing the late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator's words and said, "Not bad, you have great potential. If you do well in this matter, perhaps you can advance even further." The late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator was overjoyed upon hearing Yifan's words and quickly replied, "Yes, Lord of the realm." After speaking, the late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator waved to some powerful demonic cultivators and flew towards the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing Yifan's conversation with the demonic cultivator, Qingyao trembled violently and cried out, "No! Please don't!" Hearing Qingyao's words, Yifan's lips curled into a playful smile. He then said to the powerful demonic cultivators who had flown a short distance away, "Come back first." Upon hearing Yifan's words, the powerful demonic cultivators quickly retreated and stood on the high platform. Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the powerful demonic cultivators return. Yifan looked at the relieved Qingyao and coldly said, "Kneel down." Chapter 29 Death and Rebirth. Hearing Yifan's domineering words, Qingyao's anger flared. She said, "You tyrant! I'd rather die than kneel before you." Yifan sneered, saying, "In that case, the Qingyun sect has no reason to exist." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Qingyao's pretty face turned deathly pale. The Qingyun sect was where she had grown up, where her beloved master and many fellow disciples resided. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred, and slowly knelt down. The disciples of the various sects all showed expressions of pity, but dared not speak out against it, while the demonic cultivators wore mocking expressions. "Are you satisfied now? I only beg you to spare the Qingyun sect," Qingyao said, kneeling on the ground, forcing back the humiliation in her heart. Hearing Qingyao's words, Yifan sneered and said, "Not enough." Qingyao looked up at Yifan, tears welling in her eyes, and said angrily, "Then what do you want?" Yifan, standing on the high platform, looked down at Qingyao and said, "If you kowtow here 100 times, I will spare the Qingyun sect." After saying this, a playful smile appeared on Yifan's lips as he looked at Qingyao mockingly. Qingyao clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, a sharp pain shooting through her. She took a deep breath, her eyes gradually hardening. "Fine, I agree," Qingyao said, enunciating each word clearly. Qingyao kowtowed for the first time in humiliation, her forehead hitting the ground with a dull thud. By the 10th kowtow, her forehead was bleeding. Qingyao's face was filled with humiliation, but she continued kowtowing, seemingly oblivious to the pain in her forehead. Many around sighed softly, but Yifan remained unmoved. Just as Qingyao reached her 50th kowtow, the sky suddenly changed color, and a figure shot straight through the clouds. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a powerful-looking old man arrived on a beam of light, slowly landing beside Qingyao. "Qingyao, stop kowtowing. You've done enough," the old man sighed, speaking to Qingyao. Qingyao looked up at the familiar figure, her body trembling, and exclaimed, "Master! Why are you here? This old man was none other than the sect master of the Qingyun sect, Qingyao's master, Qing Chuanhai. Qing Chuanhai gently helped Qingyao up, then turned to look at Yifan on the high platform. His gaze was icy, and he said angrily, "Lord of the realm, don't push your luck. At worst, my Qingyun sect will be destroyed today." Yifan, hearing Qing Chuanhai's words, showed no sign of tension. He merely smiled playfully and said, "Old man, what can you do? Today, either she kowtows 100 times, or the Qingyun sect is destroyed." Qing Chuanhai snorted coldly, his body radiating intense light, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. "Today, I will fight you even if it costs me my life." After saying this, Qing Chuanhai charged towards Yifan. "Master! No!" Qingyao, hearing Qing Chuanhai's words, immediately broke down in tears, crying out. Yifan, however, showed no panic in his eyes, only a cold laugh, and said, "You're courting death." After saying this, Yifan's pupils turned deep purple, and he activated his soul-seizing eye. Suddenly, Qing Chuanhai's eyes, who was charging towards Yifan, became empty, and then he self-destructed. Qingyao was thrown back by the aftershocks of King Chuanhai's self-destruction, crashing against the wall before falling. Qingyao stared blankly at the spot where her master had exploded, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with grief, but even more so with boundless rage. The gazes of the various sects towards Qingyao were filled with pity and sorrow, while the eyes of the demonic cultivators were filled with mockery. Qingyao felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She staggered to her feet, her eyes fixed intently on Yifan. "You demon, I will never forgive you. I will make you pay for my master's life." Qingyao's voice was hoarse, yet filled with unwavering resolve. Yifan, hearing Qingyao's words, merely sneered and said, "You? Your master is like an ant before me, and what are you?" Qingyao ignored Yifan's words, instead suddenly biting her finger, smearing the blood on her brow, and muttering incantations. Instantly, her aura surged wildly, and her hair turned completely white. It turned out she had traded her soul for a brief period of extraordinary power. Yifan, seeing that Qingyao possessed this secret technique of burning her soul, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but remained unconcerned, coldly saying, "So what if you burned your soul? You're only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Burning your soul will only barely elevate you to the nascent soul realm. Truly laughable and pathetic." Qingyao's eyes turned bloodshot as she roared, "Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I will perish with you." With that, she flashed forward, using all her spiritual power to charge at Yifan. Yifan, watching Qingyao charge, was filled with disdain, casually flicking his wrist to unleash a burst of spiritual energy. The energy struck Qingyao hard. Qingyao's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into the wall. Qingyao fell heavily, her consciousness fading. She seemed to see her master reaching out to her. A smile appeared on Qingyao's lips as she slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, a mysterious figure in the endless chaos said with some regret, "What a pitiful little girl. Well, since I've seen you, it's fate. I'll grant you an opportunity. Whether you can take revenge depends on your own destiny." With a casual wave of the mysterious figure's hand, Qingyao's soul appeared before it. The mysterious figure lightly touched her finger, and Qingyao's soul emitted a soft light. "I will send you reborn into the God realm. I hope you will not waste this life." After the mysterious figure finished speaking, Qingyao's soul suddenly vanished. When Qingyao opened her eyes again, she found herself as a baby in the God realm. Though confused, her memories of her past life remained. Beside Qingyao stood a woman and a man, their eyes filled with joy. After realizing what had happened, Qingyao secretly vowed to make Yifan pay for his crime in blood. At this moment, Yifan looked at Qingyao lying in a pool of blood, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He simply said coldly, "That ignorant fool, the Qingyun sect has no reason to exist anymore." Upon hearing Yifan's words, the late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator respectfully responded and led a group of powerful demonic cultivators towards the Qingyun sect. After watching the powerful demonic cultivators fly away, Yifan also turned and left. Seeing Yifan depart, the various sects and demonic cultivators also left the arena one after another. Chapter 30 Peak of Tribulation Transcending. Yi Fan left the martial arts arena and arrived in the small world, preparing to quickly improve his cultivation level and ascend to the immortal realm. Upon arriving in the small world, Yi Fan found the 6 women and began improving his cultivation. Ding! Yi Shihan's favorability +1, currently at 100. Ding! Lin Luoshui's favorability +1, currently at 100. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, it was a living hell. Led by a late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator, a group of demonic cultivators indiscriminately slaughtered the Qingyun sect disciples. Although the Qingyun sect's patriarch led his disciples in a valiant resistance, it was to no avail. While the Qingyun sect patriarch was a peak tribulation transcending expert, he was no match for a late-stage Mahayana demonic cultivator. The Qingyun sect patriarch desperately activated the sect's protective formation, resisting the demonic cultivator leader's attacks, and angrily questioned, "Why? What has my Qingyun sect done wrong?" The demonic cultivator leader sneered, saying, "Blame your sect's Holy Maiden for daring to defy the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord has already ordered the annihilation of your Qingyun sect. You'd better not make any futile resistance." Upon hearing the demonic cultivator leader's words, the Qingyun sect patriarch's pupils contracted, secretly suspecting that something must have gone wrong in the martial arts competition. However, the Qingyun sect's patriarch still held a sliver of hope and said to the demonic cultivator leader, "I wonder what my sect's Holy Maiden has done to offend the Realm Lord. My sect can offer compensation." The demonic cultivator leader merely sneered at the Qingyun sect patriarch's words and said, "Your sect's Holy Maiden openly defied the Realm Lord, attempting to incite the people against him. For this alone, your Qingyun sect is doomed." The demonic cultivator leader paused, then continued, "And your sect leader openly attacked the Realm Lord. For this alone, your Qingyun sect deserves to be destroyed countless times." The Qingyun sect's patriarch, hearing the demonic cultivator leader's words, felt a surge of rage. He cursed Qing Chuanhai and Qing Yao in his heart. Just as the patriarch was about to speak, the demonic cultivator leader suddenly increased his spiritual power, unleashing demonic energy that slammed into the sect's protective array. With a resounding boom, the protective array finally broke through. The demonic cultivators surged into the Qingyun sect like a tidal wave, screams echoing everywhere. The Qingyun sect's patriarch, his eyes bloodshot with rage, charged towards the demonic cultivator leader, determined to perish together with him. However, the demonic cultivator leader merely flicked his sleeve, sending the Qingyun sect's patriarch flying. The demonic cultivator leader then unleashed a barrage of demonic energy, striking the Qingyun sect patriarch fiercely. The Qingyun sect patriarch's eyes closed, and he died instantly. The Qingyun sect disciples, witnessing their patriarch's death, felt a wave of despair. They were relentlessly slaughtered by the demonic cultivators, their screams echoing everywhere, littered with severed limbs. The Qingyun sect was destroyed. 3 days later. After 3 days of hard work, Yi Fan finally raised his cultivation level to the early stage of the tribulation transcending realm. As for the 6 women, Yi Fan did not neglect them either, raising them all to the peak of the nascent soul realm. During these 3 days, the demonic cultivators, with Yi Fan's permission, had selected half of the cultivation world and expelled all the mortals and cultivators from that half. The demonic cultivators also selected 3 of the richest resource locations within the territories of various sects. Although the powerful figures of each sect were furious, they were helpless and could only let the demonic cultivators occupy the resources. Yi Fan, sensing his early-stage tribulation transcending cultivation level within the small world, felt a surge of joy. Therefore, Yi Fan went directly to the cultivation island and sat cross-legged on a hilltop. Yi Fan opened the system's pill list, found the tribulation transcending cultivation enhancement pill, and without hesitation created 3. Tribulation transcending cultivation enhancement pill, grade 8 pill, can help a tribulation transcending cultivator advance 1 minor realm, can only be taken 3 times in a lifetime. Yi Fan looked at the 3 tribulation transcending cultivation enhancement pills before him, took one in his hand, and popped it into his mouth. As the pill entered his body, Yi Fan felt its violent medicinal power gather in his dantian. Yi Fan formed hand seals, guiding the medicinal power into his dantian. With the absorption of the medicinal power, Yi Fan's aura grew increasingly powerful. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky from Yi Fan's body. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of tribulation transcending. Following the same method, Yi Fan consumed the remaining 2 tribulation transcending cultivation enhancement pills, successfully breaking through to the peak of the tribulation transcending realm. Feeling the power of this peak tribulation transcending realm cultivator within him, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He then instantly teleported to his villa. The 6 women cleaning the villa weren't surprised by Yi Fan's sudden appearance, as they were already used to it. Yi Fan glanced at the 6 women, then sat down on the sofa. Bai Shuan walked behind Yi Fan and began massaging his shoulders. Enjoying the massage, Yi Fan opened his control panel. Ding! Host panel has been displayed. Name, Yi Fan. Cultivation, Peak of Tribulation Transcending. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, Supreme Sacred Body. Servants, Qingjintian, Bai Shuan, Changwanyu, Zhu Shuhan, Xian Qingting, Yi Shirhan, Lin Luoshui. Potential servants, none. Items, 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart, Frost Sword. Spell, Greatsword Technique. Small World Level, Level 2. Yi Fan looked at his panel and nodded in satisfaction. Yi Fan enjoyed the massage, mentally planning to quickly improve his cultivation level. Chapter 31 Ascension to the Immortal Realm. 1 year later. It's been a year since I came to this world. Yi Fan lay in the villa's bedroom, a sense of, gone 3 a feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia or regret, washing over him. Master, what's wrong? Bai Shuan, lying beside him, asked. Nothing. Yi Fan looked at Bai Shuan. Her eyes shone like stars, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her nose was delicate and straight, her lips were naturally red, and her fair, jade-like skin seemed to glow. Her long, black hair cascaded down the pillow like a waterfall. Bai Shuan had shed her girlish naivete and gained the charm of a mature woman. It's time to go to the immortal realm. Are you ready? Yi Fan asked Bai Shuan gently. After all, in the past year, Bai Shuan had been his favorite, knowing what was right and wrong. Of course, Yi Fan had also given Bai Shuan many benefits. Her current cultivation level was already at the peak of the tribulation transcending stage. As for Yi Fan's current cultivation level, he is at the peak of the Mahayana stage and can take a Mahayana cultivation enhancement pill at any time to advance to the immortal realm. When Yi Fan first advanced to the Mahayana stage, he didn't take the Mahayana cultivation enhancement pill because he had asked the system and learned that it could also help him advance to the immortal realm. Therefore, he first cultivated to the mid-middle Mahayana stage before taking the pill. As for why Yi Fan didn't ascend to the immortal realm sooner, it was because he wanted to enjoy this cultivation world for a while. Master, I'm ready, Bai Shuan said with some surprise. Bai Shuan felt that Yi Fan asking her meant she already held a place in his heart, which made her extremely happy. Yi Fan nodded and stood up. Bai Shuan skillfully stood up and helped Yi Fan change his clothes. After Yi Fan was dressed, he arrived in the cultivation world. Yi Fan flew into the sky, sat cross-legged, and a Mahayana cultivation enhancement pill appeared in his hand. Yi Fan swallowed the Great Ascension cultivation enhancement pill, which instantly transformed into a torrent of medicinal power surging within his body. He circulated his cultivation technique, guiding the medicinal power to break through the immortal rank barrier. The surrounding spiritual energy converged wildly, forming a massive vortex. The powerful figures from various sects and demonic cultivators, seeing the sudden phenomenon in the sky, were terrified and rushed towards it. Just then, thunderclouds suddenly filled the sky, a tribulation of lightning. Yi Fan smiled disdainfully, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from his body, and he actually charged towards the tribulation. The tribulation seemed to sense the provocation. The first bolt of lightning crashed down, its beam as thick as a bucket. Yi Fan, however, neither dodged nor evaded. He let out a soft shout, and a spiritual energy shield appeared, easily blocking the lightning. At this moment, the powerful figures from various sects and demonic cultivators had arrived at Yi Fan's location. That person in the sky, it's actually a realm lord, a sect elder exclaimed in surprise. A realm lord? Is the realm lord preparing to ascend to immortality? Another sect elder exclaimed in surprise. Just as the powerful figures were discussing, several bolts of heavenly lightning struck in succession, their power increasing with each strike, yet Yifan handled them with ease. However, when the final bolt of lightning struck, it transformed into a giant net, attempting to trap Yifan. Yifan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the tribulation lightning to have such a twist. His spiritual energy surged wildly, his body swelled several times its original size, and he forcefully broke through the net of lightning tribulation. As the tribulation dissipated, Yifan's body shone brightly, successfully breaking through to become an immortal. An immortal, an immortal! The Realm Lord has actually become an immortal, a powerful figure exclaimed in terror, then immediately knelt on the ground. The other powerful figures, hearing this, were also terrified and knelt on the ground as well. After all, Yifan's fearsome reputation was legendary. If he were to kill them on a whim, it would be a great loss. Yifan stood in the sky, feeling the power of an immortal within him, his heart undisturbed. Yifan then turned to look at the kneeling crowd below, unconcerned. After all, why would an elephant care about ants? Just then, a series of steps suddenly appeared in the sky. Yifan knew that these were the heavenly ladders leading to the immortal realm. Yifan ascended the heavenly ladder, each step radiating dazzling light. Those below could only bow their heads humbly, barely daring to breathe. Upon reaching the middle of the ladder, a melodious celestial melody suddenly drifted down. Yifan looked up and saw a gigantic crane flying in from afar, carrying a celestial being clad in magnificent robes on its back. Who are you? Yifan looked at the celestial being and asked coldly. I am the one who guides you to the celestial realm. You can call me the guide, the celestial being said with a smile. Follow me. The guide stretched out his hand, pointing to the crane at his feet. Yifan nodded, and in an instant, he was on the crane's back. The crane spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the celestial realm. Along the way, Yifan saw many wondrous sights, spirit deer galloping amidst swirling clouds, and divine trees shimmering with seven-colored light. Yifan, following the guide, quickly arrived in the immortal realm, where a vast white jade plaza came into view. The guide led Yifan to land on the plaza. This is the Ascension Plaza of the immortal realm, a place specifically for guiding those who wish to ascend, the guide said with a smile. Yifan looked around. There weren't many people on the plaza. Besides himself, there was only one other ascendant and a few guides. Yifan sensed the surrounding spiritual energy and noticed something different. The guide who had brought Yifan there seemed to see his confusion and smiled, saying, "There is no spiritual energy here, only immortal energy. This is the biggest difference between the immortal realm and the cultivation world." Yifan nodded, indicating that he understood. Chapter 1 System Upgrade. How are the powers divided in the immortal realm? Yifan asked the guide. The most powerful powers in the immortal realm are the human race, the demon race, and the monster race, the guide said slowly. Yifan's eyes flashed upon hearing demon race, and he asked, demon race and monster race? I know of demonic cultivators in the lower realm. What's their connection to the demon race? Hearing Yifan's questioning voice, the guide smiled and said, those demonic cultivators you know are actually exiled members of the demon race. Yifan looked at the guide with a puzzled expression. Exiles? That's right, they are demons with extremely poor talent who are exiled to the cultivation world. But there aren't many exiles, there's probably only one every 1,000 years. Yifan nodded upon hearing the guide's words, then asked, what is the specific division of power? The guide, hearing Yifan's voice, continued. Among them, the most powerful among humans are the 4 great sects. You ascended from the 4 symbols cultivation world, so you should also know the subordinate sects of the 4 great sects, the Black Tortoise sect, the Vermilion Bird sect, the White Tiger sect, and the Azure Dragon sect. Yifan nodded. He wasn't surprised, as he already knew this back in the cultivation world. Seeing Yifan nod, the guide continued. As for the other sects, the ones worth mentioning are the Myriad Swords sect, 100 Flowers Valley, Ghost Shadow sect, and Underworld Palace. The Myriad Sword Sect is primarily a sword cultivating sect, and its strength is formidable. Hundred Flowers Valley is an all-female sect, but its strength should not be underestimated. The Ghost Shadow Sect excels in assassination and stealth techniques. Its disciples appear and disappear unpredictably, often carrying out special missions. The Underworld Palace exudes a mysterious aura. It is said that an extremely terrifying being is enshrined within, but what that being is remains unknown. The guide patiently explained. Yifan silently memorized this information. He would choose his bound servant from these 8 sects. How are the powers of the demon and monster races divided? Yifan continued to ask. Hearing Yifan's persistent questioning, the guide wasn't annoyed, but patiently explained. Within the demon race, the 3 most powerful clans are the Flood Dragon Clan, the Fox Clan, and the Phoenix Clan, along with several smaller clans. The demon race places great emphasis on bloodlines. Among them, the Flood Dragon Clan is the most powerful, followed by the Phoenix Clan, and finally the Fox Clan. Actually, the Fox Clan doesn't rank among the 3 most powerful clans, but because they produced a 9-tailed celestial fox, who is currently the Fox Clan's leader, possessing extremely powerful bloodlines and physique, they are ranked among the 3 most powerful clans. As for the Demon Clan, due to the Demon King's power, they are relatively unified internally. Under the Demon King are 7 demon generals, each in charge of different affairs, and each demon general possesses world-destroying abilities. Yifan secretly calculated. With so many powerful individuals within the 8 major sects and the demon races, finding suitable servants would be relatively easy, but meeting them would be much more difficult. Thank you for enlightening me, Senior, Yifan said, bowing to the guide after understanding. The guide waved his hand dismissively and said, Our task as guides is to answer the questions of you ascendants, so there's no need to thank me. Yifan nodded, then asked, How are cultivation levels divided in the immortal realm? Cultivation levels in the immortal realm are divided into immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, immortal venerable, and immortal emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms, early, middle, late, and peak. Your current cultivation level is early immortal. Yifan nodded, saying nothing more. Seeing Yifan nod, the guide continued, Have you decided which sect you'll join? Yifan pondered for a moment before replying, I've decided on the Azure Dragon Sect. The guide raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, why the Azure Dragon Sect? Yifan smiled, When I was in the cultivation world, the sect I joined was the Azure Dragon Sect. The guide nodded slightly, saying, I see. However, the Azure Dragon Sect's entrance exam is quite rigorous. But since you're already a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect in the cultivation world, I believe they'll accept you. Yifan was inwardly disdainful, but still said, Thank you, Senior. Could you perhaps provide me with a map of the immortal realm? The guide smiled, took a scroll from his storage ring, and handed it to Yifan. This is a map of the immortal realm. It marks most of the known areas. Yifan nodded, accepted the map, thanked the guide, and left the plaza. Yifan left the plaza, looking at the map in his hand, intending to first head to Tianyun City, but he needed to pass through a forest. Yifan flew into the sky, referring to the map, and flew towards Tianyun City. After flying for a short while, Yifan saw a forest ahead. If he flew directly, he would definitely be spotted by the demonic beasts, so Yifan landed and entered the forest. Shortly after entering the forest, he felt a sinister aura. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, blocking out the sun and making the light very dim. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came, and Yifan became alert. Several demonic beasts sprang out of the grass, staring at him fiercely. System, check the stats of these demonic beasts. Demonic beast, blood wolf. Cultivation level, early immortal. Weakness, abdomen, thighs. Description, a pack of demonic beasts, inherently ferocious. Once they spot their prey, they will fight to the death. Demon beast, blood wolf. Cultivation level, early immortal. Demon beast, blood wolf. Cultivation level, early immortal. System, will my soul-seizing eye work on demon beasts? Ding. As long as they have souls, they will. Yifan nodded, his pupils turning deep purple. The blood wool suddenly became vacant, crashing headfirst into a nearby tree and dying. Just as Yifan was about to continue forward, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected host has arrived in the immortal realm. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade will take 1 day. Please wait patiently. Yifan was overjoyed to hear the system was about to upgrade. However, he then realized that without the system, survival in this forest was uncertain. After all, if a powerful figure passed by and took a dislike to him, killing him would be a huge loss. Thinking this through his mind, although the chances were slim, Yifan didn't want to take the risk, so he entered the small world. As soon as Yifan entered the small world, he saw 6 women cultivating. Sensing Yifan's presence, the 6 women all emerged from their cultivation and respectfully greeted him in unison. Master! Yifan nodded and instantly teleported to the island where they were cultivating. Yifan sat cross-legged on the hilltop, preparing to first improve his cultivation level. Although the system was upgrading, it didn't hinder his creation within the small world. Chapter 2 Chi Luck Technique. Yifan directly created 3 immortal cultivation enhancement pills. Looking at the 3 pills before him, Yifan unhesitatingly popped one into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a vast and pure power erupted within him. His meridians, like long parched rivers suddenly surging forth, endured a tremendous impact. But Yifan quickly circulated his cultivation technique, guiding this power to slowly merge into his dantian. As the power continued to merge, layers of light emanated from around Yifan, growing increasingly intense. He felt his cultivation level soar like a rocket, and the barriers between the early and middle stages of the immortal realm began to loosen. When the last trace of the medicinal power was absorbed, Yifan's aura surged, successfully breaking through his current bottleneck and reaching the middle stage of the immortal realm. Yifan opened his eyes, sensing the power within him, a look of surprise and delight on his face. Then, Yifan took out the remaining 2 immortal cultivation enhancement pills and tossed one into his mouth. Boom! Late stage immortal. Feeling the power within his body, Yifan nodded in satisfaction, then tossed the last immortal cultivation enhancement pill into his mouth. Boom! Peak immortal. Yifan sat up from the mountaintop, stretched his limbs, and instantly teleported to the villa. Yifan appeared at the villa and found it empty, his brow furrowing slightly. So, Yifan telepathically told Bai Shuan to come to the villa, then sat on the sofa. Soon, a knock came at the door. Yifan, still seated on the sofa, didn't even look up and coldly said, "Come in." Bai Shuan entered, looked at Yifan sitting on the sofa, and immediately went behind him to massage him. Yifan felt the comfortable sensation on his shoulder and nodded slightly. Not bad. Bai Shuan was overjoyed upon hearing Yifan's words and massaged even more vigorously. Yifan sat on the sofa, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and exhaled comfortably. Bai Shuan lay down beside him. Yifan stood up from the sofa, intending to take a nap to pass the long system upgrade time. Yifan opened his eyes, rubbed them, and then asked the system. "System, are you finished upgrading?" After waiting a while and finding no response, Yifan walked out of the villa. As soon as Yifan came out, he saw 6 women cultivating. Yifan checked the cultivation levels of the 6 women. Bai Shuan, early stage of Mahayana. Shu Shuhan, peak of tribulation transcending. Xian Qingting, peak of tribulation transcending. Cheng Wanyu, early stage of Mahayana. Lin Luoshui, peak of tribulation transcending. Yi Shirhan, peak of tribulation transcending. Yifan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the 6 women's cultivation levels. Yifan didn't disturb the 6 women and went to the nearby pond to fish. However, for some reason, the fish seemed to have conspired against him today, refusing to bite. Yifan changed the bait several times and adjusted his fishing spot, but still caught nothing. Yifan reeled in his fishing rod, looked at the pond in front of him, and felt extremely angry. He directly unleashed his immortal power, blasting the pond into flat ground. Hearing the noise, the 6 women rushed over, looking at the large crater with puzzled expressions. Bai Shuan stepped forward and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Yifan snorted coldly and said, "It's nothing. You can all go back to what you were doing." Hearing Yifan's words, the 6 women didn't ask any further questions and returned to their previous spot to begin cultivating. Ding! System upgrade complete. Servant system upgraded to Servant System 2.0. Yifan was overjoyed upon hearing the system's message. "System, you finally upgraded. What new features have been added?" Yifan asked in his mind. Ding! This system upgrade has unlocked the luck technique and a brand new task list. Upon hearing the system's new features, Yifan scoffed inwardly, "What kind of crap has this unlocked? I thought your upgrade was going to be something amazing." Ding! This system upgrade has unlocked a very powerful skill, the luck technique, which allows you to see anyone's luck. Yifan immediately became interested, because in the novels he had read in his previous life, the chosen ones with extraordinary luck were all incredibly powerful beings. "System, explain this luck technique to me in detail." Ding! The luck technique can see anyone's luck level. Luck levels are divided into lower, intermediate, upper, top, epic, legendary, and heaven-defying. However, not everyone has luck, only those with great opportunities and great fortune possess it. Yifan nodded, then, remembering something, asked the system. "System, what is my luck level?" Ding! To check your luck level, simply open the panel. Yifan nodded and then opened his panel. Ding! Host panel has been displayed. Name, Yifan. Cultivation level, Peak Immortal. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, Supreme Sacred Body, Alluring Aura, Soul-Capturing Eye. Servants, Qingjintian, Bai Shuan, Changwanyu, Zhu Shuhan, Xian Qingting, Yi Shirhan, Lin Luoshui. Potential servants, none. Items, 3 Aperture Exquisite Heart, Frost Sword. Spells, Greatsword Technique. Small World Level, Level 2. Luck Level, Heaven Defying. Yifan looked at his luck level and nodded in satisfaction. "I knew it. Someone who transmigrated from Blue Star is bound to have great opportunities and great fortune." Ding! Host, please don't get carried away. Your heaven-defying luck level is entirely due to this system. Without it, you wouldn't even have luck. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifan's face turned ashen, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it and asked the system. "System, what's with this brand new task list?" Ding! Host, check your task list to find out. Yifan nodded and then checked the task list. As soon as Yifan opened the task list, he saw 99 plus tasks. Yifan? Chapter 3 Cries for Help. Yifan was completely dumbfounded when he saw the 99 plus tasks. When will this ever end? Yifan said angrily. The 6 women who were cultivating nearby heard Yifan's voice, broke out of their meditation, and looked at him with confusion. Yifan coughed lightly and said, "It's all right, you can continue cultivating." The 6 women nodded and resumed their cultivation. Yifan instantly teleported to the villa's bedroom and said angrily, "You damn system, so many tasks, when will I ever finish them?" Ding! Host, please take a deep breath, relax, and take a look at what these tasks are. Hearing the system's words, Yifan was a little puzzled. Could there be some other explanation for these tasks? Then, Yifan opened the task list and clicked on the 99 plus task with a small red dot in the upper right corner. As the task unfolded, Yifan stared at it and was immediately dumbfounded. Quest, Azure Dragon Sect Master's Wife. Quest Reward, Star Sword, 9th Tier Immortal Weapon. Quest, Azure Dragon Sect Master's Daughter. Quest Reward, Myriad Realms Summoning Card. Quest, Azure Cloud Sect Master's Wife and Daughter. Quest Reward, Servants +1. Quest, Rescue a Beauty Once. Quest Reward, 100 High-Grade Immortal Crystals. Yifan looked at these quests, his lips twitching, then said to the system. "I know you're a jerk system, but I didn't expect you to be this jerk." Then, Yifan saw a completed quest next to the quest list, and with a hint of doubt, clicked on it. Quest, Ascend to the Immortal Realm, completed. Quest rewards, servants +1, invisibility technique, top tier immortal rank, disappears without a trace as long as the user's cultivation level doesn't exceed 2 major cultivation levels. Claim. Yi Fan's lips twitched. He'd been thinking he'd forgotten something. It turned out to be this quest. This damn system didn't even remind him. Yi Fan felt this panel resembled the quest panel in his previous life's game. Am I in a game? This thought had barely crossed Yi Fan's mind when he immediately dismissed it. Everything here was so real, how could it be a game? Yi Fan banished these thoughts and clicked claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the quest. Rewards have been issued. Ding! Invisibility technique detected. Would you like to learn it? Learn! As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, a strange power surged into his body, and he instantly mastered the invisibility technique. I never thought I'd one day acquire invisibility, but the duration is rather short, only 1 hour, and the cooldown is a whopping 12 hours, Yi Fan thought to himself, somewhat frustrated. Ding! Host, don't be discouraged. Your current invisibility technique is only a top-tier immortal level skill. You can increase its duration by leveling it up. Hearing this from the system, Yi Fan said somewhat speechlessly, "You dog system, you make it sound so easy. The problem is, I don't have a way to level it up." Ding! Many of the rewards in the task list are skill upgrade cards. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he opened the task list, searching through it. Found it. Task, Elder of 100 Flowers Valley. Quest reward, skill upgrade card. Yi Fan frowned slightly as he looked at the quest. This quest isn't particularly difficult. I could take the 100 Flowers Valley Elder as a servant, or I could directly bind a powerful expert to me. But is it really worth wasting a servant's worth for a single skill upgrade card? Yi Fan pondered the pros and cons. Right, Qingzhentian is still using my servants. Now that he's useless, it's time to show his final value. Thinking this, Yi Fan then sent a telepathic message to Qingzhentian, instructing him to commit suicide. In the cultivation world, Qingzhentian heard Yi Fan's message and, without hesitation, summoned his sword and slit his throat. Ding! Qingzhentian has been detected dead. The 1-year cooldown period has ended. Servants are automatically reclaimed. Yi Fan nodded slightly and then exited the small world. Yi Fan returned to the forest, took out a map, and headed towards Tianyun City. Yi Fan had been walking through this forest for 3 hours, encountering many demonic beasts along the way, but he had slain them all with his soul-seizing eye. Just then, cries for help came from afar. Chapter 4 by Ningbing. Hearing the voice, Yi Fan was overjoyed and headed towards its source. The voice clearly belonged to a beautiful woman, he. If you asked him why he went to save her, Yi Fan would definitely tell you that he didn't save her because she was beautiful, but to fulfill a damsel in distress mission. Yi Fan quickly moved through the woods and soon saw a small clearing ahead. He observed from a tree. In the clearing, a woman dressed in white was surrounded by 3 burly men. The woman had a beautiful face, but her eyes were filled with terror. She held a sword as a weapon. He, little beauty, just submit to us 3 brothers, and we'll take good care of you. The leader of the burly men grinned lewdly and reached out to grab the woman's fair wrist. The woman quickly took a step back, looking at the 3 burly men in terror. System, view the panels of these 4 people. Ding! Panel displayed for host. Name, Bai Ningbing. Identity, eldest daughter of the Bai family in Tianyun City. Cultivation, peak immortal. Physique, white cloud body, low-grade celestial body. Spell, white cloud / ancestral spell of the Bai family, low-grade immortal rank. Mental power level, none. Luck level, intermediate. Favorability, 0. Name, Dinyo. Identity, rogue cultivator. Cultivation, late-stage true immortal. Physique, wild bull body, middle-grade earth body. Mental power level, none. Luck level, none. Favorability, 0. Name, Erniu. Identity, rogue cultivator. Cultivation level, early true immortal. Physique, earth spirit body, low-grade earth body. Mental power realm, none. Luck level, none. Favorability, 0. Name, Sanyu. Identity, rogue cultivator. Cultivation level, early true immortal. After looking at the panel, Yifan was quite disdainful. These three guys were just rogue cultivators, hadn't awakened their mental power yet, and their names didn't have much prestige. This Bai Ningbing was rather interesting. She was actually the eldest daughter of the Bai family in Tianyun City, and she had luck. But why was she here? A young lady like her usually had guards, right? Why didn't he see any? Yifan had some doubts, but he didn't think too much about it. He kept recalling the hero saves the damsel in distress scenes from those TV dramas in his previous life. Yifan immediately leaped down from the tree, shouting, in broad daylight, "You dare to abduct a woman? Have you no law?" Daniel, who was about to grope Bai Ningbing, trembled upon hearing Yifan's voice and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. When Daniel saw that it was only Yifan alone, his anger surged. After all, he had been startled by Yifan, and his initial arousal had quickly subsided. Daniel roared angrily, "Where did this brat come from, daring to ruin my good time?" Yifan crossed his arms and said calmly, "I'm here to help those in need. I'm protecting this girl today." Nyo and San Nyo exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter, saying, You're asking for trouble." Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up, as if she saw hope, and she cried out, "Young master, be careful. They are all true immortals." Ding! Bai Ningbing's favorability plus 40, current favorability 40. Yifan smiled, feigning profoundness, and said, "It's nothing, just a mere true immortal cultivator. I don't even consider it a threat." Daniel sneered, "What an arrogant brat. Let me see if you have the right to be so." Daniel then raised his broadsword and slashed at Yifan. Yifan scoffed dismissively, his pupils turning deep purple as he activated his soul-seizing eye. Suddenly, Daniel stopped swinging his knife, his eyes glazed over, and then he picked up the blade and slit his own throat. Nyo and San Nyo were horrified and cried out, "Big brother!" The two rushed to Daniel's side, their hearts filled with grief as they looked at his closed eyes. Nyo turned to Yifan and angrily demanded, "What kind of sorcery did you use?" Yifan scoffed, saying, "You'll never know." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Nyo was terrified and immediately grabbed San Nyo, running away into the distance. Yifan coldly snorted, his pupils turning deep purple as he unleashed his soul-seizing eye. Nyo and San Nyo's eyes suddenly became vacant, and then they self-destructed. Yifan waved his hand, forming a barrier of immortal energy that blocked the aftershocks of Nyo and San Nyo's self-destruction. Yifan's spiritual energy had already been converted into immortal energy upon entering the immortal realm. Bai Ningbing looked at Yifan, her eyes filled with admiration, then stepped forward and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, young master." Ding! Bai Ningbing's favorability plus 50, current favorability 90. How did it increase so much? Yifan was filled with doubt. After all, it had directly increased to 90. Just as Yifan was wondering, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Due to the host's alluring temperament, coupled with the host's heaven-defying luck level, which attracts those with lower luck levels, and factors such as the hero's beauty, Bai Ningbing has such a high favorability rating. Yifan nodded inwardly, feeling a slight surprise. Yifan came back to his senses, looked at Bai Ningbing in front of him, and asked, "It's nothing, why are you here alone, young lady?" A hint of panic flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes. After all, she had run away from home. If he knew, would he think she was being unreasonable and dislike her? I got lost while gathering herbs in these mountains, and then I encountered those three. Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not believing her story, but he didn't expose her. I see. This place is indeed densely forested and easy to get lost in. Where are you headed, young lady? I'm going to Tianyun City. Would you be so kind as to escort me there? Bai Ningbing looked at Yifan expectantly, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Perfect timing. I'm going to Tianyun City too. Let's go together. Yi Fan was somewhat exasperated by Bai Ningbing's bright eyes. He was going to Tianyun City anyway, so it was convenient. On the way, Bai Ningbing curiously observed Yi Fan. Young master seems very capable. May I ask who your master is? Yi Fan suddenly stopped, pulled Bai Ningbing into his arms, and said in a deep voice, Ningbing, guess? During this time, they had already exchanged names. Bai Ningbing leaned against Yi Fan's strong chest, her face instantly turning bright red. Her heart pounded, and she stammered, Brother Yi Fan, I can't guess. Yi Fan looked at Bai Ningbing's flushed face and suddenly felt a surge of appetite. Although the 6 girls were just as beautiful as Bai Ningbing, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yi Fan looked down at Bai Ningbing's flushed face in his arms and kissed her directly. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, completely unexpected by Yi Fan's boldness. But after a moment, she slowly closed her eyes and awkwardly responded. Ding! Bai Ningbing's favorability +5, current favorability 95. Chapter 5 Young Master Chu. Yi Fan only slowly released Bai Ningbing when he felt she was almost out of breath. Without any support, Bai Ningbing collapsed into Yi Fan's arms like a limp rag. Yi Fan licked his lips, savoring the feeling. Not bad. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Bai Ningbing's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. Brother Yi Fan, you're so naughty. Bai Ningbing playfully punched Yi Fan's chest, saying shyly. Hee, women love bad boys, right? Yi Fan said mischievously, slapping Bai Ningbing's bottom with his large hand. Bai Ningbing gave a coquettish cry, but didn't pull away, simply leaning quietly against Yi Fan. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out. Yi Fan looked up at the sound. He saw a group of people galloping towards them, the leading man dressed in white, exuding elegance. The man in white breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Ningbing, then frowned and looked at Yi Fan. Bai Ningbing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly when she saw the man in white. Shui Feng, what are you doing here? Shui Feng snorted coldly, a hint of jealousy in his voice. If I hadn't come, wouldn't Ningbing have been harassed by this lecherous fellow? Yi Fan looked at Shui Feng with interest, chuckling lightly. And who do you think you are? Ningbing's willingness to be with me is none of your business. Bai Ningbing tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, somewhat flustered. Brother Yi Fan, he's the betrothed my family arranged for me, the eldest son of the Chu family in Tianyun City. But I have nothing to do with him, Brother Yi Fan, please don't misunderstand. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He said disdainfully, an engagement like that doesn't count if Ningbing doesn't want it. Shui Feng's face turned cold. Humph, who do you think you are? My marriage to Ningbing was arranged by my family long ago. How dare you disrupt it? Yi Fan pulled Bai Ningbing into his arms, saying disdainfully, that depends on Ningbing's thoughts. She's mine now. Ningbing, would you rather go with your fiancé, or with me? Bai Ningbing felt incredibly shy being pulled into Yi Fan's arms in front of so many people. But hearing Yi Fan's words, she still firmly said, I want to go with you, Brother Yi Fan. Shui Feng's face darkened as he saw Yi Fan pull Bai Ningbing into his arms. Upon hearing Bai Ningbing's words, he trembled with rage. You are so shameless, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he drew his sword and pointed it at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled disdainfully, mentally calling on the system to check Shui Feng's profile. Ding! Shui Feng's panel has been displayed for the host. Name, Shui Feng. Identity, eldest young master of the Chu family in Tianyun City. Cultivation, early true immortal. Physique, wind spirit body, superior celestial body. Spells, wind spirit / born with the physique, sword rain. Mental strength level, none. Luck level, none. Favorability, -50. Oh. This Shui Feng's physique actually comes with spells. Interesting. However, those without mental strength are trash, Yi Fan thought disdainfully. Yi Fan released Bai Ningbing, took a step forward, and looked at Shui Feng with a provocative gaze. With your meager cultivation, you dare to be so insolent before me? Shui Feng laughed angrily, saying, Don't be so arrogant. Today, I'll show you the power of the wind spirit body. After speaking, Shui Feng unleashed the spell inherent in his body. Wind Spirit Slash. The Wind Spirit Slash roared towards Yifan. Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile. He calmly extended a hand, easily blocking the attack. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected Yifan to block the Wind Spirit Slash with sheer physical strength. After all, they had all witnessed Shui Feng's Wind Spirit Slash. Because it was an innate spell, its compatibility was high, and it could severely injure a late-stage true immortal. Yifan was also shocked, marveling at the true power of the ancient sacred body. He could actually block a full-force attack from an early-stage true immortal with such ease, despite only being at the peak of the human immortal realm. Shui Feng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Yifan to be so powerful. Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of sword strikes. Instantly, countless sword energies rained down on Yifan and Shui Feng. Yifan was annoyed. This wasn't over yet. He immediately released a barrier of immortal energy, blocking the sword energies. Yifan removed the barrier, crossed his arms, and said disdainfully, "Shui Feng, your attacks are so weak. Did you skip meals?" Shui Feng's face flushed red and then purple, and he was about to attack again. But before he could strike again, his eyes suddenly became vacant, and in front of everyone, he knelt down and kowtowed to Yifan. It turned out that Yifan had used his soul-seizing eye to control Shui Feng. Everyone stared in astonishment at Shui Feng kneeling and kowtowing. Yifan, controlling Shui Feng, said with interest, "You're a dog." Shui Feng's eyes were vacant, and he mechanically replied, "Yes, I'm a dog." Everyone stared at Shui Feng, who called himself a dog, suppressing their laughter. No one had expected things to develop this way. Yifan withdrew the eye of the soul with satisfaction. After Shui Feng regained consciousness, he shook his head, looking at the crowd around him, trying not to laugh, wondering what had happened. Shui Feng's trusted aide walked over and whispered what had just happened in his ear. Upon hearing his aide's words, Shui Feng's face turned pale, then red. Seeing Shui Feng's expression, Yifan laughed loudly. "Ha, why is our young master Chu so quiet? Is he just naturally averse to talking?" Bai Ningbing chimed in, "Shui Feng, stop bothering me. There's absolutely no future for us." Shui Feng's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "This matter won't end here." With that, he and his men slunk away. Watching Shui Feng's departing figure, Yifan turned and patted Bai Ningbing's head, saying, "Ningbing, don't be afraid. With me here, he can't cause any trouble. Let's continue on our way." Bai Ningbing nodded shyly, her eyes filled with admiration. Yifan and Bai Ningbing continued on their way, but suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. The forest exuded an eerie atmosphere, eerily quiet all around. Suddenly, a dark purple wolf leaped out from the side, its blood-red maw opening wide as it pounced on the two of them. Yifan swiftly shielded Bai Ningbing behind him and unleashed a punch, the force of which carried a powerful spiritual energy, striking the shadow wolf directly. The dark purple wolf was sent flying, but quickly rose again, its eyes flashing with an eerie green light, clearly enraged. It howled to the sky, obviously sending a signal to its pack. Instantly, 7 or 8 wolves surged out from around them, slowly approaching Yifan and Bai Ningbing in his surrounding formation. Yifan's heart tightened, and he checked the stats of these shadow wolves. Monster, Shadow Wolf. Cultivation level, Early True Immortal. Weakness, anus, abdomen. Description, extremely fast, its strength increases significantly at night. Monster, Shadow Wolf. Cultivation level, Early True Immortal. Monster, Shadow Wolf. Cultivation level, Early True Immortal. Yifan looked at these shadow wolves, not intending to use his soul-seizing eye to eliminate them, but rather preparing to fight them to hone his skills. He didn't want to rely too much on the soul-seizing eye. Chapter 6 Fierce Battle, Shadow Wolf King. Yifan turned and whispered to Bai Ningbing, "Ningbing, step back a bit." Bai Ningbing obediently nodded and took a few steps back. Yifan activated his ancient sacred body, his entire body glowing with golden light. He flashed forward, charging into the wolf pack. Yifan punched the lead shadow wolf, which couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the abdomen, whimpering as it flew away. Seeing this, the other shadow wolves pounced. Yi Fan nimbly weaved through them, constantly searching for openings. He seized an opportunity and kicked another shadow wolf in the rear, causing it to howl in pain. Just then, a shadow wolf, taking advantage of Yi Fan's momentary lapse in attention, bit his arm. Yi Fan quickly punched the shadow wolf in the abdomen. The shadow wolf let out a miserable cry and flew backward, crashing into a tree, its fate unknown. Because of the immense physical strength of the ancient sacred body, although he wasn't seriously injured, he still bled a few drops. The ancient sacred power surged within Yi Fan's body, and his wounds healed at a visible speed, soon becoming completely healed. Yi Fan looked at his fully healed wounds, a slight smile playing on his lips. My combat experience is still far too lacking. It seems I can't rely too much on the soul-seizing eye anymore, or I'll definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Yi Fan roared and pounced on a shadow wolf. Sensing Yi Fan's ferocity, the shadow wolves began to retreat. But just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. A gigantic shadow wolf with eyes gleaming with an eerie light slowly emerged from behind the pack. This shadow wolf was none other than the leader of the shadow wolf pack. It raised its head and howled, its voice deafening, and the previously hesitant wolves instantly became ferocious. Yi Fan frowned slightly, mentally calling upon the system to check the shadow wolf leader's stats. Beast, Shadow Wolf King. Cultivation, Early Profound Immortal. Weaknesses, anus, abdomen. Mental power cultivation, none. Description, extremely fast, with incredibly sharp claws. In the night, it can transform into a shadow and disappear into the darkness, delivering a fatal blow to its enemies. Yi Fan looked at the shadow wolf's stats, his frown deepening. But upon seeing that it hadn't awakened mental power, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. This shadow wolf was actually a shadow wolf king, and had reached the early profound immortal realm. However, those without mental power are nothing but trash. Even an immortal emperor, without awakened mental power, is like an ant on the roadside in its eyes. Yi Fan didn't intend to directly use the soul-seizing eye to kill this shadow wolf king, but instead prepared to fight it. After all, although he was currently at the peak of the human immortal realm, with the power of the ancient sacred body, he didn't know his true combat strength. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his golden light intensifying, like a war god descending to earth. The shadow wolf king launched the first attack, transforming into a black shadow and charging towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was prepared, dodging to the side and simultaneously throwing a backhand punch at the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King forcibly twisted its body in midair, avoiding a vital spot, but was struck in the shoulder by Yi Fan, letting out a painful howl. Yi Fan pressed his advantage, unleashing several more punches. Although injured, the Wolf King remained agile, its claws flashing, bringing with them streaks of cold light. Yi Fan, momentarily careless, suffered several cuts on his chest, blood seeping out. Yi Fan clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps, channeling his immortal power to heal his injuries. Indeed, it was too much to bear. Although he possessed the powerful physique of the desolate saint body, his combat experience was far too lacking. Yi Fan was confident that with sufficient combat experience, he could definitely defeat this Shadow Wolf King. However, he didn't want to give up now and prepared to continue fighting the Shadow Wolf King. Yi Fan's eyes hardened again. He stomped his feet on the ground and charged towards the Shadow Wolf King like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing Yi Fan advance instead of retreat, the Shadow Wolf King let out a low growl, pawed at the ground a few times, and then leaped high into the air to pounce on Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan was smarter. He crouched down, dodging the Wolf King's pounce, and grabbed one of its legs, pulling it back forcefully. The Wolf King lost its balance and fell to the ground. Yi Fan quickly climbed onto the Wolf King's back and began raining blows with his fists. The Wolf King struggled desperately, shaking its body to try and throw Yi Fan off. The surrounding shadow wolves could only howl incessantly from below, trying to scare Yi Fan to death. Yi Fan ignored their howls, holding tightly to the Wolf King's fur. Seizing an opportunity, he punched the Wolf King in the stomach. The Wolf King howled in pain, twisting its body to try and throw Yi Fan off. Suddenly, the Wolf King's tail swept out, striking Yi Fan heavily in the face. Yi Fan cried out in pain and crashed into a nearby tree. Brother Yi Fan! Bai Ningbing, who had been nervously watching Yifan fight the Shadow Wolf King from behind a large tree, cried out anxiously when she saw Yifan being struck by the Wolf King's tail and slammed into the tree. The Shadow Wolves, who had been somewhat bewildered, turned to look at Bai Ningbing upon hearing her voice. Their eyes turned red as they charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was terrified and quickly activated her white cloud body, channeling her immortal power to attack the Shadow Wolves. Yifan, recovering from his shock, covered his face, furious. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, but this Shadow Wolf King was utterly unethical. Then, hearing the howls beside him, he turned to look. He saw Bai Ningbing being surrounded by a pack of shadow wolves and immediately cursed her under his breath as an idiot. Yifan was already enraged when the Shadow Wolf King's tail struck his face. So, he immediately activated his soul-seizing eye, commanding the Shadow Wolves and Shadow Wolf King surrounding Bai Ningbing to gather in one place. Bai Ningbing, who was desperately resisting the Shadow Wolves' attacks, was bewildered when she saw them suddenly run to one spot. "Follow me." Yifan ran over, grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand, and ran towards the distance. Although Bai Ningbing was full of questions, she obediently followed Yifan. Once they reached a distance, Yifan directly ordered the Shadow Wolf King and the other Shadow Wolves to self-destruct. With Yifan's command, the Shadow Wolf King and the pack of Shadow Wolves gathered in one place immediately self-destructed. Moments later, accompanied by a violent explosion, flames shot into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion spread in all directions, uprooting the surrounding trees. Yifan used his immortal power to form a barrier to withstand the aftershocks. After the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Bai Ningbing asked, "Brother Yifan, what happened to those shadow wolves?" "It's nothing, let's continue towards Baiyun City." Yifan casually replied, then followed the map towards Baiyun City. Seeing that Yifan didn't elaborate, Bai Ningbing didn't press further and simply followed him towards Baiyun City. Chapter 7: The Bai Family. One day later, Yifan and Bai Ningbing finally arrived at Baiyun City. Although they encountered many demonic beasts along the way, Yifan dealt with them all. At the same time, Yifan's cultivation level broke through to the early stage of true immortal. "Brother Yifan, this is Baiyun City. Let me take you to my home." Bai Ningbing looked at the gates of Baiyun City and turned to Yifan, saying. Yifan nodded. During the journey to Baiyun City, Bai Ningbing had already told him about her identity, although he already knew. The two entered the city. The streets were bustling and lively, teeming with pedestrians. However, Yifan noticed several unfriendly gazes, unsure whether they belonged to the Bai family or the Chu family. Humph. Whether it's the Bai family or the Chu family, if they dare to provoke me, they should be prepared to be exterminated. Yifan thought fiercely. However, Yifan and Bai Ningbing had just arrived at the entrance of the Bai family mansion when they were stopped by a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. "Ningbing, how can you bring someone home so casually, and have been traveling with him for days? You have a fiancé." Bai Ningbing looked at the middle-aged man before her and said anxiously, "Father, Brother Yifan has saved my life many times." This middle-aged man was Bai Ningbing's father, the head of the Bai family, Bai Yu. But before Bai Ningbing could finish speaking, Bai Yu interrupted her. "So what? This is a marriage arranged by the family long ago. How can it be changed because of him? Binger, I advise you not to associate with these shady people. Young Master Chu is your true match." Yifan frowned slightly as he looked at his father and mentally called upon the system to check the panel. Name, Bai Yu. Identity, head of the Bai family, father of Bai Ningbing. Cultivation level, peak golden immortal. Physique, white spirit body, low-grade celestial body. Spells, sword spirit light slash, sword drawing technique. Mental strength realm, early stage of the lamp realm. Luck level, none. Favorability, -50. Yifan frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Yu's stats. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu had awakened mental strength, and was even a peak golden immortal. While Yifan was pondering, Bai Yu and Bai Ningbing were still arguing. "Father, if you drive Brother Yifan away, I won't live either. Also, I will absolutely not marry Chuifeng. If I have to marry him, I'd rather die." Hearing his daughter's resolute words, Yu's face turned extremely ugly. He clutched his chest and staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. Are you trying to kill your father with anger? Bai Ningbing felt a pang of pity for her father's expression, but after only a moment's hesitation, she firmly declared, I will absolutely not marry Chui Feng. In the shadows, a mysterious figure's eyes flickered before vanishing into the darkness without a trace. System, can I use the soul-seizing eye to control Bai Yu? Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding. Yes, because the host's spiritual power is only at the early stage of the Zhan realm, attempting to control him to the point of self-destruction would instantly deplete the host's spiritual power, plunging them into a coma for 1 to 3 days. Hearing the system's words, Yi Fan immediately abandoned the idea. System, can I create pills to enhance spiritual power now? Ding. Pills to enhance spiritual power have been listed for the host. Cultivation pill *, a first-grade immortal pill. After consumption, it increases the cultivation speed of spiritual power at the Zhan realm, requires a spiritual power cultivation method. Concentration pill *, a third-grade immortal pill. After consumption, it greatly accelerates the cultivation speed of spiritual power at the Zhan realm, requires a spiritual power cultivation method. A small cluster of spiritual power *, the spiritual power of an unknown cultivator. After use, it increases one's spiritual power level. Yi Fan shook his head at all the pills listed by the system. But when he saw the description of a small cluster of spiritual power, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. System, can I create something like this? Ding. Yes, the host can create anything in the small world at will, even people. Good, good, good. I was wondering why your system didn't have a system shop. So this was waiting for me. Yi Fan was somewhat helpless, but suddenly, he thought of something, and a lewd smile appeared on his lips. While Yi Fan was talking to the system, Bai Ningbing and her father Bai Yu were already arguing fiercely. Yi Fan snapped out of his daze, his brow furrowing slightly as he watched the two arguing. Bai Ningbing drew her sword and held it to her neck, threatening Bai Yu. Father! If you insist on making me marry Chui Feng, I'll die right here. Binger, please. Bai Ningbing's action terrified Bai Yu. After all, Bai Yu only had this one daughter in his life, and no matter what he and his wife did, they could never have another child. Helpless, Bai Yu could only compromise, saying, Binger, put down your sword, and we'll discuss it further. Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with tears, but she still looked at her father warily. Yi Fan, seeing this, felt a slight pang of emotion. He had originally intended to take Bai Ningbing's body, but this situation made him hesitate. To kill? Or not to kill? Yi Fan didn't intend to take Bai Ningbing as a concubine, he only planned to play with her and then kill her casually. But this situation made Yi Fan hesitate slightly. Fine, I'll just throw her into the small world as a maid. She's not bad looking, it'll be pleasing to the eye, and if I get interested. Yi Fan snapped out of his thoughts, walked to Bai Ningbing's side, and patted her shoulder. Ningbing, put your sword down first. Bai Ningbing listened to Yi Fan and slowly lowered her sword. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, while glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, didn't care and instead said to Bai Yu, Patriarch Bai, there's no need to make things difficult. I just don't understand why the Bai family insists on Ningbing marrying Chui Feng? Bai Yu sneered at Yi Fan's words. What do you, an outsider, know? The Chu family and our Bai family are old friends. This marriage was arranged by our ancestors, concerning the reputation and interests of both families. How can it be easily changed? Bai Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Yi Fan frowned slightly, sensing from Bai Yu's tone that he was facing some unspeakable difficulty. Yi Fan understood, and said to Bai Yu, Patriarch Bai, could we find a more private place to discuss this matter properly? Bai Yu pondered for a moment, then finally nodded, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, led Yi Fan to the Bai family's secret chamber. However, one person in the crowd suddenly left, running towards the Chu family's direction. Inside the secret room, the atmosphere was heavy, and neither side spoke. Bai Yu spoke first. Boy, what do you want to say? Yi Fan chuckled and said, Patriarch Bai, don't beat around the bush. Just say what you have to say. Perhaps I can help your Bai family overcome this difficulty? Upon hearing Yifan's words, a hint of surprise and doubt flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, but seeing Yifan's confident expression, he sighed and prepared to tell the truth. Chapter 8 by Ningbing's Sacrifice. Bai Yu said helplessly, the Chu family had recently broke through to the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, greatly increasing his strength. He's forcing our Bai family into a marriage agreement. If we don't marry Binger to him, we fear the extermination of our clan. Binger wasn't with the Bai family at the time and didn't know about this. We didn't plan to tell her either. Yifan revealed a knowing expression. No wonder he insisted on marrying Bai Ningbing to the Chu family. It turns out the Chu family head had broken through to the early stage of the celestial immortal realm and was forcing a marriage. It must have been Chu Yifeng who proposed it. Early stage celestial immortal is considered a strong figure in the immortal realm. I only have 3 servants now, binding myself to the Chu family head seems a bit wasteful. Seeing Yifan's troubled expression, Bai Yu sighed and said, young friend, there's no need to be troubled. It seems the fate of my Bai family is sealed, this is destiny. Yifan looked at Bai Yu, his eyes lighting up, and said expectantly, does Patriarch Bai know any top-tier experts? Even just a meeting would be helpful. Bai Yu asked somewhat doubtfully, why do you say that, young friend? Yifan chuckled and said, Patriarch Bai, just tell me if you know any. This is your Bai family's only chance to change your fate. Bai Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly said, I do have some connection with a celestial king expert from the Underworld Palace. Bai Yu paused, then sighed and said, not long ago, I shamelessly went to ask that expert for help, but he refused me without hesitation. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he said, it's alright, as long as Patriarch Bai can let me meet that expert, that would be even better. It would be even better if that expert could take me to see the Lord of the Underworld Palace. Hearing Yifan's words, Bai Yu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Yifan nodded and followed Bai Yu out of the secret room. Yifan and Bai Yu arrived at the Bai family's main hall, where they saw several members of the Chu family, led by Chu Yifeng, sitting impatiently in chairs, with several Bai family members serving them. Bai Yu hurriedly approached Chu Yifeng, his face full of obsequiousness. Young Master Chu, what brings you here? However, Chu Yifeng didn't even glance at Bai Yu, his eyes fixed on Yifan, and said with a sinister expression, I didn't expect you to still be here. Let's settle our score then. Yifan sneered and stepped forward, saying mockingly, oh, isn't this our infamous young Master Chu? Who forgot to clean up and left you here? Chu Yifeng was furious and was about to attack when a Chu family elder pulled him back. The elder looked at Yifan, his eyes scrutinizing him, boy, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have a little courage. Do you know the consequences of offending the Chu family? Yifan crossed his arms, his face full of disdain, and said, what is the Chu family? What stray dog did we come from? Hearing Yifan's arrogant words, Chu Yifeng sneered and said, how dare you insult the Chu family? What arrogance! After saying this, Chu Yifeng was about to attack again. However, the Chu family elder pulled Chu Yifeng back again, and whispered solemnly in his ear. Young master, Yifan dares to utter such arrogant words, he must have powerful backers. Perhaps we should go back and investigate first before taking action. Chu Yifeng, though unwilling, suppressed his anger upon hearing the elder's words. I'll let you off today, but you won't be so lucky next time. With that, Chu Yifeng led the Chu family away. Bai Yu let out a long sigh, then glared angrily at Yifan. Young friend, what are your intentions in provoking the Chu family like this? Do you intend to put my Bai family in dire straits? A Bai family elder beside him was also indignant. Bai Ningbing looked at Yifan with worry. Yifan, however, remained unconcerned, smiling as he said, Patriarch Bai, there's no need to worry. I have my own plans. Let's arrange the meeting with the experts from the Underworld Palace as soon as possible. Although Bai Yu was furious, he knew Yifan was their last chance. I hope you really have some method, otherwise you'll be the first one I kill. Bai Yu said, then turned and left. Yifan sneered inwardly. Daring to speak to me like that, once I bind that Underworld Palace expert or palace master, you'll be the first one I kill. After Bai Yu left, Bai Ningbing hurried to Yifan's side, saying worriedly, brother Yifan, are you really alright after provoking the Chu family like that? Yifan saw Bai Ningbing's worried expression but only chuckled. Of course I'm fine. Bai Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief, then seemed to remember something, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. Yifan noticed Bai Ningbing's unusual expression and said with a smile, Ningbing, what's wrong? Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Brother Yifan, please come to my room tonight. I don't want to have any regrets. Bai Ningbing finished speaking, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly ran out of the hall. Yifan watched Bai Ningbing's retreating figure, chuckled softly, and then walked towards the room Bai Yu had prepared for him. Night fell, and Yifan went to Bai Ningbing's room as promised. Bai Ningbing's palms were sweating with nervousness. She looked at Yifan, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and determination. Brother Yifan, you're here. Yifan nodded, sat down next to Bai Ningbing, and gently took her hand. Bai Ningbing felt her hand enveloped by a pair of warm hands, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. Yifan pulled Bai Ningbing into his arms, savoring the softness of her body. Bai Ningbing wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist, resting her head on his chest, a look of happiness on her face. Yifan sat on the bed, cradling Bai Ningbing in his arms, and kissed her directly. Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, responding to Yifan's kiss. After a while, Yifan pulled his lips away. Bai Ningbing was slightly dazed from Yifan's kiss, her cheeks flushed red. Without support, Bai Ningbing instantly collapsed into Yifan's arms like a limp rag. Ningbing, are you ready? Mum. Bai Ningbing shyly hummed in response to Yifan's words. Then. You know what happens. In the morning, Yifan opened his eyes, looking at Bai Ningbing in his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Bai Ningbing, seemingly sensing Yifan's gaze, slightly opened her eyes. When Bai Ningbing saw her and Yifan in this situation, her pretty face immediately turned bright red. Seeing Bai Ningbing's shy appearance, Yifan pulled her into his arms and said in a cheeky tone, Why are you so shy? It's not like you haven't seen this before. Bai Ningbing leaned against Yifan's chest, and hearing his cheeky voice, she became even more embarrassed. Brother Yifan, you're so naughty. Bai Ningbing playfully punched Yifan's chest, saying reproachfully. Chapter 9, A Transmigrator with a System? Hee, women love bad boys, right? Yifan teased Bai Ningbing as he spoke. Mum. Bai Ningbing's cheeks flushed even redder, as if they could bleed. Brother Yifan. No. Bai Ningbing's pretty face was bright red from Yifan's teasing, and she mumbled incoherently. Yifan released her hand, patted Bai Ningbing, and said with a smile, All right, I won't tease you anymore, get up first. Bai Ningbing nodded, her face still red. Ding. Bai Ningbing's favorability +5, currently at 100, officially becomes the host's servant, never to betray. Yifan and Bai Ningbing had finished getting ready. Yifan was preparing to go find Bai Yu, to go to the Underworld Palace to find that powerful figure. However, before Yifan could go find Bai Yu, he came by himself. As soon as Bai Yu entered the room, he saw his daughter holding Yifan's arm, gazing at him tenderly. Bai Yu's face immediately darkened. Although he knew Yifan had come to his daughter's room the previous night, he hadn't stopped him. After all, Yifan was still needed to save the Bai family. If Yifan couldn't save the Bai family, everything he had said before would have been nonsense. Then he would definitely kill Yifan first. Bai Ningbing looked flustered upon seeing Bai Yu. Yifan, however, remained calm and composed, saying to Bai Yu in a low voice, Is everything ready? Bai Yu looked at Yifan, suppressing his anger. Everything is ready. We can set off now. Yifan nodded and said, In that case, let's go to the Underworld Palace now. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Bai Ningbing became extremely anxious. She hurriedly tugged at Yifan's sleeve and whispered, Brother Yifan, what are you going to the Underworld Palace for? Yifan looked at Bai Ningbing's anxious expression and chuckled, saying, Don't worry, just wait patiently at home. But Bai Ningbing was still somewhat uneasy. Yifan's expression also turned cold. He didn't like talkative women. What business was it of hers what he did? I said, just wait patiently at the Bai family home. Seeing Yifan's cold expression, Bai Ningbing could only give up. Bai Yu snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied with Bai Ningbing's behavior. Other people's daughters are all sweet and caring, but why is mine so leaky? Bai Yu didn't hesitate and took out a small boat from his storage bag. Don't underestimate this small boat, it's a top-grade Earth-level artifact. Flying Cloud Boat. Bai Yu poured immortal power into the Flying Cloud Boat, instantly increasing its size several times over. Bai Yu boarded the Flying Cloud Boat first, followed closely by Yifan. The Flying Cloud Boat slowly ascended, heading towards the Underworld Palace. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive along the way. Bai Yu glared at Yifan every now and then, his heart filled with resentment at Yifan for abducting his daughter. Immortal Realm. Inside a palace sat a man, embracing a stunningly beautiful woman. The man wore a black robe, with distinct features and long, ink-black hair. Although he exuded a gentle and refined air, anyone who knew him knew. This man was inscrutable. One moment you might be laughing and chatting with him, the next your head would be rolling on the ground. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the palace. Young master, there's news about the person you asked me to monitor. This person was none other than the mysterious figure who had been secretly monitoring the Bai family that day. The black-robed man was filled with doubt upon hearing the mysterious man's words. Shouldn't it be 3 days later? How come there's news today? Speak. Young master, Bai Ningbing had a falling out with her family and ran away from home. She encountered a group of robbers and was rescued by a man. The mysterious man continued recounting the events that had transpired with Bai Ningbing. The more the black-robed man listened, the more uneasy he felt. That's not right. This part of the story wasn't in the book the system sent me. The black-robed man was filled with doubt. After the mysterious man finished speaking, the black-robed man asked somewhat urgently, "What's the man's name?" "It seems his name is Yifan," the mysterious man replied respectfully. The black-robed man was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Wait a minute, isn't that protagonist of Destiny named Xiao Tian? System, I need an explanation. Ding. I don't know what's going on either. The man in black robes frowned. He had always acted according to the plot of the book given to him by the system, and this sudden change made him uneasy. Continue monitoring. Make sure to find out Yifan's origins. Yes, young master. The mysterious man respectfully replied, then vanished into the darkness. Clearly, the man in black robes was a transmigrator who had awakened a system. This man in black robes had transmigrated to this world after death. However, before the man in black robes could figure out what was going on, he was bound to a villain system. After communicating with the villain system, the man in black robes finally understood what was happening. The villain system told him that this world was a fusion of multiple novels, containing many protagonists and heroines of Destiny, and he was the ultimate villain whom all the protagonists of Destiny had to kill. At that moment, the black-robed man almost wanted to give up after hearing the villainous system's words. However, after learning his true identity, he changed his mind. It turned out that this black-robed man was the young master of the Celestial Court, the most powerful force in the immortal realm, the only son of the Celestial Court's ruler, and had 5 ancestral masters at the immortal emperor level. Therefore, the black-robed man gained absolute confidence, having already killed one of the protagonists of Destiny, and that the beautiful woman was the female protagonist of Destiny. The black-robed man was anxious, but then he remembered that he was the young master of the Celestial Court. In this immortal realm, he was the heavens, and he calmed down. Back to Yifan's side. Yifan and Bai Yu quickly arrived at the Underworld Palace on their flying cloud boat. Bai Yu piloted the flying cloud boat to the entrance of the Underworld Palace. Yifan and Bai Yu disembarked from the flying cloud boat and looked up at the sinister gate of the Underworld Palace. The door was engraved with various strange runes, faintly emanating a chilling aura. At this moment, the guards inside the Underworld Palace noticed someone approaching and shouted, "Who goes there?" Bai Yu quickly took out a token from his pocket and handed it to the guard. "We've come to request an audience with Elder Mingfeng." The guard took the token and examined it carefully before turning to go inside and report. A short while later, the guard came out and said, "Elder Mingfeng requests your presence." Yi Fan and Baiyu exchanged a glance and entered the Underworld Palace. Upon entering the Underworld Palace, a chilling aura immediately enveloped them. Yi Fan and Baiyu followed the guards through a maze of twists and turns until they finally met Elder Mingfeng. Elder Mingfeng was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his face, but exuding a powerful aura. "Why are you here again? I told you I wouldn't interfere in your affairs." Elder Mingfeng's voice was low and hoarse. Baiyu quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Elder Mingfeng, this young friend beside me is here to see you." Elder Mingfeng turned his gaze to Yi Fan, his eyes icy cold. "Boy, what business do you have with me?" Yi Fan showed no fear, stepped forward, and calmly said, "Elder Mingfeng, I wish to see the palace master." Chapter 10 Yi Mingfei. Elder Mingfeng sneered upon hearing this, saying disdainfully, "You? Seeing the palace master isn't so easy." However, Yi Fan showed no disappointment, instead, he revealed a mocking expression. "Are you sure? Can you really bear the consequences?" Yi Fan was gambling, betting that Elder Mingfeng would be intimidated and take him to see the palace master. Even if he lost the gamble, Yi Fan still had 3 servants. Victory was assured. Elder Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. This kid was so confident, did he really have some backing? But he didn't want to give in so easily, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. Stop bluffing. I want to see what tricks you can pull." Yi Fan simply stood quietly, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable light. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a melodious bell suddenly rang out from afar. Elder Mingfeng's expression changed. This bell only rang when a major event occurred in the hall. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He knew his chance had come, even the heavens were on his side. "Elder, if we don't see the hall master now, there will likely be big trouble later." Yi Fan deliberately emphasized the words "big trouble." Elder Mingfeng hesitated for a long time, then finally gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll take you to see the hall master today, but if I discover any ill intentions on your part, I will not let you off lightly." Yi Fan was secretly delighted and followed Elder Mingfeng towards the hall master's location. However, Baiyu did not follow, but waited at the entrance of the Underworld Palace. Along the way, Yi Fan wondered whether the hall master of the Underworld Palace was male or female. If she was a beauty, he might be able to have some fun. Just as Yi Fan was having these lewd thoughts, Elder Mingfeng had already led him to a magnificent hall. The hall doors slowly opened, and a powerful pressure swept over them. Yi Fan, suppressing his discomfort, looked up and saw a figure seated on the throne within the hall, radiating an icy aura. Upon seeing her face clearly, Yi Fan was stunned. It was a stunningly beautiful woman. However, her icy demeanor seemed capable of freezing one to death. After regaining his composure, looking at the exquisitely beautiful face of the Underworld Palace master, Yi Fan felt a surge of heat, a little voice in his mind constantly urging him. "Bind her! Bind her! Bind her! Plant her!" Elder Mingfeng respectfully bowed and said, "Palace master, this person insists on seeing you." The palace master slightly raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Yi Fan. "Why do you insist on seeing me?" The Underworld Palace master's voice was as cold as an ice bead falling to the ground, every movement exuding iciness. Yi Fan no longer wanted to do anything else, all he wanted was to bind himself to the Underworld Palace master and then thoroughly plant her. Yi Fan looked into the Underworld Palace master's eyes and silently recited the binding command. Originally, the Underworld Palace master, seeing Yi Fan dare to look directly at her, was about to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. But before she could punish Yi Fan, her eyes suddenly became empty, but in the blink of an eye, they returned to normal. The Underworld Palace master's gaze towards Yi Fan, once restored, was no longer cold, but filled with respect and admiration. Seeing the Underworld Palace master's admiring expression, Yi Fan instantly understood that the binding had been successful. Because Mingfeng had her head down, she didn't see what was happening. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, and he calmly said, "I don't like this Mingfeng. Kill him." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the Underworld Palace master didn't hesitate for a moment, raising her hand and shooting a cold light towards Elder Mingfeng. Elder Mingfeng stared wide-eyed in horror, never understanding why the palace master had suddenly resorted to such a cruel act. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, stepped forward, and pinched the palace master's chin. Seeing her exquisite face, his eyes held a predatory glint. Master! The Underworld Palace master blushed instantly when Yi Fan lifted her chin. Although she had lived for countless years, she was still a novice when it came to love. Looking at the beautiful woman blushing, Yi Fan couldn't resist any longer and pulled her into his arms. The Underworld Palace master nestled in Yi Fan's embrace, her breath sweet and her face flushed. Master, Yi Fan smiled wickedly, his fingers gently stroking her cheek. By the way, what's your name? The Underworld Palace master murmured softly, her voice sweet. Master, every palace master of the Underworld Palace is called the Underworld King in public. My real name is Yi Mengfei. Yi Fan nodded. Although Yi Mengfei was now his servant and certainly wouldn't lie to him, he still decided to use his eye of detection to investigate. If she had a hidden identity, that would be a huge gain. System, use the eye of detection to investigate Yi Mengfei. Name, Yi Mengfei. Identity, daughter of the Lord of the Underworld Palace and the Lord of the Celestial Court, who was left behind. Cultivation, late-stage celestial venerable. Physique, underworld body, top-grade celestial body, upgradable. Spell, Underworld Gate, the underworld body possesses innate spells, allowing the summoning of a powerful being to aid in battle. Mental strength realm, mid-stage pool realm. Luck level, none. Favorability, 100, already a servant of the host. Yi Fan felt both surprise and doubt. He was surprised that the servant he was bound to had such an extraordinary identity. He was doubtful because what was the Celestial Court? The guide hadn't mentioned such a power. Moreover, Yi Mengfei's physique was upgradable, and her innate spell was incredibly powerful. Yi Fan looked down at Yi Mengfei in his arms and said, Fair, do you know your background? Hearing Yi Fan's words, a trace of sadness appeared in Yi Mengfei's eyes. Master, my mother passed away a long time ago. As for my father, I've never even met him. I earned this position as the Lord of the Underworld Palace through my own hard work. Yi Fan sighed and gently wiped away the tears from Yi Mengfei's eyes with his fingers. Although Yi Mengfei was merely his servant, Yi Fan wasn't heartless. Hearing such a tragic story, he still felt a pang of sympathy. Chapter 11 The Master's Mission. Fair, don't be sad. Actually, I know about your background, Yi Fan said slowly. Yi Fan decided to tell Yi Mengfei about her origins. After all, the Celestial Court was so powerful, perhaps he could plant a spy within it. If Yi Mengfei could control the Celestial Court, he would have struck it rich. Yi Mengfei suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Master, how do you know about my background? It's always been a secret, even I don't fully understand it myself. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Fair, you are actually the daughter of the former Celestial Court's ruler, who was lost to the world. Yi Mengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, please don't tease me, how could that be? Yi Fan looked at her seriously and said solemnly. It's absolutely true. Fair, I need you to inadvertently let the Lord of the Celestial Court know that you are his daughter, then infiltrate the court and try to gain control. Hearing that it was her master's mission, Yi Mengfei immediately said firmly, Master, I won't let you down. Yi Fan's face lit up with joy as he looked at Yi Mengfei in his arms. Fair, this matter can be planned slowly, there's no need to rush. Yi Mengfei leaned against Yi Fan and nodded. Fair, come with me to White Cloud City in a while, to wipe out a family called the Chu family, Yi Fan said. Yi Mengfei looked up at Yi Fan, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and asked, Master, why do we need to wipe out the Chu family? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. I just don't like the Chu family. You have a problem with that? Yi Mengfei, hearing Yi Fan's words, nervously shook her head and said, No, Master, I'm just a little curious. Do more and talk less in the future, Yi Fan said coldly. Understood, Master, Yi Mengfei immediately replied respectfully. Yi Fan nodded and continued, Fair, don't resist. I'll take you somewhere. Yi Mengfei, of course, obeyed her master unconditionally, so she relaxed and closed her eyes. With a thought from Yi Fan, the two arrived in the small world in the blink of an eye. Yi Mingfei opened her eyes and was quite surprised to see the pond, unfamiliar houses, and various animals before her. Master, what is this place? Just looking at it gives me a sense of comfort. Yi Fan chuckled and said, this is a small world within my body. Yi Mingfei covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, a small world? Master, you actually possess a small world? Yi Fan waved his hand, indicating it was nothing special. At this moment, Bai Shuan and the other 6 women emerged from the villa and the small house respectively. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the 6 women showed expressions of joy and respectfully said, Master, you're back. Yi Fan nodded casually, glanced at Yi Mingfei beside him, and said, this is your new sister, Yi Mingfei. However, she won't be in the small world, she has a very important mission. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the 6 women all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had been vying for Yi Fan's favor and didn't like each other. They had initially thought a powerful rival had arrived and were secretly preparing, but now it seemed there was no need for that at all. Yi Mingfei smiled politely at the 6 women, but her mind was preoccupied with her master's mission. The 6 women returned the smiles. Yi Fan looked at Bai Shuan and noticed she had actually broken through to the midstage of the Mahayana realm. He immediately pulled her into his arms. Not bad, a great improvement, Yi Fan praised. Bai Shuan happily leaned against Yi Fan. Yi Fan casually created 3 Mahayana cultivation enhancement pills and placed them in Bai Shuan's hand. Bai Shuan looked at the 3 Mahayana cultivation enhancement pills in her hand with delight. Thank you, Master. Yi Fan smiled and patted Bai Shuan's head. Of the 6 women, she was the one he liked the most. These 3 pills can help you break through directly to the immortal realm. Just take them as before. However, not now. I still need to go and take care of your new sister. After saying this, Yi Fan led Yi Mingfei towards the villa nearby. The 6 women wisely didn't follow, each returning to their rooms to cultivate. In a room in the villa, Yi Fan pinned Yi Mingfei against the door. Yi Mingfei's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Master. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying endless allure. Then. You know what I mean. Yi Fan leaned against the headboard, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and exhaled comfortably. Yi Mingfei nestled in Yi Fan's arms, her cheeks flushed. Yi Fan patted Yi Mingfei and said, go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll wipe out the Chu family. Yi Mingfei was already exhausted, so she nodded, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. After finishing his cigarette, Yi Fan also lay down on the bed, holding Yi Mingfei, and fell into a deep sleep as well. Outside the gates of the Underworld Palace, Bai Yu remained waiting, wondering why Yi Fan hadn't come out yet, and even Elder Mingfeng hadn't appeared. Could he have been killed? Bai Yu was incredibly worried. After all, Yi Fan was the Bai family's only hope. He dared not leave directly. If Elder Mingfeng came out and saw he wasn't there, he might take his anger out on him. That would be terrible. So, Bai Yu could only wait anxiously and worriedly outside the gates of the Underworld Palace. However, Bai Yu didn't know that tomorrow would be his death anniversary. Bai family. Bai Ningbing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her heart filled with worry for Yi Fan. But there was nothing she could do, she could only silently pray that Yi Fan would succeed. Brother Yi Fan. The image of Yi Fan floated into Bai Ningbing's mind. She imagined the scene of her wedding with Yi Fan, and him saying to her, I love you. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, but her right hand slowly reached out. Chapter 12: The Annihilation of the Chu Family. Early morning. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Mingfei in his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Yi Mingfei's eyelids twitched, as if she sensed Yi Fan's movement. Yi Mingfei opened her eyes and saw Yi Fan looking at her, her face instantly turned bright red. After all, this was her first time experiencing this. Master. Yi Mingfei buried her face in Yi Fan's chest, her voice barely audible. Slap. Yi Fan patted Yi Mingfei and said, Alright, get up quickly. Yi Mingfei obediently nodded and got up to help Yi Fan change. As a late-stage immortal venerable, Yi Mingfei's recovery ability was exceptionally strong. An ordinary person would probably be bedridden for 3 days. After a quick tidying up, the two went downstairs to the living room. Yifan looked at the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. The sunlight outside was perfect, shining on the flowers and plants in the courtyard, creating a particularly comfortable atmosphere. "Good morning, master." Inside the living room, Zhu Shuhan and Xin Xingting were cleaning, a daily routine for the 6 women. Yifan nodded slightly, and with a thought, appeared where he had disappeared earlier. Yi Mengfei, though she had witnessed it before, was still somewhat surprised. There should be someone named Bai Yu in front of the Underworld Palace gate. If he's still there, kill him; if not, it's alright. Yi Fan finally remembered Bai Yu. "Yes, master," Yi Mengfei said respectfully, then vanished instantly. Yi Fan looked at the suddenly disappeared Yi Mengfei without surprise, instead communicating with the system in his mind. "System, open the taskbar." Ding, taskbar opened for host. Yi Fan saw a small red dot in the upper right corner of the task completion count, showing a number of 2. Yi Fan clicked on it and saw the 2 completed tasks. Mission: Hero saves the beauty. Mission reward: 100 high-grade immortal crystals. Claim. Mission: Defeat the Lord of the Underworld Palace. Mission reward: Eye of Exploration version 2.0. Claim. Yifan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the mission: Defeat the Lord of the Underworld Palace. Not bad, there's even a surprise. It's a pity Bai Ningbing doesn't have a mission. Yifan felt both surprised and disappointed. Yifan looked at the 2 claim icons and clicked them one by one without hesitation. But after Yifan claimed them all, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw claim all in the upper right corner. Yifan scratched his head, thinking that the interface design was really not user-friendly. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed your reward, 100 high-grade immortal crystals and the Eye of Detection 2.0. All have been placed in your system space. Ding! Eye of Detection 2.0 detected. Upgrading. Ding! Eye of Detection has been upgraded to version 2.0. Meanwhile, Yi Mengfei arrived at the gates of the Underworld Palace and immediately spotted a man sitting on the ground, looking anxious. Yi Mengfei didn't know if this man was Bai Yu, but she preferred to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. This was her master's mission. She approached step by step, radiating no imposing aura, appearing just like an ordinary woman. Bai Yu looked up at Yi Mengfei, a strange feeling washing over him. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this woman. Strange. This is clearly an ordinary woman, though stunningly beautiful, yet why does she give me such a dangerous feeling? Bai Yu was deeply puzzled. What's your name? Yi Mengfei asked. My name is Bai Yu. May I ask what business you have, young lady? Bai Yu stood up, looking at Yi Mengfei warily. By order of my master, I'm taking your life. As soon as Yi Mengfei finished speaking, a dark power appeared in her hand. Bai Yu was terrified, trying to escape but finding his body unable to move. Young lady, I have no grudge against you, why do you want to kill me? Yi Mengfei didn't answer Bai Yu's question. The dark power in Yi Mengfei's hand shot directly at Bai Yu. Bai Yu's eyes widened as he fell into a pool of blood, his eyes still filled with terror and confusion. After killing Bai Yu, Yi Mengfei instantly teleported to the main hall. Yi Fan saw Yi Mengfei and calmly asked, all done? Yes, master, Bai Yu is dead, Yi Mengfei replied respectfully. Yi Fan nodded and said, well, let's go to Baiyun City now. After dealing with the Chu family, you should go do your mission. After speaking, Yi Fan walked towards the exit of the main hall, with Yi Mengfei following closely behind. Upon arriving at the gates of the Underworld Palace, Yi Fan asked Yi Mengfei, do you have any magical artifacts for traveling? Yi Mengfei nodded, took out a spaceship from her storage ring, and poured immortal power into it. The spaceship instantly expanded, and Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei boarded it. As Yi Mengfei continued to pour immortal power into it, the spaceship roared into the sky and sped towards Baiyun City. Yi Fan enjoyed a massage from Yi Mengfei in the spaceship's private room. Have you figured out what to do? Upon hearing this, Yi Mengfei actually walked up to Yi Fan and squatted down. Yi Fan's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, "Have you figured out how to infiltrate the celestial court? By the way, do you have any special birthmarks or anything else that can prove your identity?" Yi Mengfei shook her head and said, "Master, I didn't know my background before, and I don't have any birthmarks or anything like that to prove my identity. However, when I encountered people from the celestial court before, it felt like there was something inside me, but I forcibly suppressed it. Probably a family mark or something, or maybe something else," Yi Fan thought to himself. "Next time you see people from the celestial court, you can activate that thing, perhaps you'll gain something unexpected," Yi Fan said. "Yes, Master," Yi Mengfei said respectfully. Yi Mengfei didn't care how dangerous the mission was, she only wanted to do her best to complete her master's mission. Yi Fan wasn't worried. If something went wrong, he'd at most lose a relatively strong servant. He and Yi Mengfei had no romantic feelings for each other, their relationship was purely that of master and servant, with Yi Mengfei occasionally acting as a troubleshooter. Yi Fan was certain that if Yi Mengfei died, he would be sad for a while, but only for a short time. After all, while stunningly beautiful women like Yi Mengfei were rare, they weren't impossible to find. The spaceship flew quickly, and soon approached Baiyun City. After disembarking, Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei entered the city. The city was bustling with activity, teeming with cultivators. Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei headed directly towards the Chu family compound, arriving quickly. "Kill them all, leave no one alive," Yi Fan calmly commanded. Upon receiving the order, Yi Mengfei soared into the sky, her immortal power surging in her hands. With a wave of her hands, Yi Mengfei unleashed a torrent of immortal power that swept towards the Chu family compound. The Chu family members were terrified, frantically casting spells to resist, but against Yi Mengfei's overwhelming power, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Instantly, screams echoed throughout the Chu family mansion, and flames soared into the sky. Chapter 13. When fellow villagers meet, you treat me like a servant. Just then, a majestic voice rang out, "Who dares to run wild in White Cloud City?" An elderly man with white hair arrived on a sword. He was the city lord of White Cloud City, a cultivator at the early stage of the immortal king realm. After all, those who could become city lords were no ordinary people. Yi Mengfei's expression remained unchanged. She coldly said, "You're the city lord here, aren't you? Don't meddle in other people's business, or I'll wipe you out too." Upon hearing this, the city lord of White Cloud City laughed in fury, saying, "Such arrogance! A mere woman dares to be so presumptuous." With that, he swung his sword, sending a sword aura towards Yi Mengfei. A hint of disdain appeared on Yi Mengfei's lips. She casually unleashed a dark stream of immortal energy. This seemingly insignificant dark immortal energy easily neutralized the city lord's sword aura, then surged towards the city lord of White Cloud City with unstoppable force. This was ridiculous. A late-stage immortal venerable fighting an early-stage immortal king? It was like an adult fighting a child. The city lord of Baiyun City was greatly alarmed, realizing the strength of the person before him was unfathomable. But as the lord of a city, how could he back down? He roared, unleashing his full immortal power to defend against the dark immortal force. However, it was utterly useless. The dark immortal force easily pierced through the city lord of Baiyun City's defenses, striking him squarely. The city lord of Baiyun City coughed up blood, his body flying backward. The people in the city were terrified at the sight. The remaining members of the Chu family were even more desperate. With their city lord dead, their last hope was shattered. Yi Mengfei stepped through the void, teleporting instantly to the city lord of Baiyun City, her eyes cold. Just as Yi Mengfei was about to strike again to finish off the city lord of Baiyun City, a celestial palanquin suddenly appeared in the sky. It was pulled by 9 dragons, with several men clad in golden armor beside them. The man in black robes sat in the celestial palanquin. After dispatching the mysterious envoy, the man in black robes remained uneasy, so he came to White Cloud City himself to investigate. "Wait!" One of the men, clad in golden armor, called out to Yi Mengfei. Yi Mengfei stopped what she was doing and looked at the man, her pupils immediately contracting. "Are you from the celestial court?" The man in golden armor was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting this woman to recognize them, then looked at Yi Mengfei. Hee hee, so you are the lord of the Underworld Palace, my apologies for my rudeness. My young master needs to do some things in White Cloud City, I wonder if you could do me a favor. Although the man in golden armor was requesting Yi Mengfei, his words were full of disdain. Although this man in golden armor was only at the late stage of the Celestial King realm, he came from the Celestial Court, which was why he dared to speak to Yi Mengfei in such a tone. Hearing the golden-armored man's disdainful tone, Yi Mengfei frowned slightly, but didn't react. Instead, she glanced at Yi Fan discreetly. Yi Fan frowned as he looked at the celestial palanquin. From what Yi Mengfei said, these people are from the Celestial Court. For them to treat me like this, the person in my position must be of extraordinary status. Yi Fan pondered, already planning to bind the people inside the palanquin to his servants. Fair, don't activate the hidden things within your body yet. Provoke them first, and make the people inside the palanquin come out, Yi Fan transmitted to Yi Mengfei. Upon hearing Yi Fan's telepathic message, Yi Mengfei suppressed her anger and said to the golden-armored man, "Your celestial court is always domineering. If you don't give me an explanation for today's events, I won't let this go, even if it means offending the celestial court." The golden-armored man's face darkened, and he was about to rebuke her when a cold voice came from inside the celestial palanquin. "This young master is here on official business. All bystanders, step back. Anyone who tries to obstruct me will be killed without mercy." Yi Fan flew into the sky and stood beside Yi Mengfei, coldly snorting and loudly proclaiming, "Such arrogance. Whoever wants to show off in front of me today has chosen the wrong target. My acting was too good. I feel like I could be an Oscar winner," Yi Fan thought proudly. A moment of silence followed inside the celestial palanquin, then a black-robed youth with a cold and stern face slowly stepped out. The black-robed man was about to speak when he was interrupted by the voice of the villainous system in his mind. Ding! The chosen one, Yi Fan, has been detected. Script being distributed. Distribution failed due to unknown force. The black-robed man was shocked. This was something that had never happened before. Suppressing his surprise, the black-robed man asked the system in his mind, "System, can I view this chosen one's panel?" Ding! The panel for the chosen one, Yi Fan, has been displayed. Name, Yi Fan. Cultivation level, early true immortal. Identity? Cheat code? Level of luck? Danger level? The black-robed man stared at Yi Fan's panel, utterly astonished. What the hell is going on? It's all question marks. What's going on? Ding! It is recommended that the host stay away from this person, or become good brothers with him, otherwise you will die. The black-robed man hesitated upon hearing the system's warning. At the same time, Yi Fan also used the system to check the black-robed man's profile. System, check this black-robed man's panel. Ding! Black-robed man's panel has been displayed. Name, Lu Chunfeng. Personality, arrogant, conceited, lecherous, self-centered. Identity, son of the Celestial Court's lord, young master of the Celestial Court, owner of the villain system, transmigrator from Blue Star. Cultivation, early golden immortal. Physique, 9-turn sacred body, top-grade sacred body. Upon reaching the 9th turn, there is a chance to transform into a primordial body, aura pressure, can suppress cultivators of his own level and below. Spells, heavenly slash, high-grade immortal rank, ethereal step, mid-grade immortal rank, etc. Mental power realm, mid-stage of the lamp realm. Fate, born a villain, destined for the great Tao, many beauties. Luck level, none. Favorability, -50. Future path, after killing several chosen ones, he considers them nothing special, thus toying with them, only to be caught off guard and killed by them. Yi Fan stared at Lu Chunfeng's interface, initially surprised, but then overjoyed. Damn, this guy's from the same hometown, and he even got a system just like me. This interface is ridiculously luxurious. They say when fellow townsmen meet, tears well up in their eyes, so making you my servant isn't too much to ask, is it? Yi Fan thought wickedly. After a moment's thought, Lu Chunfeng decided to ignore the system's advice and kill Yi Fan. Humph. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Now that I've transmigrated to this world and obtained a system, I am the protagonist of this world. So what if I'm the chosen one? All those who stand in my way will die. Lu Chunfeng thought arrogantly. Lu Chunfeng looked at Yi Fan, sneered, and then calmly said to the void, Elder Xian, please kill this man. The void rippled, and an old man with white hair and a hunched back emerged, exuding extraordinary aura. The arrogant golden-armored men from before immediately trembled like mice before a cat, hunching over and respectfully saying, Elder Xian. Elder Xian nodded, then turned to Lu Chunfeng and said, Young master, leave it to this old servant. Lu Chunfeng nodded. This was his protector, Elder Xian. He was powerful, a peak immortal venerable expert. Yi Mingfei looked at the old man and felt his powerful aura, and was greatly shocked. She then whispered to Yi Fan, Master, this old man's cultivation level is at the peak of immortal venerable. I'll hold him off for a moment, you go first. Yi Fan was slightly moved. Although he knew it was because the system had turned Yi Mingfei into a servant, he still couldn't help but feel a little touched, but only a little. Will I be able to see this system in Chapter 14? Yi Fan patted Yi Mingfei's shoulder and laughed, Don't worry, watch me. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then, Yi Fan looked directly at Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng immediately sensed an indescribable danger. Yi Fan looked at Lu Chunfeng and silently activated the binding. Ding! Unknown force intrusion detected. Activating self-defense mode. Beep. Beep beep beep. Defense failed. The voice of the villain system within Lu Chunfeng revealed a human-like fear. The black-robed man's expression first turned panicked, then his eyes suddenly became empty, but he regained his clarity in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the black-robed man's gaze towards Yi Fan was no longer hostile, but respectful. Elder Xian, wait. The black-robed man quickly said to Elder Xian after realizing what had happened. Elder Xian looked at Lu Chunfeng with a puzzled expression, not understanding why his young master had suddenly changed his mind. Lu Chunfeng coughed awkwardly and said, Elder Xian, this brother Yi Fan is actually an old acquaintance of mine. It was just a misunderstanding. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, but nodded calmly on the surface. Yi Mingfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Since that's the case, then this old servant won't interfere any further. Elder Xian, though sensing something amiss, didn't press the matter. Yi Mingfei tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve and whispered, Master, what exactly happened? Why did you make that man in black robes suddenly change his attitude? Yi Fan's face turned cold. He said, Do more, talk less. I hope this is the first and last time. Yi Mingfei was startled and quickly lowered her head, replying, Yes, Master. She felt no longer curious. Lu Chunfeng flew to Yi Fan's side and respectfully said, Master, just now. Yi Fan didn't hold back and slapped him across the face. Smack! This loud sound immediately drew everyone's attention. Lu Chunfeng covered his swollen cheek, but his eyes held no hatred, only fervent worship and reverence. As a powerful early-stage golden immortal and possessor of the nine-turn sacred body, Lu Chunfeng had naturally seen Yi Fan's gesture of slapping him, but he didn't dodge, believing it was justified. After all, he had just tried to kill his revered master. However, the golden-armored men objected. One of them, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and shouted, How dare you? You dare lay a hand on our young master? Do you have a death wish? Yi Fan sneered, saying, Your young master hasn't said anything, so who are you to interfere? Lu Chunfeng quickly rebuked, Step back. Don't be rude. The golden-armored man wanted to say something more, but was startled by Lu Chunfeng's gaze and quickly shut his mouth. Elder Xian looked at the golden-armored man and said, The young master has his reasons for doing this, and it's none of your business to interfere. Considering your unwavering loyalty to the heavenly court, you'll be spared the death penalty, but you won't escape punishment. Go back and receive 50 lashes. Furthermore, there's no need to keep Tianyun City alive. Elder Xian wanted to destroy Tianyun City because many people had witnessed their young master being slapped. To prevent these people from spreading rumors, it was necessary to kill them all. After all, only the dead can't speak. Yifan felt no emotion upon hearing Elder Xian's words. After all, he and Bai Ningbing had done what they should and shouldn't have done, there was nothing left to regret. Suddenly, a thought struck Yifan. Perhaps I can find Bai Ningbing and confront her directly, telling her I killed her father and intend to destroy the Bai family, and see what she chooses. If she chooses to follow me, she can live, if not, the result is death. After all, I don't know how much the system's 100 points of favorability will help me, it'll be a good opportunity to test it on Bai Ningbing. Yifan thought wickedly. Dozens of golden-armored men, upon hearing Elder Xian's words, didn't hesitate for a moment and began an indiscriminate attack within Baiyun City. The screams of the city's inhabitants and cultivators filled the air, and Yifan coldly watched the scene. By the way, don't touch the Bai family in Tianyun City yet, Yifan said to the golden-armored men. The golden-armored man, hearing Yifan's commanding tone, was immediately displeased. However, despite his displeasure, he turned to look at Lu Chunfeng, awaiting instructions. From now on, Yifan's words are my words. You only need to obey, Lu Chunfeng said, looking at the group of golden-armored men below. Although unwilling, the group of golden-armored men could only respectfully reply. Yes, young master. Yifan nodded, observing this scene. System, I've bound myself to Lu Chunfeng, so where is his system? Yifan asked the system in his mind, looking at the bloody scene below. Ding! The villain system is mentally connected to Lu Chunfeng. Since the host has taken Lu Chunfeng as a servant, the villain system naturally belongs to the host as well. Yifan was overjoyed to hear the system's words. I thought this villain system was going to be gone, but it's like a buy one get one free deal, not bad, not bad. Yifan suddenly remembered something and asked the system, System, are you like that too? Ding! Don't compare yourself to those trash systems. This system is independent of its host, it merely resides within the host's spiritual sea. However, if the host dies, I will also disappear. Although this system resides within the host's spiritual sea, it is bound to the host's life. You reside in my spiritual sea? Does that mean I can see you? Yifan asked, somewhat surprised. Ding! Yes, host. However, you need to reach the lake realm of spiritual power to enter your own spiritual sea or enter another's spiritual sea to possess them. Understood. Yifan exited the conversation with the system and continued to enjoy the scene below. After watching for a while, Yifan found it uninteresting and flew directly towards the Bai family's direction. Yi Mengfei followed behind Yifan. Lu Chunfeng wanted to follow too, but Yifan stopped him with a look. I have some business to attend to. Find a private place, I need to talk to you about something in a bit, Yifan said calmly, pausing for a moment. Lu Chunfeng nodded in agreement, turning to look at the bloody scene below, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Yifan quickly led Yi Mengfei to the airspace above the Bai family mansion. The Bai family members were on high alert, but they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yifan. You scared me to death. I thought it was one of those people who slaughtered people in the city, a Bai family elder said, still shaken. Yifan landed slowly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a white figure rushing towards him. Bai Ningbing threw herself into Yifan's arms, feeling the familiar scent, and her heart gradually calmed down. Brother Yifan, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Bai Ningbing said with delight. Chapter 15 Bai Ningbing's Despair. Indeed, Baiyu had already told the Bai family elders about this matter before going to the Underworld Palace, but he hadn't revealed Yifan or the specific method. Yifan, where is our patriarch? The Bai family's grand elder asked. The Bai family's grand elder was highly respected within the Bai family, a late-stage golden immortal expert, second only to Baiyu. Yifan looked up at the grand elder, a playful smile playing on his lips, and said, of course. Those cultivators outside are currently annihilating the Chu family, and you will soon be joining Patriarch Bai. Hearing Yifan's words, the Bai family members finally felt a sense of relief. The Patriarch is truly powerful. I never expected he could actually summon such a powerful expert, a Bai family elder said with delight. Yes, I think those people are at least celestial immortal experts. It seems our Bai family is about to soar to great heights, another Bai family elder said with equal joy. The entire Bai family was immersed in a feeling of elation. However, the Bai family's Grand Elder sensed something unusual. Why are those powerful figures attacking civilians and innocent cultivators? Didn't Fan say he only wanted to destroy the Chu family? Let's wait for the clan leader to return and ask him. Clearly, the Bai family's Grand Elder didn't care about the lives of those civilians and innocent cultivators. Just then, a golden armored man flew across the sky. The Bai family members were terrified at the sight of this golden armored man, but then, remembering that he was someone the clan leader had invited, they relaxed. Sure enough, the golden armored man glanced at the Bai family members, then at Fan, and left. The Bai family members watched the golden armored man's departing figure, all letting out a sigh of relief, followed by expressions of delight. Fan looked at the delighted Bai family members, a cold smile playing on his lips. He looked down at the delicate body in his arms, at the adoring gaze in her eyes, eagerly anticipating Bai Ningbing's next expression. Should she abandon her hatred and follow him, becoming a dutiful daughter? Or should she fight him to the death, also becoming a dutiful daughter? Or should she simply collapse? Bai Ningbing noticed another woman standing beside Fan, and her alarm bells rang. She tightened her grip on Fan like a protective mother, asking, "Who are you?" Yi Mingfei was about to speak when Fan gently shook his head, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Bai Ningbing, I have something I must tell you." Bai Ningbing looked up, her eyes filled with trust, but seeing the cruel smile on Fan's lips, she felt a slight tension. Furthermore, Fan had addressed her by her name instead of Ningbing, which made her extremely flustered. Clearly, Bai Ningbing had completely forgotten about her father, her eyes were only on Fan. "Your father, I killed him." "The Bai family will soon be destroyed," Fan said expressionlessly. Fan spoke quite loudly, but the Bai family members were all immersed in their joy and chatting amongst themselves, oblivious to his words. Only Bai Ningbing, nestled in his arms, heard him. For example, one Bai family disciple was discussing going to the Chunhong brothel to patronize a top courtesan. Meanwhile, a Bai family elder was discussing how to dominate Tianyun City. Bai Ningbing's body suddenly trembled, as if struck by lightning, staring at Fan in disbelief. After a long silence, Bai Ningbing's tears welled up. "Why? Brother Fan, why did you do this?" Fan didn't explain, simply standing there coldly, his gaze towards Bai Ningbing devoid of its previous love, replaced by the look of someone looking at a stranger. Bai Ningbing slowly released her grip on Fan and took a few steps back. Bai Ningbing hesitated only for a moment before saying, "Brother Fan, even after what you've done, my love for you hasn't changed. I love you, I'm even willing to die for you, but..." "But what?" Fan's eyes were cold, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Brother Fan, can you spare the Bai family? This is my last request." Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with humility, like a dog wagging its tail to its master. Fan stepped forward, raising his hand to stroke Bai Ningbing's head, then moving his hand down to touch her cheek. Fan gently gripped Bai Ningbing's neck, stroking it tenderly. Bai Ningbing nervously closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What were you saying just now?" Fan asked coldly, looking at the tense Bai Ningbing. At this moment, the Bai family's eldest elder seemed to sense something was wrong and walked over. When he saw Fan's attitude towards Bai Ningbing, he roared, "Fan, how dare you be so disrespectful to Miss?" The eldest elder's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Bai family present. Fan glanced at him contemptuously and shoved Bai Ningbing aside. Bai Ningbing collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Brother Fan, please." The Bai family members were enraged that Fan dared to humiliate their young lady in such a way. Fan sneered at the enraged Bai family members, saying, "You think you still have the right to challenge me? In my eyes, you are like ants, easily crushed." The Bai family's great elder, his wrinkles twitching with rage, roared, "Insolent! Die!" With that, the great elder unleashed his immortal power, flying towards Fan. Fan didn't even glance at the great elder, calmly saying, "Fair." Yi Mingfei moved forward gracefully, immortal power surging in her hands, instantly unleashing a beam of light towards the Bai family's great elder. The great elder stared at the light, his face filled with terror, sensing danger emanating from it. He retreated rapidly, But it was futile, the beam struck him directly in the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. The Bai family members, seeing their great elder lying in a pool of blood, were filled with horror. When the Bai family members finally came to their senses, one of the elders angrily said, "Yifan, you've been insolent. When the patriarch returns, he will not forgive you. Fair, it's a bit noisy." "Kill them all," Yifan said calmly, showing no regard for the Bai family members. "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Yi Mingfei began the slaughter of the Bai family members without hesitation. One by one, the Bai family disciples fell, letting out terrified screams. "No! No! I was wrong. Please spare me. No! No! Please spare me. I can do whatever you want with me." However, Yi Fan remained unmoved, not even glancing at the Bai family members. Bai Ningbing looked at the Bai family members lying in pools of blood, then turned to Yi Fan with despair. She couldn't believe that her once tender and affectionate lover had become so cold and ruthless. Bai Ningbing scrambled to her feet and threw herself at Yi Fan's feet, pleading, "Brother Yi Fan, please stop." Yi Fan looked at Bai Ningbing and coldly said, "I'll give you only two choices, live or die." Chapter 16 Bai Ningbing's Choice. Bai Ningbing looked at Yi Fan with teary eyes, choking back sobs, and said, "Brother Yi Fan, if I live only to live with endless hatred for you, then I'd rather die. I truly love you, and I'm even willing to die for you, but the Bai family is where I was born and raised, I cannot abandon it." Yi Fan was somewhat surprised, he hadn't expected Bai Ningbing to make this choice. Yi Fan sneered, slowly squatted down, and looked directly into Bai Ningbing's eyes, saying, "Since that's the case, then die." Bai Ningbing smiled bitterly, closed her eyes, and awaited death. Just then, the screams around her abruptly ceased. Bai Ningbing's body trembled, and she painfully opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by rivers of blood, littered with the remains of Bai family members. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, it was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing saw a Bai family elder lying in a pool of blood, his face still showing a look of terror. When Bai Ningbing saw the face of the Bai family elder, an overwhelming sorrow welled up in her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. This elder loved Bai Ningbing the most, having watched her grow up from childhood. He had even opposed the marriage alliance proposed by the Chu family. Although he ultimately agreed to the marriage for the sake of the Bai family, Bai Ningbing still deeply respected this elder. Now, seeing the person who had raised her lie in a pool of blood, Bai Ningbing was devastated. Bai Ningbing turned to look at Yi Fan, her voice filled with sorrow as she demanded, "Why?" Yi Fan, seeing Bai Ningbing's grief, felt no emotion whatsoever. He sneered and said with amusement, "I'm just a little annoyed with your Bai family. What reason do you have?" Bai Ningbing felt as if her heart had been pierced countless times by needles, finding it hard to breathe. She broke down and screamed, "Then what about me? What am I to you?" Yi Fan remained expressionless, coldly replying, "Just a toy for your leisure time." Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing simply lowered her head in silence. She felt no hatred towards Yi Fan, instead, she felt a deep admiration for him. Yi Fan was puzzled by this situation, so he asked the system in his mind, "System, I've treated Bai Ningbing like this, why hasn't her favorability rating decreased?" Ding! Once favorability reaches 100, it won't decrease. Even if the host kills her entire family, she won't harbor the slightest hatred towards the host. Yi Fan nodded inwardly, praising the system immensely, and gave it a 5-star rating. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and looked at Yi Fan with a determined gaze. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, "What, do you want to live or die?" Bai Ningbing showed a hint of relief and slowly said, "Brother Yi Fan, the Bai family's fate is sealed. My love for you won't change. I won't seek revenge, but I also don't have the ability to do so. So, Brother Yi Fan, if you don't mind, I want to stay by your side. Is that all right?" Yi Fan wasn't surprised, after all, the system had just told him the terrifying power of 100 favorability. "Ningbing, you truly are a filial daughter," Yi Fan said with a light laugh. Yi Fan looked at Bai Ningbing with a half smile and said, "Then stay." Bai Ningbing's face lit up with surprise and delight, and she quickly walked to Yi Fan's side. "I'll take you somewhere. Relax, your sisters are there." Get along well with them, Yifan said with a smile, looking at Bai Ningbing. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes, but she didn't show it. She simply nodded slightly and said cheerfully, Brother Yifan, don't worry, I'll definitely get along well with my sisters. Yifan looked at the cheerful Bai Ningbing, feeling a little strange. After all, he had just killed Bai Ningbing's entire family, and now she was following her enemy as his servant. It just didn't seem right. Presumably, if the Bai family could see Bai Ningbing's situation, they would be grieving in the afterlife, praising Bai Ningbing as a filial daughter. Yifan once again marveled at the terrifying power of a 100% favorability rating. Yifan nodded and said calmly, each place has its own rules. Your sisters will tell you the rules, otherwise there will be punishment. Bai Ningbing nodded obediently and then said, Brother Yifan, I'm ready. Yifan nodded, and with a thought, Bai Ningbing disappeared. Lu Chenfeng was currently sitting in a guest room in Fengcheng, not far from Baiyun City, elegantly sipping freshly brewed tea, waiting for Yifan's call. System, how many villain points do I have now? Lu Chenfeng called out. Ding! The villain value of this master servant is now 15,000. Clearly, this villain system was now Yifan's person, and calling Lu Chenfeng master servant was quite reasonable. Lu Chenfeng didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction with the villain system's title, on the contrary, he felt it was only right. After all, he was Yifan's servant. System, is there anything suitable for master at his current stage? After becoming Yifan's servant, Lu Chenfeng's first thought was to benefit Yifan. He even considered giving Yifan his own physique, but lacking the materials to create a plundering array, he had to abandon the idea. Ding! Master, this servant currently possesses too few villain points. Although there are suitable items for master, they are all too weak. It is suggested that this servant kill the chosen one to gain villain points. While the villain system can slightly manipulate data, it cannot directly interfere. At most, it can only increase the probability of obtaining high-level rewards from the roulette wheel. Clearly, Yifan's system is many times stronger than this villain system. Hearing the villain system's words, Lu Chenfeng secretly resolved that after meeting his master, he would relentlessly kill the chosen one. Bai Ningbing had just arrived in the small world when she felt herself being locked onto by several gazes. It must be one of my good friends, but they all seem so weak, Bai Ningbing thought to herself. Bai Shuwan walked out of the villa, her mood extremely unpleasant. She had assumed it was the master returning and was excitedly preparing to greet her, but instead, she encountered a woman she had never seen before, whose beauty was comparable to her own. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to greet her, Bai Shuan coldly snorted and asked, Who are you? Bai Ningbing was taken aback, then realized their hostility. But she didn't want to cause trouble. After all, her whole family was dead, and her only remaining attachment was Brother Yifan. Her current wish was simply to see him occasionally. So, Bai Ningbing said softly, Hello, sister. Brother Yifan brought me here. He said there are some rules here. Could you tell me about them? Chapter 17 Bai Ningbing's Isolation. Bai Shuan frowned upon hearing Bai Ningbing address her master as Brother Yifan, and coldly retorted, How dare you? Calling your master Brother Yifan? Do you have a death wish? Bai Ningbing was startled, but quickly regained her composure, saying calmly, Sister, please don't be angry. I'm new here and don't know the rules. I won't do it again. Bai Shuan's expression softened slightly. She looked Bai Ningbing up and down and said, Considering you were sent by the master, I'll spare you this time. The rules here are simple, everything is based on the master's preferences. You must not disobey the master's orders are absolute. Also, don't even think about monopolizing the master's favor. This last sentence was added by Bai Shuan herself. Bai Ningbing nodded upon hearing Bai Shuan's words, memorizing them. Seeing Bai Ningbing nod, Bai Shuan continued, From now on, you must clean the master's villa every 4 hours, and it must be spotless. As for the schedule, I'll tell you after you've met everyone. They all live in the small villas next to the villa. As for you, you'll sleep on the floor now, there are no other small villas. Also, my name is Bai Shuhan, and Shu Shuhan is cleaning the villa with me now. There are nameplates on the doors of the small villas, don't knock on the wrong one. Bai Ningbing nodded obediently, and Bai Shuan turned and went back into the villa to clean. Bai Ningbing stood silently for a moment, then walked towards the first small villa, the one closest to the villa. Bai Ningbing walked up and looked at the house number. It read Bai Shuan. Bai Ningbing shook her head and walked towards the second small villa. Bai Ningbing reached the door of the second small villa and looked at the house number. It read Chengwanyu. Bai Ningbing nodded and gently knocked on the door of the small villa. A clear voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The door opened, and a pretty young woman peeked out. "Sister, I'm Bai Ningbing, the newcomer. From now on, I'll be serving our master alongside you sisters," Bai Ningbing said politely. Chengwanyu's eyes held a hint of hostility, but she still smiled and said, "New here? Come in." Bai Ningbing entered the house, which was decorated warmly. Chengwanyu looked Bai Ningbing up and down curiously, saying, "How did you offend Sister Bai Shuan? She rarely makes things difficult for people." Bai Ningbing shook her head helplessly and recounted what had happened. Chengwanyu showed no concern for Bai Ningbing, instead sneering, "Ha, you deserve it. You're incredibly audacious, calling our master Brother Yifan. Do you want to die?" Bai Ningbing felt wronged but dared not retort, only lowering her head and whispering, "I know I was wrong, I won't dare do it again." Chengwanyu snorted, "I hope you really remember that. If you offend our sisters here, you won't have a good time." Bai Ningbing nodded, saying, "Sister Qing, then I won't stay any longer. I still need to visit the other sisters." Chengwanyu chuckled, saying, "Go ahead, but your other sisters aren't as easy to talk to as I am. Be careful." Bai Ningbing looked at Chengwanyu gratefully, saying, "Thank you, sister, I understand." Chengwanyu nodded, then closed her eyes to rest. Yifan currently dotes on Bai Shuan, followed by Chengwanyu. As for the other four women, Yifan only shows them affection when he feels like it. The reason Yifan dotes on Bai Shuan is because she always manages to please him. She understands what to do with just a glance, and her skills are excellent, which Yifan greatly appreciates. As for Chengwanyu, it's because she was the first woman Yifan encountered in this world, and he has some special feelings for her. Of course, Chengwanyu's skills are also quite good, on par with the other four women, but she's still slightly inferior to Bai Shuan. After leaving Chengwanyu's room, Bai Ningbing visited her four sisters in succession. At each place, she received varying degrees of coldness or warnings, but she silently endured them. Just then, Bai Shuan and Zhu Shuhan emerged from the villa after cleaning it. Bai Ningbing saw the two women and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Hello, sisters." Bai Shuan nodded and asked, "Have you finished meeting them?" Bai Ningbing nodded and softly replied, "Yes, sisters." Bai Shuan glanced at her and said, "Now I'll tell you the schedule. However, now there are 7 people in the master's small world, including you, so you'll be cleaning the master's villa by yourself for the time being." Bai Ningbing nodded without the slightest dissatisfaction. Bai Shuan handed Bai Ningbing the previously prepared schedule. Because of Bai Ningbing's addition, the schedule had been slightly modified. Zhu Shuhan glanced at Bai Ningbing and then returned to her small villa. After sending Bai Ningbing to the small world, Yifan contacted Lu Chunfeng in his mind. "Lu Chunfeng, where are you now?" Upon hearing Yifan's voice, Lu Chunfeng hurriedly replied respectfully, "Master, I've already sent golden armored soldiers to wait at the place you just left." Yifan now realized that those golden armored men were called the golden armored soldiers. Yifan casually responded and then flew back the way he had come with Yi Mingfei. Yifan quickly saw the waiting golden armored soldiers. Although the golden armored soldiers were displeased with Yifan, they still bowed to him in unison. Yifan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Young master is waiting for you in Wind City not far away. We'll take you there now," said the leading golden armored soldiers. Yifan nodded, and then he and Yi Mingfei followed the golden armored soldiers towards Wind City. Bai Ningbing must not be having a good time in the small world, but a lesson won't hurt, Yifan thought to himself. Yifan observed the subtle power struggles among the 6 women, but he had no intention of intervening. After all, cultivation was tedious and boring, watching some entertainment was quite nice. Shortly afterward, Yifan and Yi Mingfei arrived in Wind City with the Golden Armor Army. The city was bustling with activity. There were vendors selling candied hawthorns, people hawking their wares, and even women openly displaying their candied hawthorns in broad daylight. Just then, Yifan saw a little girl pulling at an old man, clamoring to buy candied hawthorns. The old man first showed a hint of helplessness, then said to the little girl with doting affection, all right, my dear granddaughter, Grandpa will buy it for you." The little girl's face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing the old man's words. Watching this scene, Yifan recalled the times he had dragged his father to buy toys when he was a child. Unfortunately, his parents had passed away when he was 10 years old. Sigh. Yifan sighed inwardly, then followed the golden-armored soldiers to the inn. Chapter 18: The True Power of the Immortal Realm. Shortly after, the golden-armored soldier led Yifan to an inn. The leader of the golden-armored soldier nodded to Yifan. Yifan nodded in return, and then he and Yi Mengfei entered the inn. Yifan looked around the inn. It was empty, clearly booked by Lu Chenfeng. Just as Yifan sat down, Lu Chenfeng rushed over. "Master, you've arrived," Lu Chenfeng said respectfully. Yifan nodded and gestured for him to sit down. After sitting down, Lu Chenfeng looked at Yi Mengfei and immediately felt an inexplicable sensation. However, remembering that this woman might be his mistress, he didn't give her a second glance. Yi Mengfei also saw Lu Chenfeng and immediately felt as if the mark within her was about to erupt. However, Yi Mengfei quickly recovered and suppressed the mark. "Is it safe to talk here?" Yifan frowned slightly. "Rest assured, Master, I have used a secret treasure of my home to isolate the inn sound. No one below the Immortal Emperor realm could possibly hear a thing," Lu Chenfeng said respectfully. Yifan nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. "What business does Master wish to discuss?" Lu Chenfeng asked respectfully. "It's nothing major, I just wanted to know why you went to Baiyun City. Is there a chosen one there?" Yifan said slowly. "Yes, Master, actually I'm a transmigrator. I came from a planet called Blue Star. The villain system within me is something from a novel on Blue Star," Lu Chenfeng said slowly. Yifan raised his hand to stop Lu Chenfeng, calmly saying, "No need to explain, I know everything. Actually, I also transmigrated from Blue Star, so you don't need to explain anything to me." A look of shock flashed in Lu Chenfeng's eyes, but he quickly recovered and continued, "Master, after I killed the first chosen one, the villain system sent me another script. The chosen one in it is named Xiao Tian, and Bai Ningbing is one of the heroines. The script says that Xiao Tian will pass through Baiyun City and help Bai Ningbing break off her engagement with the Chu family, thus taking Bai Ningbing into his harem." Yifan frowned slightly and said, "But I've never heard of anyone named Xiao Tian." Lu Chenfeng shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know. However, it seems that Xiao Tian stopped interfering after seeing you." Yifan pondered for a moment and then said, "Whether Xiao Tian comes or not, Bai Ningbing is now my servant, and her fate is in my hands." Lu Chenfeng responded, "Master is wise. Now, regarding the matter of the chosen one, please give your instructions." Yifan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Continue to act according to the villain system's instructions and continue dealing with Xiao Tian. However, do not underestimate the chosen one. You are also from Blue Star, and you should have read novels, so you must know the terrifying nature of the chosen one. Your safety must be your top priority." Lu Chenfeng was deeply moved. He hadn't expected his master to be so concerned about his safety. However, Yifan actually didn't want Lu Chenfeng to die so quickly. After all, he was a servant with a system. If Lu Chenfeng died, the villain system in his mind would also be gone. "Understood, Master," Lu Chenfeng quickly replied respectfully, snapping out of his daze. Yifan nodded, glancing at Yi Mengfei, who was patiently enduring something beside him, and said, "Her name is Yi Mengfei, she should be your sister." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng stared wide-eyed at Yi Mengfei, saying incredulously, "Master, are you joking? I've never heard of father having any other children." Yifan chuckled and said, "Fair, show me your mark." Yi Mengfei obediently raised her hand, a light flashing in her palm, a unique family mark. Upon seeing the mark, Lu Chenfeng's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, "This is a unique mark of our celestial court's direct lineage. It seems you truly are my sister." "Sister, I apologize for any offense I may have caused." Lu Chenfeng finished speaking and bowed to Yi Mingfei. Yi Mingfei simply nodded calmly and said, "Brother, there's no need for such formality." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Feier won't acknowledge her ancestors. The Celestial Court has you now, there's no need to create further trouble. By the way, is there any way to suppress the mark? Yi Fan asked Lu Chenfeng. Lu Chenfeng thought for a moment and replied, "Master, the Celestial Court's ancestor created a technique to suppress our clan's mark, to prevent mishaps at crucial moments. I will now pass it on to the mistress." Yi Fan nodded without saying anything more. After watching Lu Chenfeng impart the cultivation techniques, Yi Fan slowly said, "By the way, tell me in detail about the power distribution in the immortal realm." The previous guide's description of the power distribution wasn't very accurate. It was just what ordinary cultivators thought, and who knew how many forces were hidden in secret. "Master, the most powerful forces in the immortal realm are the three major races, the human race, the demon race, and the monster race. Among the human race, the most powerful is my immortal court, followed by the 4 sects and some reclusive families. As for the other sects, they are all small sects without an immortal emperor presiding over them, and there's nothing worth mentioning. There are 5 reclusive families, all with an immortal emperor presiding over them: the Shangguan family, the Wang family, the Imo family, the Li family, and the Yi family. As for the demon race, the most powerful are the 5 major races: the Flood Dragon clan, the Fox clan, the Phoenix clan, the Golden Crocodile clan, and the Devouring Python clan. The others are all small races without an immortal emperor. Among the demon race, the Flood Dragon clan is the strongest, boasting 4 immortal emperor-level ancestors. Next are the Fox clan and the Phoenix clan, each with 2 immortal emperor-level ancestors. It's worth noting that the Fox clan's immortal emperor includes a 9-tailed celestial fox, possessing extremely high bloodline, thus placing the Fox clan slightly higher in status than the Phoenix clan. As for the Golden Crocodile clan and the Devouring Python clan, each has an immortal emperor-level ancestor. These are either openly known or secretly powerful. No one knows if the demon race has any hidden experts. As for the demon clan, it's relatively simple: 10 demon emperors preside over them, followed by demon lords and demon kings. Yi Fan nodded. Just as he'd guessed, not a single word the guide said could be trusted, it was all utter nonsense. Meanwhile, in the small world, Bai Ningbing was diligently cleaning the villa alone, without uttering a single complaint. The other 6 women secretly observed her, amazed by her forbearance. Bai Shuan thought to herself, "This woman seems weak, but she's actually extremely adept at hiding her true nature. I must keep a close eye on her in the future." Chapter 19: Methods to Improve Cultivation Level. Listening to Lu Chenfeng's explanation, Yi Fan had already formed a rough plan in his mind. Are there any conflicts between these major forces? Yi Fan continued to ask. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chenfeng said, "Master, although the human, demon, and monster races maintain peace on the surface, there are constant conflicts behind the scenes. For example, the human and demon races often have small-scale clashes on the border, while the monster race mostly remains neutral, occasionally leaning towards the human race because there is considerable trade between them. Furthermore, it's because the human race is the strongest of the 3 races." Yi Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Yi Fan was currently most interested in the Fox clan of the monster race. After all, the thought of the 9-tailed fox was exciting. As Yi Fan pondered, he suddenly realized something very awkward. Although he now disregarded even immortal venerables, it was merely a facade. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of true immortal. Any powerful expert could easily defeat him with a single glance. Yi Fan pondered ways to quickly improve his cultivation level, and suddenly thought of Yishir Hanxin body. The exhilarating feeling of that sudden surge in strength was still fresh in his mind. Therefore, Yi Fan said calmly to Lu Chenfeng, "Lu Chenfeng, find me more yin bodies. My current cultivation level is too low, I need to improve it as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng immediately replied respectfully, "Master, while yin bodies aren't numerous, they aren't scarce either. Anyone exposed will be captured by those old monsters for their cultivation. However, my title as the young master of the Celestial Court isn't just for show. I guarantee I can capture about 10 women for you, master." Lu Chenfeng revealed a proud expression, as if seeking praise. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart immediately stirred with excitement. More than 10 women with bodies, combined with the system's pills, could probably directly elevate me to the immortal king realm. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. Yi Fan looked at Lu Chunfeng and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Go and collect those women with the primordial body as soon as possible. Also, don't let the chosen ones of destiny escape. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, master, I will go and collect those women with the primordial body right now. I won't neglect the chosen ones of destiny either. Master, what are you planning to do next? Perhaps I can offer some assistance." Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to think. Lu Chunfeng, on the other hand, remained silent and waited respectfully by his side. Yi Fan's original plan was to go to the Azure Dragon Sect, because he needed to bind himself to a powerful figure there to ensure his safety. But now he already had Yi Mengfei, whose late-stage immortal venerable cultivation was already at the ceiling of the immortal realm. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan opened his eyes and said to Lu Chunfeng, "I need to go to the Azure Dragon Sect to take care of some business. Go and give them a heads up. It would be best if the Azure Dragon Sect's patriarch could come out and meet me." Lu Chunfeng immediately replied, "Yes, master. The Azure Dragon Sect is merely a vassal of our celestial court. I will certainly make them cooperate fully with you." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, go ahead." Lu Chunfeng respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and then left the inn. Elder Xian waited anxiously outside. If anything happened to the young master, he wouldn't be able to explain himself upon returning. As Yi Fan's servant, Lu Chunfeng couldn't possibly lie. He had even shielded Elder Xian from the truth about the secret treasure he spoke of. Seeing that the young master hadn't come out for a long time, Elder Xian steeled himself and prepared to rush in. Fine, being punished by the young master is better than death, Elder Xian thought to himself. However, before Elder Xian could rush in, Lu Chunfeng emerged first. Elder Xian was dumbfounded. He remained in his stance, ready to rush in, staring wide-eyed at Lu Chunfeng, a truly comical scene. The golden-armored soldiers stood nearby, their faces serious, but a hint of suppressed laughter lingered beneath their expressions. "We're professionally trained, we don't usually laugh unless we can't help it," the golden-armored soldiers thought in unison. "Elder Xian, what are you doing?" Lu Chunfeng said, somewhat speechless. Elder Xian awkwardly lowered his posture, chuckling dryly, "Young master, this old servant thought you had encountered some misfortune, and acted rashly in my anxiety." Lu Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I have some business to attend to at the Azure Dragon Sect. Let's depart now." With that, Lu Chunfeng stepped onto the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair. Elder Xian remained hidden, protecting Lu Chunfeng. The Golden Armor army stood on either side of the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair, ready to kill any suspicious targets that approached without hesitation. Yi Fan chose to go to the Azure Dragon Sect as before because he had seen a mission on his mission list involving the daughter and wife of the Azure Dragon Sect master. Yi Fan remembered that the reward was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yi Fan opened the mission list in his mind. Quest 1, the Azure Dragon Sect master's wife. Quest reward, Star Sword, 9th tier immortal weapon. Quest 2, the Azure Dragon Sect master's daughter. Quest reward, Myriad Realms summoning card, randomly summons a person from another world, maximizing their favorability, but without retaining their original strength, they will only have peak immortal venerable cultivation. Quest 3, the Azure Dragon Sect master's wife and daughter. Quest reward, Servants +1. Yi Fan looked at the 3 linked quests and nodded with satisfaction. Although they are all rather unconventional quests, they are very easy to complete, and the rewards are quite generous. And this Myriad Realms summoning card is exactly what I want. What if I summon Suner, Lucian, Bibi Dong, and Xiao Wu? Wouldn't that be? Yi Fan thought lewdly. Yi Fan snapped out of his daydream, but the fantasy would soon become reality. Therefore, Yi Fan directly brought Yi Mengfei to the villa in the small world. While Yi Fan was engaged in battle, Lu Chunfeng had already arrived at the Azure Dragon Sect, or more accurately, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. The disciples of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect were utterly astonished by the celestial palanquin pulled by 9 dragons and the surrounding golden-armored soldiers, all speculating about the identity of this powerful figure. Lu Chenfeng alighted from the palanquin and calmly addressed the guards at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Go and inform your sect master that Lu Chenfeng has come to visit, and have him come out to greet him immediately. Upon hearing this, the guard, though unfamiliar with the name, recognized the imposing manner of the man and was clearly no ordinary person. So the guard obediently went to report. If it were the chosen one, the guard would definitely have mocked him, and then the sect leader would have come out and humiliated him. Chapter 20: The Rebellious Intent of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect Ancestor. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's patriarch and sect leader had already spotted Lu Chenfeng. The sect leader was about to greet him, but the patriarch stopped him. "Humph, this young master of the Immortal Court certainly has quite the airs," the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect patriarch thought disdainfully. Clearly, this patriarch of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect already harbored rebellious intentions. His actions were a test of Lu Chenfeng. If this young master of the Immortal Court was a useless fool, he could then rally the other 3 sects and some hidden families to launch a direct rebellion. Lu Chenfeng waited for a long time without the guard appearing, and he grew impatient. Lu Chenfeng frowned and coldly snorted, "It seems the Azure Dragon Sect has no intention of giving me face." With that, he took a step forward, and a powerful aura instantly erupted. Aura of overwhelming pressure. The surrounding Azure Dragon Sect disciples felt an overwhelming pressure and immediately knelt on the ground. However, some elders with cultivation levels higher than the early Golden Immortal stage didn't feel the same pressure as the disciples, though they still sensed a sense of oppression. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's patriarch sensed this aura and was startled. "I didn't expect Lu Chenfeng to have the early Golden Immortal stage. My Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's holy son is only at the peak of the profound Immortal stage." Realizing he might have underestimated his opponent, he quickly transmitted his thoughts to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect master in his mind. "Wuhan, go and greet the young master of the Immortal Court." "Yes, father." Cheng Wuhan responded in his mind and flew towards Lu Chenfeng's location. Cheng Wuhan flew to Lu Chenfeng, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Young master's arrival is an honor for the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Please forgive our lack of hospitality." Lu Chenfeng glanced at him and coldly said, "I see you've been jumping around for too long, you've forgotten who your master is. Take me to see your sect master and ancestor." Cheng Wuhan broke out in a cold sweat, then his lips twitched. "Young master, my Azure Dragon Immortal Sect has not forgotten the Celestial Court's favor. Furthermore, I am the sect master," Cheng Wuhan said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng showed no embarrassment, instead retorting sarcastically, "That only proves you look like a servant, and do things just like one." Cheng Wuhan's expression changed, but he suppressed his anger, forcing a dry laugh as he said, "Young master, please don't joke. What brings you here?" Lu Chenfeng crossed his arms and coldly replied, "Find a quiet place and summon your dying ancestor." Although Cheng Wuhan was deeply displeased, he dared not disobey, and could only lead Lu Chenfeng to the sect's reception hall to fetch his father. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's patriarch was in a secret chamber, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. "Should we just submit to the Immortal Court like this?" He clenched his fists. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous thought flashed through his mind. Since this Lu Chenfeng is so arrogant, why not take this opportunity to eliminate him? The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect patriarch thought fiercely. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor's mind was filled with fantasies of controlling Lu Chenfeng, then seizing control of the Immortal Court, and unifying the Immortal Realm. However, this was merely a fantasy before the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor fainted. Just as the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor was lost in thought, Cheng Wuhan's voice rang out from outside the door. "Father, Lu Chenfeng requests your presence," Cheng Wuhan said respectfully. Cheng Wuhan's voice shattered the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor's illusions. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor snapped out of his reverie, responded to Cheng Wuhan, and immediately dismissed his previous thought. Lu Chenfeng definitely has a powerful protector. While it might not be an immortal emperor, it's at least an immortal venerable. What if Lu Chenfeng possesses something that can save his life? That would be the end for us, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor thought with lingering fear. Soon, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor arrived, a forced smile on his face. Lu Chunfeng looked at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect ancestor's forced smile with disdain. Old man, stop with the pretense. I only have one thing to say today, Lu Chunfeng said, his eyes radiating arrogance. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's patriarch's heart tightened, and he respectfully asked, "What are your orders, venerable master?" A person named Jifan will be visiting the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect soon. You must treat him well. If anything goes wrong, your entire Azure Dragon Immortal Sect cannot bear the consequences, Lu Chunfeng warned. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect patriarch was furious, but dared not show it on his face, and could only respectfully say, "I will obey your orders." After Lu Chunfeng finished speaking, he turned and left. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect patriarch watched his departing figure, secretly gritting his teeth. Father, who exactly is this Yifan? Why is he so important to the Immortal Court's young master? Xing Wuhan asked. No matter who he is, our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect is not a pushover. When that Yifan arrives, give him a warning first, let him know that our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect is not to be trifled with. The patriarch's gaze was cold. Meanwhile, Yifan's battle in the villa in the small world finally ended. Yifan stretched comfortably, lit a cigarette, and puffed on it with relish. Yi Mengfei watched him with loving eyes. Yifan noticed Yi Mengfei's gaze and turned to look at her. Go to sleep. If you don't want to sleep, go cultivate. Tomorrow, come with me to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. By the way, should we take care of things at the Underworld Palace? Yi Fan said casually. Yi Mengfei nodded obediently and said, Master, I already used my token to arrange for the Vice Palace Master to handle matters at the Underworld Palace. Don't worry. Yi Fan took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring towards Yi Mengfei. Alright, then we'll set off tomorrow. Yi Mengfei didn't seem to care about Yi Fan's humiliating gesture and said tenderly, Understood, Master. Just then, Lu Wuchen's respectful voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Master, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect has been dealt with. You can go directly there when the time comes. Yi Fan casually replied in his mind, then embraced Yi Mengfei and slowly drifted off to sleep. Having just finished his training, Xiao Tian looked at the desolate white cloud city before him, feeling somewhat annoyed. The sense of loss he had felt not long ago only fueled his anger. What the hell? That old man's map was definitely unreliable. This isn't White Cloud City at all, it's clearly a ruined wasteland. Xiao Tian cursed loudly at the entrance of White Cloud City. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, two pairs of eyes were watching him intently from the shadows. The two pairs of eyes belonged to the two bodyguards dispatched by Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng had these two bodyguards lie in wait at the gates of Baiyun City. If they encountered any suspicious individuals, one bodyguard would be dispatched to apprehend them, while the other would act as needed. Xiao Tian, his throat dry from cursing, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura and shouted, Who is it? Show yourself. Chapter 21 Fierce Battle. Xiao Tian was just looking for an outlet for his frustration when this person came to him. Heh, these sneaky people lurking in the shadows must be some bandits. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I won't be polite, Xiao Tian thought to himself. The two men in the shadows exchanged a glance, and one of them silently circled behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian warily looked around, then suddenly his alarm blared. He turned and threw a punch, the wind whistling through the air. The guard dodged to the side, his dagger thrusting towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian flashed forward, stomping his foot hard, cracking the ground and sending pebbles flying towards the guard. The other guard, though worried, could only observe from the shadows. He was now certain this was the person the young master was looking for. The guard dodged to the side, gathering immortal power in his hands, and unleashed a palm strike towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian sneered, forming hand seals, and a barrier of flame rose up, blocking the attack. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tian roared. The guard didn't answer, instead launching an even stronger attack. Xiao Tian knew he had to finish this quickly. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword, causing it to glow brightly. This was a sword Xiao Tian had obtained from some ruins, named the blood-drinking sword. It could enhance the user's power through blood. He roared and charged at the guard, his swordsmanship lightning fast, momentarily suppressing him. The guard excelled at assassination in concealment, but was somewhat lacking in direct combat. Furthermore, Xiao Tian was a chosen one, and chosen ones were known for their ruthlessness. Seeing he was outmatched, the guard steeled himself and swallowed a pill. A blood-exploding pill. It could greatly enhance the user's power, but had severe side effects. As the pill entered his body, the guard's aura surged, revealing his cultivation level. Late-stage Celestial Immortal. Xiao Tian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the sneaky figure to be a late-stage Celestial Immortal, while he was only at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Before Xiao Tian could think further, the guard had already unleashed his immortal power and pounced. Facing a guard whose cultivation was already higher than his and who had consumed the bloodless pill, Xiao Tian gradually began to struggle. Just as he was about to give up, a gentle power suddenly erupted within him. Xiao Tian's strength increased dramatically, instantly surging from the peak of the Golden Immortal realm to the late-stage Celestial Immortal realm. Xiao Tian was overjoyed, sensing this familiar power, knowing that this was a technique left to him by his master. The guard, seeing Xiao Tian's sudden surge in strength, was utterly shocked. But instead of pondering further, he unleashed his spell and charged towards Xiao Tian. Shadow Fist. This was a standardized spell assigned to the guards by the Celestial Court, a low-grade celestial rank spell. Seeing the guard unleash the Shadow Fist and feeling its intimidating power, Xiao Tian dared not underestimate it. He quickly swung his blood-drinking sword, creating a flurry of sword shadows as it clashed with the Shadow Fist. In an instant, energy fluctuations spread outwards, sending the surrounding ruins flying higher. Taking advantage of the guard's weakened state after using his attack, Xiao Tian lunged forward, ready to finish him off. The guard, seeing Xiao Tian charging towards him, was greatly alarmed. He stomped his foot on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, taking advantage of Xiao Tian's blurred vision, the guard hastily used a secret technique to escape. The other guard, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tian felt a blur before his eyes, and when he looked again, the guards had vanished. The other guard, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to monitor Xiao Tian. The guard now understood that the person before him seemed to possess some treasure that could detect anyone releasing killing intent towards him. Therefore, the guard now only intended to monitor Xiao Tian, awaiting the young master's orders. Xiao Tian frowned, wondering why the two had attacked him. At the same time, Xiao Tian's cultivation level returned to the early stage of the Celestial Immortal realm. In the distance, the fleeing guard leaned against a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura unstable. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring, swallowed it, and his injuries improved slightly. Then, without delay, he returned to report the situation to Lu Chunfeng. Xiao Tian stood there pondering for a moment, unable to recall who he had offended. Xiao Tian decided not to dwell on this matter, as the most important thing now was to find new opportunities to improve his strength. Lu Ruyan, you broke off our engagement back then, causing me immense humiliation. The 3-year agreement is almost up, and I'll make you pay. I've used the power my teacher left me. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll tear you to pieces. Xiao Tian thought bitterly. The more Xiao Tian thought about it, the angrier he became. He unleashed his immortal power, bombarding the ruins of Tianyun City nearby. After venting his anger, Xiao Tian calmed down and prepared to head to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Before setting off for his training, his master told him that he had an old friend at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect and could go there for some experience. Meanwhile, the guard who had returned to report soon arrived before Lu Chunfeng. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Young master, I am incompetent and failed to capture that person. However, that person seems to possess some secret method to enhance their strength, directly advancing from the early stage of Celestial Immortal to the late stage. Number 9 is still there monitoring them." Lu Chunfeng frowned slightly and said, "It's all right, you should go and rest first." Lu Chunfeng's father had assigned him 10 bodyguards, numbered 1 through 10. Number 9 was the one monitoring Xiao Tian, and number 10 was the bodyguard from earlier. The chosen one is truly not to be underestimated. I didn't expect him to have already reached the early stage of Celestial Immortal, while I'm only at the early stage of Golden Immortal. However, I'm only just turned 18, while Xiao Tian is already 20. He'll soon surpass me. He's just a mere leak, not worth mentioning. I still have to go there myself. Now I can only wait for news from number 9, Lu Chunfeng thought to himself. Small world. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Mengfei in his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. Yifan pushed Yi Mengfei away, stood up, stretched, and squinted slightly at the blinding sunlight outside. Yi Mengfei also slowly woke up, her gaze gentle and tender as she looked at Yifan. Good morning, master. Yi Mengfei said, then got up to tidy Yifan's clothes. After tidying their clothes, Yifan and Yi Mengfei went to the villa's living room. In the living room, Bai Ningbing was cleaning the villa. Seeing Yifan come down, her eyes lit up with surprise. Good morning, master, Bai Ningbing said softly. Yifan nodded, sat on the sofa, and casually asked, are you settling in here? Yi Mengfei then came up behind Yifan and gently massaged his shoulders. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed to hear Yifan's concern and quickly said, Master, I'm fine here, you don't need to worry. Yifan nodded, then leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Yi Mengfei's care. Seeing Yifan close his eyes, Bai Ningbing felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it and quietly continued cleaning the villa. Chapter 22 The Treatment of the Chosen One. Xiao Tian continued his journey towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, easily resolving any minor troubles he encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Lu Chunfeng received a message from guard number 9 informing him that Xiao Tian was heading towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. He was immediately alarmed and rushed towards the sect himself. Yifan enjoyed himself for a while, then said to Yi Mengfei behind him, Let's go to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Yi Mengfei obediently nodded. Yifan stood up, and with a thought, he and Yi Mengfei disappeared under Bai Ningbing's watchful gaze. Bai Ningbing felt quite envious of Yi Mengfei. Why could she follow her master, while she could only steal glances at her? After leaving the small world, Yifan and Yi Mengfei appeared in a forest near Wind City. Yifan frowned slightly and said to the system in his mind, System, how did I get teleported here? Ding! If there are other people present when you enter this small world, you will be teleported to a randomly selected safe, uninhabited area nearby. Yifan nodded, mentally giving it a 5-star rating. Yifan turned and gestured to Yi Mengfei. Yi Mengfei immediately understood, taking out a spaceship from her storage space. After infusing it with immortal power, it instantly grew several times larger. Yifan and Yi Mengfei boarded the spaceship and flew towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Xiao Tian had already arrived at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the gate exuded an ancient and solemn aura. The gatekeeper stopped Xiao Tian, sized him up, and coldly shouted, Halt! Who goes there? Although Xiao Tian disliked the gatekeeper, he still politely said, I am Xiao Tian, here to pay my respects to elderly. Please announce my arrival. The gatekeeper glanced at Xiao Tian's somewhat tattered clothes from fighting with demonic beasts, sneered, and said, You think you can see our sect's elderly? Don't spout nonsense here. Leave immediately. Xiao Tian's face darkened, and his killing intent towards the gatekeeper surged to its peak. Just then, a disdainful voice came from the side. What kind of gatekeeper are you? Let any Tom, Dick, or Harry in here? A tall, imposing man with ordinary features walked over. The gatekeeper's pupils constricted upon seeing the man, and he hurriedly stepped forward obsequiously, saying, Senior Brother Zhang, you're back? Senior Brother Zhang kicked the gatekeeper away, then didn't look at him again. This Senior Brother Zhang was an inner disciple of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect named Zhangbang. He was usually arrogant and domineering, frequently borrowing cultivation resources from outer disciples, but never returning them. When outer disciples tried to demand their resources back, Zhangbang beat them half to death. Zhangbang turned to look at Xiao Tian, his face sinister, and said, You poor wretch, hand over everything of value you have, then immediately get down the mountain, or don't blame me for being impolite. As he finished speaking, Zhang Bun unleashed a powerful aura, revealing his cultivation level. Peak True Immortal. Seeing Xiao Tian's tattered clothes, Zhang Bang assumed he was a pauper, but even a small amount is still something. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Zhang Bang, Xiao Tian revealed a disdainful expression, sneered, and said, "You think you can take me on?" Zhang Bang, enraged, raised his hand and launched an attack at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian easily dodged the attack and kicked Zhang Bang away. The gatekeeper, watching Xiao Tian's actions, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Zhang Bang is a peak true immortal, yet he was defeated so easily. This person must be at least a profound immortal. Oh no! I was so sarcastic towards him earlier, is he going to attack me? The gatekeeper thought anxiously. Zhang Bang lay on the ground, spitting out blood before fainting. Xiao Tian glanced at Zhang Bang disdainfully, then turned to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's legs went weak with fear, and he knelt down with a thud, pleading, "Brother, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Xiao Tian snorted coldly and said, "Go and report." The gatekeeper breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled inside to report. "You said a young man came to the sect looking for me?" Elderly asked, his voice slightly hurried. Xiao Tian's master had sent him a message a few days ago, saying his disciple would be arriving at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect soon for him to undergo some training. Now it seemed this young man was indeed that old man's disciple, Xiao Tian. Yes, that person was arrogant and domineering, even insulting my Azure Dragon Immortal Sect and injuring senior brother Zhang Bang, whose fate is now unknown, the gatekeeper disciple stammered. "Alright, I'll go myself, and then we'll decide what to do," Elderly said casually. Shortly afterward, Elderly arrived at the mountain gate. Elderly sized Xiao Tian up and down, a smile on his face, and said, "Is this Xiao Tian?" Xiao Tian quickly bowed, saying with slight respect, "This junior is indeed Xiao Tian." Elderly nodded, smiling, and said, "Your master was quite boasting to me about his precious disciple a while ago. Now that I see him, he is indeed extraordinary. Elderly flatters me." "It's all thanks to my master's excellent teaching," Xiao Tian said, a hint of pride in his voice. Xiao Tian was extremely proud. After all, he possessed a divine physique, 1 in 10,000. "What just happened here?" Elderly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately recounted what had just occurred. After listening, Elderly's expression darkened slightly. He said that Zhang Bang is usually arrogant and domineering. This is just a lesson learned. You don't need to take it to heart. Elderly then turned to look at the gatekeeper disciple. "Considering your unwavering loyalty to my Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, I'll spare your life. Now get lost," Elderly said calmly. The gatekeeper trembled upon hearing this, then hurriedly said, "Thank you, Elderly." Elderly led Xiao Tian into the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chenfeng, seated in the Nine-Dragon Immortal Sedan chair, escorted by golden-armored soldiers, quickly approached the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. The airship carrying Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei was also about to arrive. Xiao Tian followed Elderly to a secluded courtyard, where Elderly handed him a secret manual. This contains a low-grade immortal rank spell, Tempering Fire Consecutive /. Elderly said with some heartache. Xiao Tian accepted the manual gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Elderly." You should know that your master begged me for a long time before I was willing to reveal this spell," Elderly said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt even more grateful to his master, and a few tears welled up in his eyes. "If it weren't for master back then, I'd probably still be a useless piece of trash. I must repay master properly in the future," Xiao Tian silently resolved. Elderly sighed, patted Xiao Tian's shoulder, and said earnestly, "I've heard everything your master said about your situation. Stay calm and don't embarrass your master." Xiao Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elderly, I will definitely wash away the shame of the past." Chapter 23 Li Feng's Thoughts. Elderly nodded with satisfaction and said, "Xiao Tian, I am the second elder of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, and I have the right to accept a disciple once. Would you be willing to become my master?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian hesitated. "Elderly, it's not that I'm unwilling to become your master, but as you know, I already have a master." Elderly waved his hand and said, "It's all right. Your master and I are like family. In that case, I'll be your second master, and that old fellow will be your first master." Xiao Tian was overjoyed and immediately knelt down to perform the disciple acceptance ceremony. "Greetings, second master." Elderly helped Xiao Tian up, laughing heartily, but there was an unusual glint in his eyes. Who was Li Feng? He was the second elder of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, and possessed a mid-stage immortal venerable cultivation level. His status was extremely noble, making him one of the top figures in the immortal realm. When Li Feng saw Xiao Tian, he was incredibly surprised. Reaching the early stage of celestial immortal cultivation at such a young age is unprecedented. As long as he doesn't die young, he's destined to become a powerful figure. Li Feng's talent is limited, he can only reach the mid-stage of immortal venerable in this lifetime. With good luck and some fortuitous encounter, he might break through to the late-stage immortal venerable. But Li Feng is unwilling to accept this. He's considering recruiting this disciple of his old friend, investing in him. If he's right, he might break through to the immortal emperor realm. If he's wrong, it won't be a big deal. In fact, without Jifan and Lu Chenfeng, Li Feng could indeed have broken through to the immortal emperor realm. But now? Ha! Good, my good disciple, you are now my personal disciple. I'll spread the news soon. You can cultivate here in peace, or you can go out and meet the personal disciples of other elders, perhaps they can become your future help, Elderly said with a smile. Xiao Tian looked at his second master, who was so considerate of him, and felt incredibly grateful. He secretly vowed to repay his second master in the future. Master, I want to meet the other elders' personal disciples and compare myself with them, improving through combat, Xiao Tian quickly decided. Elder Li's lips twitched. You're already at the early stage of celestial immortal cultivation, while the Holy Sun is only at the peak of profound immortal. Isn't this like an adult beating a child? Although Xiao Tian was only 2 years older than the Holy Sun. However, Elderly nodded and said, Disciple, it's good to go and see, but be merciful to those elders' disciples, especially the sect leader's daughter and disciples the Holy Maiden and Holy Sun. Xiao Tian agreed and walked outside. He hadn't gone far when he encountered a handsome man. Seeing Xiao Tian's simple attire, the man's eyes flashed with contempt. He said disdainfully, Who are you? I've never seen you before. Xiao Tian was displeased, but still politely replied, I am Xiao Tian, and I have just become a disciple of the second elder. Upon hearing that he was the second elder's disciple, the man was slightly surprised, but still arrogantly said, So you are the second elder's disciple. However, this Holy Sun advises you to keep a low profile. Don't think that just because you have the second elder's backing, you can act recklessly. Xiao Tian now realized that the man before him was actually the Holy Sun. But Xiao Tian wasn't going to let it slide. He snorted coldly and said, What do you mean by that, Holy Sun? Does the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect only allow the strong to bully the weak? Upon hearing this, the Holy Sun sneered, casually gathering a surge of immortal power in his hand and striking towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, surprised by the Holy Sun's unreasonable behavior, remained calm and easily dodged the attack. The Holy Sun was secretly astonished. Although his casual strike wasn't at full strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could dodge. He was a peak profound immortal. You have some skill, but this is just the beginning. The Holy Sun attacked again, this time with even greater ferocity. A hint of disdain flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes. He had thought this Holy Sun of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect was incredibly powerful, it turned out he was merely a peak profound immortal. Xiao Tian circulated his immortal power, casually releasing a barrier in front of him. The Holy Sun's attack struck the barrier, creating ripples. Humph, a mere trick. Xiao Tian's eyes were contemptuous as he removed the barrier and unleashed a counterattack of immortal power. Sensing the immense power of the immortal energy, the Holy Sun hastily dodged, but was still injured in the left arm. Looking at his bleeding arm, the Holy Sun exclaimed in shock, How can you be so powerful? Xiao Tian, hearing this, felt a surge of disdain. He had only used half his strength to avoid accidentally killing the Holy Sun, yet the Holy Sun was so easily defeated. By this time, a considerable number of disciples had gathered around, all utterly astonished. The Holy Sun, never having suffered such a defeat, roared, "Today I'll make you pay." Just as he was about to retaliate with all his might, a majestic voice rang out, "Stop!" It was Qing Wuhan who had sensed the familiar battle fluctuations. "You two are fellow disciples, why are you fighting here?" Chang Wuhan's gaze swept over the two. The Holy Sun quickly tried to shift the blame, saying, "Master, this brat is arrogant just because he's the second elder's disciple. I only wanted to teach him a lesson." Xiao Tian was about to argue when Chang Wuhan raised his hand to stop him. "This matter ends here. If there's a next time, I won't let it go easily." Chang Wuhan finished speaking and left with the Holy Sun. The other disciples also dispersed. Those who wanted to cultivate went home, and those who wanted to cultivate together went home with their partners. Xiao Tian watched their retreating figures, clenching his fists. Damn it! That sect leader is definitely biased towards the Holy Sun. Xiao Tian thought bitterly. The Holy Sun followed behind Qing Wuhan, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He was certain his master had seen what had just happened and was favoring him. "Master, I was wrong." The Holy Sun was the first to admit his mistake. "Sayuchen, Master isn't blaming you, but you're usually so calm and collected. Why were you so agitated just now?" Qing Wuhan sighed. "The Holy Sun's true name is Mo Yuchen. Master, this disciple doesn't know either. When I saw that person, I suddenly became agitated," Mo Yuchen recalled. Chang Wuhan frowned, puzzled. "Such a thing is true." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuchen quickly replied, "Absolutely true. If He Fan were here, he would definitely shout that the protagonist's halo had activated." Qing Wuhan was very suspicious, wondering if his disciple was lying to him, but then he wondered if it was some kind of mind-altering artifact. "Alright, let's leave this matter for now. Go back and cultivate." Qing Wuhan waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the Holy Sun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." After speaking, the Holy Sun flew towards his courtyard. Speaking of which, when did the second elder take on a disciple? Looks like I need to keep an eye on him. These are truly troublesome times. Recently, someone named Ji Fan is coming. He's someone the Celestial Court's young master specifically requested to take care of, Qing Wuhan thought helplessly. Chapter 24 Yi Fan's Charm. Filled with resentment, Xiao Tian went to his second master to complain about his grievances. Li Feng, after listening, comforted him, "Disciple, don't be angry. Qing Wuhan has been protecting his own for a long time, we don't need to bother with him." Although Li Feng said this, he was secretly delighted. Although Xiao Tian is exceptionally talented, he's too easily swayed by his emotions. But that's precisely why he's the easiest to control. He's incredibly pure-hearted, Li Feng thought to himself. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement, secretly resolving to cultivate diligently and surpass the Holy Sun. Yi Fan had already arrived at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. The newly arrived gatekeeper looked at Yi Fan with a shy expression, her heart pounding. But upon seeing Yi Mengfei beside her, a sense of defeat welled up inside her. To others, Yi Mengfei exuded an aloof and cold aura, making her unapproachable. Yi Fan looked at the shy female disciple with stars in her eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Looks like my alluring charm is working, but it's incredibly effective. I think I could do something unspeakable with this female disciple right now," Yi Fan thought in shock. Yi Fan composed himself, looked at the shy female disciple before him, and calmly said, "Yi Fan." Yi Fan wasn't someone who would fall for just anyone, at least the female disciple with good fortune, or someone with a score of 90 or higher, would do. The female disciple was utterly shocked upon hearing this, then hesitated. The sect elders had recently told all the gatekeepers that if they encountered someone named Yi Fan, they should give him a good hard time. The female disciple was now also attracted to Yi Fan's good looks, her affection for him had surged, and she was even considering disobeying the elders' orders. Yi Fan looked at the hesitant female disciple before him, puzzled. Didn't Lu Chunfeng say he had everything arranged? What's going on now? Just as Yi Fan was wondering, Yi Mingfei's voice rang in his mind. "Master, there are some scurrying mice in the shadows. They must be elders from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect." Yi Fan immediately understood. It seems the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect suffered quite a bit at Lu Chunfeng's hands. Unable to offend Lu Chunfeng, they've come to intimidate me. Yi Fan sneered inwardly. Yi Fan wore a faint smile and said to the female disciple, "Miss, I ask you, do you want to live or die?" Although Yi Fan's face was smiling, his words were icy cold. The female disciple turned pale with fright. She hadn't expected this elegant young man to speak so coldly. Just then, the elder hurried over, bowed respectfully to Yi Fan, and said, "Young Master Yi, it was all a misunderstanding. Please come in." Yi Fan glanced at the elder with a half-smile, said nothing, and walked inside. Yi Mengfei followed closely behind, giving the elder a cold glance as she passed him, causing the elder to inexplicably feel a chill. After entering the sect, Yi Fan looked around. Abundant spiritual energy, indeed an excellent place for cultivation. No wonder it's one of the 4 sects, Yi Fan mused. Just then, an elder respectfully inquired of Yi Fan, "Young Master Yi, may I ask who this gentleman beside you is?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fan said calmly, "Taoist partner." The elder was greatly surprised upon hearing this, and quickly said, "So your young Master Yi's Taoist partner? My apologies for not recognizing you sooner." "It's all right," Yi Mengfei said coldly, but her tone revealed a hint of joy. "Master actually called me Taoist partner, I'm so happy." Yi Mengfei thought joyfully. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was cultivating in a secluded place when he suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What was that strange feeling just now?" "It was like sensing someone of my own kind." Yi Fan, led by the elder, headed towards his residence. Many disciples cast curious glances his way. The male disciples were mostly envious, jealous, and some even hostile. The female disciples were mostly blushing, their eyes sparkling. There were even a few who were quite beautiful. Ding! Meng Yao's favorability plus 50, current favorability 80. Ding! Yi Qing's favorability plus 50, current favorability 80. Ding! Ding! Yi Fan listened to the system's voice, feeling utterly helpless. Is being handsome a crime? Yi Fan shamelessly ignored any mention of his alluring charm, simply believing he was too handsome. System only announced those with a beauty score of 80 or higher, or those who were destined for greatness. Yi Fan said to the system in his mind. Ding! Modified. The system's voice faded, and the sounds around Yi Fan disappeared. Suddenly, a group of disciples escorted Mo Yuchen towards them. Mo Yuchen saw Yi Fan and a strange hostility surged within him, a desire to kill him. Mo Yuchen was startled by the thought that crossed his mind. Why do I feel such a strong urge to kill this complete stranger, just like when I met the second elder's disciple? Am I under some kind of curse? Mo Yuchen thought to himself in shock. The more Mo Yuchen thought about it, the more frightened he became. Forcibly suppressing these thoughts, he asked the elder beside Yi Fan, "Elder, who is this?" Upon hearing this, the elder quickly replied, "Your Highness, this is young Master Yi, and the one beside him is young Master Yi's Taoist partner." Mo Yuchen was somewhat surprised. He knew, of course, that a person named Yi Fan would soon arrive at the sect, someone personally chosen by the Immortal Court's young master to take care of. Mo Yuchen looked at Yi Fan, forcing a smile, and said, "Brother Yi, you're new here. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help in the future." Yi Fan looked at the Holy Sun before him, inwardly sneering, but didn't respond, only nodding faintly. Seeing Yi Fan's coldness, Mo Yuchen grew even more enraged, the urge to kill Yi Fan surging within him, yet he maintained a polite facade. Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei continued with the elder, pondering how to subdue the mother and daughter. Soon afterward, Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei arrived at their prepared lodgings. Yi Fan looked at the courtyard before him and nodded in satisfaction. "This courtyard is all right, passable," Yi Fan said casually. The elder, inwardly furious, outwardly remained polite, saying, "If young Master Yi is not satisfied, I can change your courtyard." Yi Fan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, this will do." The elder breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared Yi Fan would suggest changing courtyards, otherwise, he would have been in a real predicament. This was the best courtyard for receiving guests, otherwise, he would have had to go to the sect leader. After all, he couldn't very well give up the sect leader's courtyard to him, could he? Chapter 25 Sword Emperor's Secret Realm. Then please settle in here, young Master Yi. If you need anything, just call me. The elder finished speaking and handed Yifan a token. Yifan accepted the token and nodded. Seeing Yifan accept the token, the elder turned and left without hesitation. Watching the elder's departing figure, Yifan suddenly recalled a sentence, even accompanied by music. He turned and left, as if he had made up his mind. Yifan quickly banished those chaotic thoughts and walked into the courtyard. Yi Mengfei, seeing this, obediently followed behind Yifan. Lu Chenfeng also arrived at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect in a 9-dragon immortal sedan chair. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's patriarch noticed Lu Chenfeng, and his lips twitched. Lu Chenfeng, riding in the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair, headed straight for the courtyard where Qing Wuhan was. The disciples of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect gasped in shock as they gazed at the 9-dragon palanquin in the sky. Soon, Lu Chenfeng arrived at Qing Wuhan's courtyard in the 9-dragon palanquin. Qing Wuhan was furious to see Lu Chenfeng enter so ostentatiously in the 9-dragon palanquin. Damn Lu Chenfeng! How dare he show such disrespect to my Azure Dragon Immortal Sect? Despite his anger, Qing Wuhan could only obediently come out to greet Lu Chenfeng. Lu Chenfeng alighted from the palanquin, looked at Qing Wuhan, and smiled. Sect Master Qing, how have you been? Qing Wuhan forced a smile and said, Young Master is too kind. May I ask what brings you to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect? Lu Chenfeng's lips curled slightly, and he chuckled softly before asking, Master, where is Yifan now? In that instant, Lu Chenfeng inwardly cried out in alarm, for he had almost blurted out that crucial title. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough to correct himself and cover up the slip of the tongue that almost led to a major blunder. If that old bastard Qing Wuhan were to complain to father, things probably wouldn't end well. After all, my current identity is the young master of the Celestial Court. If father knew I addressed someone as master, that master would likely be in trouble, Lu Chenfeng thought with lingering fear. Lu Chenfeng stopped thinking and looked at Qing Wuhan before him, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qing Wuhan hasn't noticed. My predecessor displayed a ruthless and unpredictable personality. Probably no one would suspect that the young master of the Celestial Court would have a master of unknown origin, Lu Chenfeng thought to himself. Qing Wuhan noticed Lu Chenfeng's momentary lapse in concentration and asked, Young master, what's wrong? Lu Chenfeng's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, It's nothing. Tell me where Yifan is. Although Qing Wuhan had doubts, he didn't dare ask further and told him Yifan's address. Well, the Sword Emperor's secret realm is about to open, and I'm somewhat interested. I'll stay at your Azure Dragon Immortal Sect for a while, Lu Chenfeng said casually. Yes, young master, Qing Wuhan replied respectfully, though he didn't know what Lu Chenfeng was planning. Lu Chenfeng nodded and, seated in the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair, flew towards Yifan's courtyard, surrounded by golden-armored soldiers. At this moment, Xiao Tian's cultivation area suddenly shone brightly. He had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Xiao Tian, sensing his newfound cultivation level, was overjoyed. I've turned misfortune into blessing. The battle with that despicable villain who ambushed me actually allowed me to break through to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight. Li Feng, sensing the approaching energy fluctuations, was astonished and said, Disciple, although you are exceptionally talented, you must never become arrogant or complacent. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Disciple understands, and will certainly not disappoint second master's expectations. Li Feng stroked his beard and smiled. Excellent. The Sword Emperor's secret realm opens in a month. Only cultivators at the celestial immortal realm and below can enter. It's a perfect opportunity for you to gain experience. Xiao Tian was thrilled and eagerly asked, Second Master, what's inside that secret realm? Li Feng stroked his beard and slowly said, It's said that this is the place where the Sword Emperor fell. The Sword Emperor, true to his name, was an immortal emperor who ascended to the throne through the sword. His legacy is said to reside within, but over the years, no one has obtained it. Fortunately, you, my disciple, also cultivate the sword. You can try to see if you can obtain the legacy. Of course, there are also various magical treasures and spiritual herbs inside. However, this secret realm is fraught with danger, with all sorts of demonic beasts roaming freely. Furthermore, the other 3 sects and some other forces will also be involved. Remember not to be careless and to proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was incredibly excited and even more grateful to his second master. Second master, rest assured, I will definitely proceed with caution and obtain the Sword Emperor's legacy from within, Xiao Tian said with a slightly serious expression. Li Tian nodded and said with satisfaction, well then, during this time, take care of your health and try to recover to your best condition. Xiao Tian nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for this journey to the secret realm. Seeing Xiao Tian nod, Li Tian said nothing more and flew away. After returning to his residence, Mo Yuchen's killing intent towards Yifan intensified. He felt that if things continued this way, he would definitely suffer a qi deviation, so he decided to seek help from Qing Wuhan. Just then, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect issued a notice informing all disciples about the secret realm and warning them against fighting among themselves within the realm, urging them to unite against a common enemy. How come the Sword Emperor's secret realm opened so quickly? I doubt any of our younger generation has reached the celestial immortal realm yet. Even His Highness the Holy Sun is only at the peak of the profound immortal realm, an inner disciple of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect said to a friend beside him. Sigh, who knows? I'm only at the early profound immortal realm. It seems I can only rely on the seniors in the sect, the disciple sighed. That's right, wasn't the Sword Emperor's secret realm supposed to open once every 100 years? How come it opened after only 60 years, the inner disciple said angrily. If Lu Chunfeng, who had read the script, heard these words, he would surely be filled with rage. This Sword Emperor's secret realm was opened specifically for Xiao Tian, the damned chosen one. Currently, no one at the heavenly immortal realm is likely a match for Xiao Tian. Although he's only at the mid-stage of heavenly immortal, even a peak heavenly immortal probably couldn't defeat him. Don't underestimate the terrifying power of this chosen one. Meanwhile, Lu Chunfeng had arrived at Yifan's courtyard. He ordered the golden armored army to stand guard outside and then knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. Lu Chunfeng was puzzled, but without Yifan's order, he dared not enter and could only wait outside. And what was Yifan doing at this moment? Yifan was currently in the small world, not in the courtyard at all. You know what I mean. Chapter 26 Yi Qing. Mo Yuchen found Qing Wuhan with a grave expression, his eyes revealing an inexplicable confusion and unease. Upon seeing Qing Wuhan, Mo Yuchen took a deep breath and slowly revealed the intense killing intent that had inexplicably arisen within him towards Yifan. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wuhan frowned slightly, staring intently at Mo Yuchen, seemingly trying to glean more clues from his expression. Then, Cheng Wuhan extended his right hand and gently placed it on Mo Yuchen's shoulder. A gentle yet powerful spiritual energy flowed through his arm into Mo Yuchen's body, beginning a thorough examination. However, after a thorough examination, Cheng Wuhan found nothing unusual. Cheng Wuhan withdrew his hand, looking thoughtfully at Mo Yuchen, and said, based on my current abilities, I haven't detected any external factors that caused this killing intent in you. Perhaps. He paused slightly, then continued, perhaps you've unknowingly developed an inner demon during your cultivation. Hearing the words inner demon, Mo Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well that inner demons were a great danger to cultivators. If not eliminated in time, they could plunge one into utter ruin. Qing Wuhan patted Mo Yuchen's shoulder, earnestly admonishing him, the Sword Emperor's secret realm is about to open. This is a rare opportunity. You must adjust your mindset as soon as possible, and absolutely must not be controlled by that instinctive killing intent. Otherwise, if you lose control within the secret realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mo Yuchen nodded heavily and said, thank you for your guidance, Master. I will do my best to overcome this. Cheng Wuhan watched his departing figure, her heart still filled with worry. Yifan finished his battle and emerged from the small world. Sensing someone outside, he opened the door and saw Lu Chunfeng standing there. Master, Lu Chunfeng said respectfully. Yifan nodded and said calmly, any progress on the primordialine body? Lu Chunfeng smiled awkwardly and said, Master, I'm having my men collect the primordialine body materials. I came here regarding Xiao Tian and the opening of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said, Xiao Tian? That's the chosen one? He's come to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect? Lu Chenfeng nodded respectfully and said, Yes, Master. Xiao Tian's opportunity lies within this Sword Emperor's secret realm. According to his own script, if there are no obstacles, he will definitely obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance within the Sword Emperor's secret realm and become a powerful immortal emperor in the future. Moreover, Xiao Tian's physique is extraordinary. He possesses a divine body called the Sword God Body, a superior grade divine body. If things go according to plan, his ultimate fate will be to ascend to the God realm and become a hegemon. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, becoming somewhat interested in Xiao Tian, and said, It's alright. I'm also considered a chosen one. I'll go and make contact with Xiao Tian first, perhaps there will be some unexpected results. Yes, Master, but please be extremely careful, Lu Chenfeng said respectfully. Yi Fan nodded and asked, What exactly is this Sword Emperor's secret realm? Lu Chenfeng explained, The Sword Emperor's secret realm is where the Sword Emperor perished, containing endless treasures and powerful inheritances. However, it is fraught with danger, infested with various powerful demonic beasts, but also rich in treasures and spiritual herbs. Only those at the celestial immortal level or below are allowed to enter. Upon hearing that only those at the celestial immortal level or below were permitted entry, Yi Fan frowned slightly, thinking to himself that he needed to quickly improve his cultivation level. What about the other forces? Yi Fan asked. Master, the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, and the White Tiger Immortal Sect will also participate. Father said the Celestial Court will also send some people. As for the others, there's the 100 Flowers Valley, the 10,000 Swords Sect, the Underworld Palace, and the Ghost Shadow Sect, Lu Chenfeng said. Yi Fan nodded and said, I understand. You may return now. Lu Chenfeng respectfully nodded, then left the courtyard, boarded the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair, and flew away into the distance. This Xiao Tian isn't so scary. In Lu Chenfeng's future path, he killed several chosen ones before being killed in return, and Xiao Tian is clearly among them, Yi Fan pondered. At this moment, Mo Yuchen was in seclusion, trying to suppress his killing intent. But the more he suppressed it, the more turbulent the killing intent became, and Yi Fan's image kept flashing through his mind. Yi Fan decided to actively seek out Xiao Tian and see this so-called chosen one. Without hesitation, Yi Fan got up, walked out of the courtyard, and went to the plaza. After coming out, Yi Fan discovered an embarrassing problem. He had no idea where Xiao Tian lived. However, Yi Fan quickly adjusted his state and began to stroll around the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. As Yi Fan strolled, he suddenly heard a melodious zither tune. He followed the sound and found a beautiful woman playing the zither. Yi Qing blushed slightly when she saw Yi Fan. Yi Qing was the woman who had captivated Yi Fan with his handsome appearance when he first arrived at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Because Yi Qing was quite attractive, easily over 80 points, and had spoken to him, Yi Fan remembered her. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Yi Qing blushed, her head bowed as she fiddled with the hem of her skirt. Yi Fan looked at the blushing Yi Qing and suddenly paused, thinking of his past life's white moonlight. That year, she was just as shy, but unfortunately, I didn't have the courage then, Yi Fan reminisced in his heart. Yi Qing, noticing Yi Fan's somewhat dazed expression, asked with a puzzled look, Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Yi Fan snapped out of his reverie, shook his head, and said, It's nothing serious. Yi Qing smiled sweetly and said playfully, Young Master Yi, if something's on your mind, just say it. Keeping it bottled up isn't good. Yi Fan was lost in thought again, as if he saw her shadow in Yi Qing. But she's not her after all, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, realizing he was still bound by the emotions of his past life. Looking at Yi Qing before him, he felt an immediate urge to sever this woman who had bewitched his mind. Yi Fan gazed silently at Yi Qing standing before him, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, Yi Fan pulled Yi Qing into his arms. Yi Qing was completely unprepared for Yi Fan's action. She was startled by the unexpected embrace. In an instant, a wave of shyness washed over her, causing her fair face to flush a vibrant, sunset-like blush. However, despite her surprise and bashfulness, Yi Qing made no move to resist. Instead, she gently closed her eyes, her face flushed, and slowly leaned against Yifan's warm, broad chest. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Yifan lowered his head slightly and kissed Yi Qing's luscious lips. The moment Yifan's kiss landed, Yi Qing involuntarily widened her eyes, her heart filled with disbelief and shock. But this shock lasted only a moment, quickly overwhelmed by the intense sensation brought on by Yifan's passionate kiss. Gradually, Yi Qing began to immerse herself in this ardent and lingering kiss, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. Before this, Yi Qing's affection for Yifan had already reached a high of 80. Therefore, faced with Yifan's slightly domineering yet sincere actions, she felt no aversion whatsoever. On the contrary, she was delighted, a sweet and blissful feeling welling up deep within her. Yifan's kiss grew more forceful, he savored the fragrance of Yi Qing's lips, as if the person before him were his white moonlight from a past life. Yi Qing responded obediently to Yifan's passion, their breathing gradually quickening, their heartbeats intertwining to create a beautiful and moving melody of love. Chapter 27: The White Moonlight of My Past Life. A long, lingering silence seemed to freeze time itself. Yifan slowly moved his burning lips away, leaving a thin, crystal-clear strand between them, shimmering mesmerizingly in the dim light. Without the support of Yifan's lips, Yi Qing felt as if all her strength had suddenly vanished. Her body went limp, like a lifeless lump of mud, and she leaned completely into Yifan's broad, warm embrace. Young Master Yi Qing's voice was as soft as a dream. She was still somewhat overwhelmed by the intense and passionate kiss, lost in a daze. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed crimson, and her eyes glistened with tears, making her appear utterly pitiful. Her previously docile hands began to wander uncontrollably, sometimes touching Yifan's firm chest, sometimes gliding over his broad shoulders. Yifan lowered his head slightly, gazing at the shy and charming woman in his arms. Yi Qing. However, at this moment, what surfaced deep in his mind was the image of his unrequited love from his past life, his white moonlight. That exquisite face, her gentle temperament, and the beautiful times they had spent together flashed before his eyes like scenes from a movie. Of course, this was just Yifan's beautiful fantasy. His white moonlight from his past life was just an ordinary woman. Despite his turbulent thoughts, a faint smile remained on Yifan's face. He whispered to Yi Qing, "Be good, don't be naughty. I'm going to take you to a special place. But don't worry, with me here, I won't let you get hurt. So, be a good girl and don't resist." Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Qing, like a docile little lamb, immediately stopped what she was doing and obediently nodded, replying sweetly, "Okay." Seeing Yi Qing so obedient, Yifan smiled with satisfaction. Then, with a thought, a mysterious light flashed, and he and Yi Qing instantly disappeared from their spot. The next moment, they were already inside a villa located in a small world. Upon entering this completely unfamiliar environment, Yi Qing couldn't help but tremble, instantly waking up from the dreamlike atmosphere she had just been in. Her eyes widened, her face filled with terror as she looked around. She then clutched Yifan's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Young Master Yi, where is this place? I've never been here before." Seeing Yi Qing's panic, Yifan simply smiled gently and said tenderly, "Be good, you don't need to know where you are. I just want to ask you one question, do you like me?" Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Qing nodded vigorously. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with deep love as she gazed tenderly at the man before her, and whispered, "Young Master Yi, I love you. From the moment I first saw you, my heart has belonged to you." Upon hearing this, a captivating smile instantly bloomed on Yifan's handsome face, a smile as warm as the spring sunshine, bringing unparalleled comfort and peace. Then, he suddenly reached out and pushed Yi Qing down onto the soft bed. Caught off guard, Yi Qing let out a scream, her delicate body falling onto the bed. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze as gentle as water as she looked at Yifan, who was so close to her. Her cheeks were flushed, and she said shyly, "Young Master Yi, please don't be in such a hurry, this is too fast. We need more time to get to know each other." Clearly, although Yi Qing's affection for Yifan was already at 80%, it wasn't enough for Yifan to do those unspeakable things without restraint. However, Yifan seemed not to hear Yi Qing's words at all, completely ignoring her pleas. He quickly began to unbutton his clothes, one button after another, revealing his strong and muscular chest. Yi Qing watched Yi Fan's actions, a sense of fear and dread welling up inside her. Young Master Yi? Can you hear me? Yi Qing's voice trembled slightly, tinged with obvious panic. Just then, Yi Fan's gentle voice, like a soft breeze, gently caressed Yi Qing's ears. Don't be afraid, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Yi Fan's promise, brimming with tenderness and affection, was like a balm, instantly easing most of Yi Qing's anxiety. Really? Yi Qing's voice still held a hint of expectation, as if she wanted a more certain answer from Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips curved into a captivating smile. He gazed deeply into Yi Qing's beautiful face and whispered, Yi Qing, you are as delicate and vibrant as a flower blooming in spring, and as dazzling as the stars in a summer night. Whenever I see your smile, my heart feels as if it's being gently caressed by a spring breeze, warm and sweet. Although Yi Fan was facing Yi Qing, in his eyes she was the unattainable white moonlight of his past life. Hearing Yi Fan's prematurely sweet words, Yi Qing's heart pounded, and a shy blush rose on her cheeks. Her bright eyes sparkled with joy and emotion, and her previously tense emotions gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Yi Fan pressed his advantage, continuing, do you know? In this world, nothing is more important than you. Your every glance, every smile, every gesture is deeply imprinted in my heart. I'm willing to spend my whole life accompanying you, cherishing you, and making you happy forever. Yi Qing was completely moved by Yi Fan's sincere and passionate words, and her last bit of defense crumbled. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the romantic atmosphere Yi Fan had created, unable to extricate herself. Then, the distance between them grew closer and closer, their breaths mingling. Their eyes met, as if they could see through each other's eyes to the deepest emotions hidden within. At that moment, an indescribable atmosphere filled the air. What happens next is left to the reader's imagination. Chapter 28, Severing the Ties of Past Lives, with no more attachments in this life. Afterwards, Yi Fan gazed quietly at Yi Qing, who was fast asleep beside him. Her delicate face was like a budding flower, serene and captivating. A faint smile involuntarily curved his lips, a smile containing an indescribable emotion. Yi Fan gently shifted his body, carefully slipping his arm under Yi Qing's neck. Then, he tightened his grip, like an iron clamp, firmly constricting her slender, delicate neck. Just then, Yi Qing, still asleep, seemed to sense something amiss. She murmured softly, Young Master Yi, stop it. However, Yi Fan paid no heed, instead gradually increasing the pressure of his grip. As Yi Fan's arm strength increased, Yi Qing suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation wash over her like a tidal wave. This sudden discomfort instantly jolted her awake from her sweet dream. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with terror and confusion, as if she had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Yi Qing felt short of breath, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She desperately twisted her body, trying to break free from Yi Fan's grasp, but no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Yi Fan's restraint was as impenetrable as a fortress, making escape impossible. Despite this, Yi Fan maintained that seemingly gentle expression, even softly comforting her, take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. But these words sounded incredibly eerie and terrifying at this moment. Yi Qing stared wide-eyed at Yi Fan's familiar yet now frighteningly unfamiliar face. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but with her throat tightly choked, she could only utter some indistinct sobs. At the same time, the system's notification sounds kept echoing in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Yi Qing's favorability -1, current favorability 75. Ding! Yi Qing's favorability -1, current favorability 70. Ding! Ding! However, Yi Fan ignored the system's notifications. His gaze remained tenderly fixed on Yi Qing, who was struggling desperately in extreme pain. Time seemed to freeze. Yi Qing didn't know how much time had passed. She felt her once lively eyelids grow heavier and heavier, as if filled with lead, and each blink required immense effort. Am I going to die? Yi Qing murmured to herself. She never imagined she would die at the hands of the one she loved. At this moment, a deep despair and resentment welled up within her. It's utterly ridiculous. The man I loved so deeply ended my life with his own hands. If there's an afterlife, no matter the cost, I'll make that heartless man suffer endless torment, be torn to pieces. This was the only remaining thought in Yi Qing's mind at this moment. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. It'll only be a moment, Yi Fan said softly in his gentle voice. But to Yi Qing, these words were like the whispers of a demon, sending chills down her spine. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly exerted his strength, and with a crisp crack, Yi Qing's fragile neck was mercilessly snapped. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his arm, his gaze fixed on her face, her eyes still closed, filled with resentment. He gently extended his right hand, as if afraid of disturbing the sleeping Yi Qing, and carefully closed her eyes. However, in that instant, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly became clear as water, like cold stars twinkling in the deep night sky. At the same time, an icy aura surged from his body, instantly spreading, as if the surrounding air were about to freeze. His once gentle and refined face was now replaced by indifference and ruthlessness, inspiring fear in all who beheld him. Yi Fan silently observed everything before him, silently thinking, now, nothing can stop me. He slowly stood up, his movements elegant and unhurried. He first neatly straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, then bent down and gently lifted Yi Qing's slender body. With a flash of light, Yi Fan vanished from his spot, reappearing in a vast, deserted wasteland. Yi Fan carefully placed Yi Qing on the ground and began digging a hole. After finishing the hole, Yi Fan gently placed Yi Qing inside and carefully covered it with soil. Finally, he solemnly planted a tender green sapling on the newly turned earth. Sever all ties of the past life, sever all attachments in this life. Yi Fan raised his head high, facing the vast sky, and shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing through the air for a long time. Before his words finished, a crystal-clear tear of blood silently slid down Yi Fan's cheek, landing on the ground beneath his feet, instantly merging with it and disappearing. Yi Fan left the small world, returning to where he had entered it. The image of the white moonlight in Yi Fan's heart had vanished. Yi Qing, she had unfortunately become a key to Yi Fan severing his ties of the past life. Yi Fan's entire demeanor became cold and ruthless, giving off a chilling aura. Yi Fan turned and left, wandering through the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, searching for Xiao Tian. As Yi Fan walked, he looked up and saw a plaque with the words Martial Arts Arena written on it. Interested, Yi Fan stepped inside. As soon as he entered the arena, all eyes turned to him. But his cold aura seemed to lower the temperature around him. Yi Fan found an empty seat and sat down, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the arena. Two people were currently sparring on the arena, one of whom was Xiao Tian. Since Yi Fan had never seen Xiao Tian before, he didn't recognize him. Xiao Tian lightly swung his blood-drinking sword, unleashing a single strike. But the sword energy surged like a giant dragon towards the disciple in front of him. The disciple was shocked and immediately activated his strongest defensive spell. But it was all for naught. The sword energy easily pierced through the defensive spell and struck the disciple hard. The disciple was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the protective array of the arena and falling to the ground unconscious. Xiao Tian looked at the disciple, a hint of disdain on his lips. Just then, as if sensing something, Xiao Tian on the platform turned to look at Yi Fan in the spectator stands. Chapter 29 Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Fan, a strange and inexplicable feeling welling up inside him. Yi Fan sat there quietly, yet a mysterious and peculiar aura seemed to emanate from him. That aura caused a bizarre thought to suddenly pop into Xiao Tian's mind, an impulse to acknowledge this man as his elder brother. This sudden thought flashed through Xiao Tian's mind like lightning, instantly bringing him back to his senses, and startling him at his own absurd idea. However, curiosity compelled Xiao Tian to not ignore this strange feeling. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, then sheathed his blood-drinking sword, and lightly leaped off the dueling platform, walking directly towards Yi Fan. Facing Xiao Tian's approach, Yi Fan merely glanced at him coldly and expressionlessly, offering no further reaction, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Under normal circumstances, given Xiao Tian's fiery temper, such rudeness would have enraged him. However, at this moment, facing Yi Fan, the anger in his heart seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water, impossible to ignite. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the strange emotions within him, and slowly stepped towards Yi Fan. Xiao Tian stopped in front of Yi Fan, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and then said, "Fellow Daoist, my name is Xiao Tian. May I ask your esteemed name?" As Xiao Tian spoke, a subtle, almost imperceptible, respectfulness crept into his tone. This change was something he himself was unaware of. It was as if Yi Fan possessed an invisible aura that compelled him to lower his posture. Yi Fan quietly observed the slightly crooked mouthed man before him. Upon hearing the man introduce himself, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible glint in his eyes, before calmly saying, "You are Xiao Tian?" Xiao Tian was startled, a look of confusion on his face. He then asked, "Do you know me?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "I merely overheard you by chance." Having said this, he fell silent, instead mentally calling upon the system to check Xiao Tian's profile. Ding! Panel displayed. Name, Xiao Tian. Personality, extremely values promises, fiery temper, values family, lecherous. Identity, chosen one, young clan head of the Xiao family in Blue Sky City, disciple of Yao Qianyu. Cultivation, mid-stage celestial immortal. Physique, sword god body, superior divine body. Spells, tempering fire consecutive slashes, low-grade immortal rank, sword light slash, top-grade celestial rank, etc. Mental strength realm, mid-stage Jean realm. Destiny, chosen one, many beauties. Luck level, epic. Favorability, 50. Original future path, after entering the Sword Emperor's secret realm, he obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance, his cultivation advancing rapidly. After emerging, he went to the Lu family to fulfill the 3-year agreement, easily defeating Lu Ruyan and avenging his humiliation. He then ascended to the God realm in 10 years, becoming a powerful figure in the God realm 100 years later. Current future path? Yi Fan's gaze flashed like lightning as he scanned Xiao Tian's panel information with astonishing speed. However, his personality, his level of affection for her, and the existence of that person named Lu Ruyan made him suspicious. However, in just a moment, Yi Fan realized that this Lu Ruyan was remarkably similar to the early plot of a novel he had read in his previous life. System, quickly explain to me in detail what this favorability rating means? Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding! People with higher luck levels often possess a strong attraction to those with lower luck levels, and the higher the luck level, the stronger this attraction. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, a brilliant plan instantly forming in his mind. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan ended his communication with the system without hesitation. The upgraded system added many useful new functions, such as temporarily freezing time in the outside world when Yi Fan engages in conversation with the system. Yi Fan slightly raised his head, turning his gaze to Xiao Tian before him. He then slowly and deliberately said, "Brother Xiao, I just carefully observed your face and sensed that a calamity is about to befall you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression changed drastically. He anxiously asked, "What do you mean? I hope you can enlighten me." Yi Fan, with his hands behind his back, leisurely paced around Xiao Tian, adopting the air of a wise man. Yi Fan stopped, standing directly in front of Xiao Tian, and calmly asked, "Do you have a fiancé named Lu Ruyan?" His voice was deep and magnetic, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, his voice trembling. How could you know this?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He casually stroked a non-existent beard on his chin before continuing unhurriedly, "I not only know about this, but I also know that Lu Ruyan came to our door 3 years ago to request annulment of the engagement. However, you did not agree at the time, but resolutely wrote a letter of divorce." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was once again deeply shocked. He couldn't comprehend how this stranger before him knew so much about this matter, and how every word he spoke was absolutely true. If he had any doubts before, he now completely believed Yi Fan. After all, such matters would likely remain secret between the two factions. The Xiao family kept it secret out of fear of retaliation from Lu Ruyan's backers. Lu Ruyan's backers, on the other hand, kept it secret for the sake of face. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm his shock and doubt. He respectfully clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Yi Fan, sincerely asking, "You are truly a divine being. Everything you just said is true, and I admire you immensely. However, you mentioned earlier that I face a calamity. Would you be so kind as to offer me guidance? Xiao Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation and awe. It seems this fool is completely under my control, utterly bewildered by my few words. With that, dealing with the aftermath will be much easier, Yifan thought to himself, secretly delighted. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle, sly smile playing on his lips. While Yifan murmured softly, stroking his chin with his right hand, his brow furrowing slightly, a hesitant expression on his face. Chapter 30 Xiao Tian, who was tricked and became lame. Standing to the side, Xiao Tian observed Yifan's entire performance and instantly understood most of it. Therefore, Xiao Tian quickly bowed respectfully and said to Yifan in a sincere and urgent tone, "If you could generously help me overcome this calamity, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future." Hearing Xiao Tian's earnest words, Yifan slowly nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, as if to say, "You're quite sensible, you know what to do." Then, adopting a condescending air, he smiled and said, "Very well, seeing how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly lend a hand this once. However, let me make it clear beforehand, whether it succeeds or not depends on fate." Changing the subject, Yifan suddenly sighed, his face showing regret, and said, "Alas, to be honest, I've recently heard that the legendary Sword Emperor's secret realm is about to open. Unfortunately, someone like me, who only excels at algorithms but has no practical combat skills, even if I yearn for it, I'm afraid I won't have the fortune to enter and explore it." Having said that, Yifan shook his head helplessly and sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian instantly understood the deeper meaning and said loudly, "Please don't be impatient, sir. How could I, Xiao Tian, stand idly by when you've shown such concern for my matter? While the legendary Sword Emperor's secret realm is fraught with danger, my current strength is not something to be afraid of. If you wish to venture into this secret realm to explore its secrets, I am willing to protect you throughout the journey and ensure your safety." Yifan, upon hearing this, sneered inwardly, but his face showed hesitation. He hesitated before speaking, "This brother Xiao, wouldn't that be too much of a burden?" Xiao Tian waved his hand generously and laughed, "You're too kind. Your generosity in helping me avert the destined calamity is nothing but a small matter." As he spoke, he patted his chest forcefully to vouch for him. Seeing this, Yifan nodded in satisfaction and quickly feigned gratitude, saying, "Then I thank brother Xiao for his kindness." Xiao Tian hurriedly waved his hand, humbly replying, "Please don't be so polite, sir. I just don't know about my tribulation." Yifan waved his hand slightly, smiling, and said, "Brother Xiao, please don't be impatient. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight, it will require a great deal of my effort to calculate. After this trip to the Sword Emperor's secret realm is over, I will definitely find a quiet place to seclude myself and carefully calculate it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression instantly turned anxious. After all, this matter concerned his own life and death, how could he not be extremely anxious? Xiao Tian unconsciously clenched his fists and said urgently, "Sir, could you please begin the calculations now? That would put my mind at ease." Yifan glanced at the anxious Xiao Tian, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, and inwardly sneered. However, on the surface, he appeared resolute. "Look, you're in such a hurry. Don't worry, brother Xiao, once the journey to the Sword Emperor's secret realm concludes, I will do everything in my power to help you safely overcome this difficulty." Although Xiao Tian was still filled with worry deep down, seeing Yifan's confident demeanor, he had no choice but to nod reluctantly, agreeing to wait for the time being. Afterwards, the two discussed and finalized the details of their trip to the Sword Emperor's secret realm before turning to leave. Back in the courtyard, Yifan thought to himself, "This Xiao Tian was so easily swayed by my words. Is he really a chosen one? He's just favored by fate. Now that the plan is progressing smoothly, it's time to reap the rewards." Although Yifan's cultivation level could now be increased, he lacked any magical treasures or spells, so he decided to make a trip to the Sword Emperor's secret realm. If Yi Mengfei couldn't get out of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, then it would be all over. Although Lu Chenfeng was there, an extra layer of protection was still needed. This extra layer of protection was, of course, Xiao Tian. Those born under the Chosen One are unreasonable. At the heavenly immortal realm, he would be invincible, and later he could even backstab them, adding villain points to the villain system. It would be a bargain for him. Yifan snapped out of his reverie and entered the villa in the small world with a thought. As soon as Yifan opened his eyes, he saw Cheng Wanyu and Xian Qingting. The two women noticed Yifan's gaze and immediately turned around respectfully, saying, "Master, you're back." Yifan nodded and sat down on the sofa. Cheng Wanyu, seeing this, went over and massaged his shoulders. "You know what I mean." Yifan sat leisurely on the soft, comfortable sofa, his slender fingers gently holding a Huazi cigarette that emitted an enticing aroma. He narrowed his eyes slightly, brought the cigarette to his lips, and took a deep drag. After a brief pause, Yifan slowly opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke with satisfaction. When the cigarette burned out, Yifan gently flicked off the ash. Then, with a thought, Yifan teleported to a mountaintop. Thanks to the ancient sacred body, Yifan's cultivation level had broken through its bottleneck, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of true immortal. Immediately, Yifan's mind shifted, and a list of pills appeared before him. His gaze quickly swept over the various precious pills on the list, finally locking onto the true immortal cultivation enhancement pill. With a thought, Yifan instantly created 3 true immortal cultivation enhancement pills. These 3 pills were perfectly round and smooth, their surfaces shimmering with a faint spiritual light. They were clearly extraordinary. Yifan looked at the 3 pills before him, and without hesitation, placed them all in his mouth and swallowed them in one gulp. The moment the pills entered his stomach, Yifan immediately felt a surge of immense power erupt within him. This power was extremely violent, rampaging through his meridians and dantian like a wild horse. As time passed, the violent power gradually calmed down, flowing slowly through his meridians and finally converging in his dantian. Nourished by this power, Yifan's cultivation level steadily increased, quickly breaking through from the mid-stage true immortal to the early-stage profound immortal. Even after his cultivation level improved, Yifan didn't stop cultivating. Yifan opened the pill list again. After searching, he found a foundation strengthening pill specifically for consolidating one's foundation. He created it and then swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as the foundation strengthening pill entered his body, Yifan immediately felt a gentle, warm power flowing through his entire body like a trickle. Wherever this power passed, his foundation, which had become somewhat unstable due to his surge in cultivation, gradually strengthened and became incredibly solid. Chapter 31: Summoning Lu Chunfeng. Yifan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the rock-solid foundation within his body. Every strand of spiritual energy flowed steadily through his meridians, without the slightest disturbance or agitation. This stability brought Yifan immense peace of mind, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Then, Yifan opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the list of pills before him. He quickly browsed through the various pills, finally settling on the named Profound Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pill. Without hesitation, Yifan created 3 Profound Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Holding the 3 pills in his hand, Yifan stared at them for a moment before decisively placing them into his mouth. The moment the pills entered his mouth, they instantly melted into a powerful yet gentle force, surging and spreading throughout his body like a burst dam. As time passed, the medicinal power continuously seeped into Yifan's body. Gradually, Yifan could clearly feel his cultivation level rising at an astonishing speed, like bamboo shoots sprouting in spring, each segment higher than the last. Soon after, Yifan felt a jolt throughout his body, his spiritual energy erupting and instantly breaking through one bottleneck after another. When everything returned to calm, Yifan's cultivation level had successfully reached the peak of the profound immortal realm. Immediately afterward, Yifan created a foundation strengthening pill. Looking at the pill before him, Yifan swallowed it without hesitation, closed his eyes again, and focused all his energy on circulating his cultivation technique to digest the medicinal power. Not long after, Yifan sat quietly in place, his eyes slightly closed, carefully sensing his indestructible foundation. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips as he nodded gently. Peak of the profound immortal realm, SOSO. I wonder how Lu Chunfeng is progressing with collecting the primordialine body for me, Yifan thought to himself. Thinking this, Yifan's mind stirred, and he directly communicated with Lu Chunfeng in his mind. Lu Chunfeng, how's your collection of the Yin body going? Any gains? This was a function of Yifan's system, allowing him to communicate with his bound servants anytime, anywhere. However, the servant had no right to ask questions of their master. At this moment, Lu Chenfeng was in a luxurious guest room within the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, he suddenly heard Yifan's icy voice in his mind, and he trembled with fear. The woman, however, keenly noticed Lu Chenfeng's unusual behavior. "Chenfeng, what's wrong?" the woman asked, her pretty face flushed with confusion. If the first chosen one Lu Chenfeng had killed were to witness this scene, he would probably be furious. The woman before him was none other than that chosen one's childhood sweetheart. They had known each other since childhood, growing up together, their bond incredibly deep. Now, seeing the woman he loved so intimately with his enemy, how could he not be filled with rage? Lu Chenfeng slowly came back to his senses, his gaze somewhat unfocused, as if his thoughts were still immersed in other matters. He ignored the woman's question, not even glancing at her, and rushed out the door like a gust of wind, eagerly searching for a quiet, secluded corner. Upon arriving at a secluded spot, Lu Chenfeng took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. Then, he respectfully murmured in his mind, "Master, we have successfully found 2 Yuan bodies. Should we send them to you immediately?" Meanwhile, Yifan, who had returned to the villa, frowned slightly upon hearing Lu Chenfeng's voice, his expression somewhat displeased. However, upon hearing that 2 had been collected, Yifan disregarded such trivial matters. Well done. Bring them to my courtyard," Yifan said calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Upon receiving Yifan's instructions, Lu Chenfeng respectfully replied, "Yes, master, I will go to your courtyard immediately." With that, Lu Chenfeng dared not delay for a moment. He hurriedly took out a token from his storage ring, said a few words, and then turned and rushed back to the guest room where he had been. The woman in the room, seeing Lu Chenfeng return panting and immediately begin straightening his clothes without a word, became increasingly puzzled. After all, what was Lu Chenfeng's identity? He was the young master of the most powerful force in the human race, the Immortal Court. Yet, this noble young master of the Immortal Court was acting so hastily and anxiously, anyone would find it suspicious. Therefore, she couldn't help but ask again, "Chenfeng, what happened? Why do you look so rushed and flustered? I wonder if there's anything I can do to help you." However, faced with the woman's repeated questioning, Lu Chenfeng felt a surge of impatience, but he couldn't show it on the spot. Just as he was about to offer a few perfunctory words, a sudden, brilliant idea flashed through his mind, as if a truly ingenious scheme had been devised. Lu Chenfeng decisively said, "Come with me." With that, he quickly turned and sped up. The woman, though filled with countless questions, had no choice but to follow closely behind Lu Chenfeng. After Lu Chenfeng and the woman reached the doorway, they saw a golden-armored soldier leading 2 women towards them. Lu Chenfeng nodded slightly to the 2 women behind the golden-armored soldier. The golden-armored soldier bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Chenfeng and said, "Young master, the people have been brought." Soon, Lu Chenfeng arrived at Yifan's courtyard. Yifan had already emerged from the small world and was waiting in the pavilion in the courtyard. Lu Chenfeng led 3 women into the courtyard and respectfully bowed to Yifan, "Master, the person has been brought." The woman who shared a deep bond with Lu Chenfeng stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief, as if she had witnessed something utterly incredible. Chapter 32 Xiaoyakan. Yifan slowly raised his deep, sharp gaze, sweeping it across the women present like a hawk's. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of satisfaction flashed across his eyes, quickly followed by a hint of doubt. Among the women, 2 appeared particularly tense and frightened, trembling as if about to collapse. Clearly, they were filled with fear and unease about the unknown fate that awaited them, completely unaware of what fate awaited them. Just then, one of the women seemed to finally muster all her courage and asked Yifan in a trembling voice, What exactly do you want to do?" However, Yifan seemed to completely ignore her question, treating her as if she hadn't heard him at all. He merely turned his gaze to Lu Chenfeng beside him and said in an extremely calm tone, "Didn't you say there would only be 2 people? Why do I see 3 now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng's heart tightened, and he quickly gestured with his eyes to the still bewildered woman standing behind him. The woman finally came to her senses. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, she hurriedly stepped forward, then respectfully bowed to Yifan, and said softly, "My name is Xiaoyakan, and I am Lu Chenfeng's Taoist partner." Upon hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips. Then, Yifan turned to Lu Chunfeng and said playfully, "Oh? This is your Taoist partner?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng was startled, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine, and broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not be negligent in the slightest, and hurriedly replied with trepidation. "Master, you misunderstand. This woman is not my Taoist partner at all. She is merely the childhood sweetheart of the first chosen one I killed. I brought her here today specifically, wondering if you would like her?" After hearing Lu Chunfeng's explanation, Yifan's face revealed a hint of interest. He narrowed his eyes slightly and began to carefully examine Xiao Yakan standing to the side. At this moment, Xiao Yakan, upon hearing Lu Chunfeng's heartless words, froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Then, her once beautiful and captivating eyes widened, filled with disbelief and anger. She stared intently at Lu Chunfeng, her voice trembling as she sharply questioned, "Lu Chunfeng, what nonsense are you spouting?" A crisp smack rang out. Lu Chunfeng suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and slapped Xiao Yakan hard across the face with lightning speed. This sudden blow caught Xiao Yakan completely off guard. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe Lu Chunfeng would be so cruel as to attack her. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through her, and she seemed to lose her balance, collapsing to the ground. As she fell, Xiao Yakan instinctively covered her right cheek with her hand. At this moment, a large, bright red handprint appeared starkly on her once fair and delicate face. You actually hit me?" Xiao Yakan looked up, staring at Lu Chunfeng in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly with anger and grievance. Faced with Xiao Yakan's question, Lu Chunfeng coldly snorted, a hint of disdain and contempt on his face. He looked down at Xiao Yakan condescendingly and said coldly, "Humph. What do you think you are? Don't take yourself too seriously. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a tool I use to fight against the Chosen One." Hearing these words, although Xiao Yakan didn't know what the Chosen One meant, her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, her whole body chilled. She bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to let the tears fall, but deep inside, a raging fire had already ignited. However, despite her burning resentment, she knew perfectly well that she was no match for Lu Chunfeng. At this moment, any resistance would only bring harsher punishment. Just then, Yifan, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, suddenly burst into laughter. He crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold with great interest, and then said, "Ha, how amusing. But, well, the habit of sharing with others. Considering you did have some merit this time, I'll spare you for now." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng was initially startled, then quickly nodded and bowed, responding obsequiously, "Thank you for your mercy, master. I will certainly serve you doubly in the future, dedicating myself to your service until my dying breath." Hearing Lu Chunfeng's words, Yifan felt an indescribable sense of comfort wash over him like a spring breeze. Not bad, she really is from Earth like me. Her flattery skills are truly impressive, looks like she practiced a lot in her past life, Yifan thought to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Yifan inadvertently glanced at Xiao Yakan beside him. For some reason, he felt something was off about her. So, he frowned and casually ordered, "It looks really awkward. Make it more symmetrical." Before he finished speaking, Lu Chunfeng, who was standing to the side, understood immediately and quickly stepped forward. He raised his right hand and, without hesitation, slapped Xiao Yakan hard across the left cheek. In an instant, a crisp smack rang out, clear and loud, seemingly piercing the eardrums. With the slap, a bright red handprint quickly appeared on Xiao Yakan's left cheek. Her once delicate and charming face was now swollen like a pig's head, unrecognizable. However, this gruesome sight strangely created a comical and unsurprising visual impact. Yifan didn't even bother to glance at Xiao Yakan again, quickly shifting his gaze to the two women with the Yuanine body not far away. When his eyes met theirs, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Don't be nervous. As long as you behave, you'll be rewarded," Yifan said coldly. Faced with the menacing-looking man and the terrifying scene that had just unfolded, the two women were terrified, their faces pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 33: Xiao Yakan's Death. Knowing escape was hopeless, the two women had no choice but to obediently nod, indicating their willingness to comply. Yifan observed all of this, and seeing the two women's flustered yet sensible expressions, he couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction. Then, Yifan turned to Lu Chenfeng and said indifferently, "Lu Chenfeng, deal with that idiot. As for you, if you want to stay, that's fine with you." As he spoke, Yifan's tone was as calm as still water, revealing no emotion whatsoever, as if the graceful woman before him was no different from any other passerby. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yakin, standing to the side, trembled violently, her face instantly turning deathly pale, her heart filled with fear and despair. Xiao Yaqing finally came to her senses. Like grasping at a last straw, she rushed to Lu Chenfeng's side, kneeling on the ground, her hands tightly clutching his trouser legs, tears welling in her eyes, pleading, "Chenfeng, I really don't want to die. Please, remember the deep friendship we once shared, spare my life." Xiao Yaqing was born into a large and influential family, but the strongest member was only the Xiao family patriarch, whose cultivation was merely at the peak of the immortal king realm. Therefore, Xiao Yaqing wouldn't be foolish enough to try and threaten him with her family's power. She knew that such an action would not only fail to achieve her goal but would also likely enrage Lu Chenfeng. After all, in the face of true power, family background often seems pale and powerless. Although, she couldn't compete in terms of family background anyway. So why did Xiao Yaqing choose to seek help from Lu Chenfeng instead of Yifan? The reason was simple. When Xiao Yakin first stepped into this place, she sensed the icy aura emanating from Yifan, like a cold wind on a freezing night, sending chills down her spine. However, at the time, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a unique trait of Yifan's personality. But as time passed, after witnessing Yifan's series of brutal acts, her fear of him deepened. Especially under the constant pressure of Yifan's icy aura, she felt terrified even to meet his gaze. Lu Chenfeng stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yakin, who was kneeling at his feet, pleading desperately. Xiao Yakin looked utterly pitiful, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. She clutched Lu Chenfeng's clothes tightly, pleading, "Please save me." However, when Lu Chenfeng saw this woman who had once been so close to him, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. After all, they had shared such a sincere friendship, and now, facing such a cruel situation, having to put her to death with his own hands, was a difficult decision for him to accept. But this hesitation lasted only a moment. Because Lu Chenfeng knew that Yifan's orders were paramount. Even if Yifan ordered him to kill his father now, he would do so without hesitation. Thinking this, Lu Chenfeng's eyes turned cold. Xiao Yakin, who had been watching Lu Chenfeng's reaction, was terrified when she saw that he seemed unmoved. Helpless, she released her arms from Lu Chenfeng and, like a frightened rabbit, quickly pounced at Yifan's feet. "Big brother, no, father. Please, have mercy and spare me. I'll do anything for your life." Xiao Yakin cried out desperately, stretching out her hands. Yifan looked down at the disheveled woman before him, feeling nothing. Although Xiao Yakin was only slightly less beautiful than Bai Shuan and the other women, to Yifan, women only hindered his speed in drawing his sword. So, without hesitation, Yifan raised his foot and kicked her hard. Xiao Yakin's cultivation was only at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Faced with Yifan's sudden kick, she couldn't react at all. With a loud bang, Xiao Yakin, who was clinging tightly to his leg, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Yakin was terrified, letting out a sharp, piercing scream that tore through the air. Her body traced an arc in the air, flying backward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, she crashed heavily into the incredibly hard wall. With another muffled bang, the entire wall seemed to tremble slightly. After her back made intimate contact with the wall, Xiao Yakin was thrown back by the enormous recoil, collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. Yifan watched the scene unfold expressionlessly. "Kill her," Yifan said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan turned and walked towards the two women trembling not far away. Upon hearing Yifan's command, Lu Chenfeng didn't hesitate for a moment, slowly approaching Xiao Yakin, who lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. In the blink of an eye, he was before Xiao Yakin. With a flick of his right hand, a sword gleaming with dazzling immortal light and radiating terrifying immortal power suddenly appeared in his hand. Xiao Yakin was already terrified. Her eyes were wide, her face filled with despair, her lips trembling as she tried to say something, but in the end, she could only utter indistinct murmurs of pleading. However, facing the pitiful Xiao Yakan, Lu Qinfeng's eyes remained cold and indifferent, without the slightest ripple. With a slight flick of his arm, the immortal sword in his hand transformed into a streak of cold light, slicing across Xiao Yakan's fair and slender neck with lightning speed. In an instant, a gush of scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the surrounding ground and forming a horrifying blood mist. At the same time, Xiao Yakan's hands, which had been hovering in the air struggling, fell limply to her sides. She instantly lost all life and collapsed limply into the pool of blood. Until her last breath, Xiao Yakan's eyes remained wide open, filled with deep fear and resentment. Chapter 34 Absorbing Yin. Yi Fan slowly walked up to the two women, scrutinizing them from head to toe. The two women were beautiful, but their faces were filled with fear. Yi Fan frowned slightly and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Relax and don't resist." Hearing this, the two women trembled violently. After exchanging a glance, though still somewhat hesitant, they obediently nodded. Just then, with a thought from Yi Fan, the three of them vanished from their original spot in the blink of an eye. The next moment, they appeared inside a villa in the small world. When the two women slowly opened their eyes, they suddenly found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment. The surrounding furnishings were exquisite and luxurious, completely different from where they had been before. This sudden change terrified them, leaving them momentarily at a loss, and they could only instinctively let out a piercing scream. "Quiet!" Yi Fan's face was ashen, his icy voice sweeping across the villa like a cold wind. This sudden reprimand made the two women tremble, like startled birds, immediately shutting their mouths, afraid to utter a sound. Yi Fan slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Yi Fan's gaze fell on the two women again, his tone softening slightly. He said, "You don't need to be so afraid. As long as you obey me obediently, I naturally won't harm your lives." Hearing Yi Fan's words, the two women still trembled, cautiously nodding to indicate they understood. But their eyes were still filled with fear and unease, as if Yi Fan before them was a ferocious beast that might devour them at any moment. Yi Fan silently gazed at the two women, seemingly deep in thought. A moment later, he suddenly pointed a finger at the woman with the single ponytail and said, "You're the one. Come with me." With that, Yi Fan stood up. The woman with the single ponytail stiffened abruptly. She had already vaguely guessed why Yi Fan had summoned her. Ever since learning about her yin-yang body and related matters, she had been worried about this day. However, at this moment, with only a mid-stage Xianxian cultivation, she had no power to resist. She could only silently bite her lip and follow closely behind Yi Fan. The other woman standing to the side secretly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that she hadn't been chosen. When the woman with the single ponytail entered the bedroom, she saw Yi Fan sitting upright on the edge of the bed, looking at her indifferently. He gently waved his hand. The woman's legs trembled like a leaf, and she walked forward unsteadily, each step appearing extremely difficult and heavy. Her heart pounded, as if it would leap out of her throat, fear washed over her like a tidal wave, almost drowning her. "You should know what you should do." Yi Fan's face was expressionless, his tone as calm as if it were just an ordinary statement. Upon hearing this, the woman's delicate body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't utter a single word. Despite her inner terror and resistance, she couldn't disobey. The woman with the single ponytail had tears welling in her eyes, which streamed down her cheeks, leaving clear tear tracks. Even in such sorrow and helplessness, she dared not disobey Yi Fan's orders. She knew that resistance would only bring more serious consequences, and at this moment, she had lost all support. For so many years, living under the protection of her family, she had never experienced anything like this. She had once thought she could live a safe and sound life forever. But not long ago, a group of men in golden armor suddenly broke into her home and took her away without a word. And at that moment, her usually stern father stood silently by, too terrified to even utter a sound. In that instant, she felt her entire world collapse, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart vanished. From that moment on, she fell into deep despair, countless times contemplating suicide to end her unbearable life. However, whenever faced with death, she would involuntarily feel fear, always lacking the courage to resolutely face death. Ultimately, her timid and cowardly nature led her to helplessly choose to silently endure her tragic fate, letting everything unfold before her eyes. You know. As something departed, the woman's once rosy face instantly turned ashen, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body, her breathing rapid and weak. After a while. At this moment, the woman lay there quietly, like a lifeless puppet, unable to move even a finger. Meanwhile, Yifan emerged, a cigarette appearing out of thin air in his hand. He leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. When the cigarette was finished, he casually flicked off the ash, then calmly straightened his clothes. After tidying himself up, a thought flashed through Yifan's mind, and the next moment, he appeared atop the mountain where he cultivated. Yifan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and began to concentrate on guiding the primordialine energy he had just acquired. With Yifan's mental focus, the powerful primordialine energy was gradually mobilized. Like nimble little snakes, it flowed slowly along his meridians, eventually converging in his dantian. After a while, a deafening roar resounded, and a dazzling pillar of light suddenly rose from Yifan's body. This pillar of light shot straight into the sky, as if to tear the entire world apart. The appearance of this astonishing pillar of light signified that Yifan's cultivation had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. At this moment, feeling the surging immortal power within his body, Yifan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. I never expected that merely possessing the primordialine body would allow my cultivation to break through 2 minor realms in succession, Yifan thought with satisfaction. Chapter 35: The Tragic Woman. With a slight thought, Yifan conjured a virtual list of pills before his eyes. Yifan quickly scanned each pill on the list. Soon, he found the golden immortal cultivation enhancement pill he needed. Without hesitation, Yifan immediately created 3 golden immortal cultivation enhancement pills. A moment later, 3 golden immortal cultivation enhancement pills, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance, appeared in Yifan's hand. I never expected to break through to the celestial immortal realm in one go, it's simply heaven-defying. Yifan thought excitedly. With that thought, Yifan no longer hesitated, opened his mouth, and swallowed the 3 golden immortal cultivation enhancement pills in one gulp. The pills melted instantly upon entering his throat, transforming into 3 blazing torrents that rapidly flowed down his throat into his stomach. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the violent medicinal power raged through Yifan's body, frantically impacting all his meridians and acupoints. Yifan suddenly felt a sharp, itchy pain. After all, Yifan possessed the ancient sacred body, renowned for its unparalleled physical strength. Such a physique was unparalleled in the world. If an ordinary person were to withstand such a medicinal impact, they would likely explode instantly, turning into a pool of blood. As time passed, the originally violent and raging medicinal power gradually became gentle and mild. It flowed slowly into Yifan's dantian like a gentle stream. Suddenly, Yifan's body erupted with dazzling light, as brilliant as stars, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. At the same time, an extremely powerful and chilling aura surged from his body, rapidly spreading outwards from him. Clearly, Yifan had successfully broken through to the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. Yifan slowly stood up. With his eyes slightly closed and a thought flashing through his mind, he vanished instantly. The next moment, he appeared in the villa's living room. As soon as Yifan opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the scene before him. He saw Bai Shuwan disciplining a woman. And the woman Bai Shuwan was disciplining was the same woman who had remained in the living room earlier. "What are you doing?" Yifan asked expressionlessly, his tone indifferent. Hearing Yifan's voice, Bai Shuwan immediately turned around, her previously cold expression instantly transforming into one of utmost respect. She quickly walked to Yifan's side, lowered her head, and whispered, "Master, this woman tried to escape while you were out, but I caught her and brought her back." Yifan frowned slightly upon hearing this. He then turned to look directly at the woman lying on the ground and coldly said, "I think I made myself very clear before. As long as you obey, I naturally won't take your life." But now it seems you've ignored my words and are determined to die? The woman was terrified upon hearing Yifan's chilling words. She struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with fear and pleading, stammering, "No, it's not like that. I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me this time. I promise I'll never have such thoughts again." However, Yifan did not respond to her pleas. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on her with a chilling intensity. The woman felt a coldness creep up her spine under Yifan's indifferent gaze, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. If it weren't for the fact that this woman still held even a sliver of value, Yifan would likely have killed her without hesitation. However, regrettably, this woman's usefulness was about to vanish. At this moment, Yifan's face was as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion, as he walked towards the woman. Witnessing Yifan's actions, the woman was startled. She felt that Yifan intended to. In an instant, a barely concealed look of surprise flashed deep in her eyes. After all, for anyone, even in dire straits, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, the desire to survive becomes incredibly strong, even surpassing everything else. Excerpt. "Ah!" the woman screamed. Bai Shuan, standing to the side, seeing this, quickly turned to leave the villa. Just then, Yifan seemed to sense Bai Shuan's intention. Without even turning his head, he said calmly, "Wait, go sit on the sofa over there and wait." Bai Shuan immediately sat obediently on the sofa. Then, Yifan, in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly felt a strange power surging within his body. Yifan knew he had obtained the Yuan Yin. His gaze then fell upon the woman not far away, who was on the verge of death from torture. The woman's body trembled, covered in horrific wounds, blood seeping continuously from them. She struggled to lift her head, her once beautiful face now contorted in extreme pain, her wide eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. Yifan walked expressionlessly to the woman. Without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and, with a sharp crack, snapped the woman's neck. The woman's head slumped down instantly, her body collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The gruesome scene before him made it clear how cruel and ruthless Yifan's actions had been. However, Yifan showed no sign of stopping. He slowly turned his head, his icy gaze fixed on Bai Shuan standing to the side. Upon meeting Yifan's gaze, Bai Shuan immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, Yifan also approached Bai Shuan. He, you know what I mean, right? Chapter 36 Breakthrough to the Immortal King Realm. Yifan sat leisurely on the soft, comfortable sofa, his eyes slightly narrowed, a cigarette casually held between his right fingers. He took a deep drag, the smoke billowing out like a graceful white dragon. Meanwhile, Bai Shuan, seemingly exhausted, had fallen asleep on the hard, cold floor. After Yifan finished smoking the cigarette, he stood up and straightened his clothes. Then, a thought struck him, and he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared on the same hilltop. Yifan was clearly very familiar with this hilltop, so he easily sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate fully on circulating his internal energy, preparing to absorb the primordial yin he had just acquired. As Yifan gradually guided the flow of his primordial yin throughout his body, the immense power contained within it surged forth like a burst dam, continuously converging towards his dantian. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded. The entire mountain shook violently from this massive energy surge, sending sand and gravel flying. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, carefully sensing the surging power within his body, but his expression was far from pleasant. Only broken through to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm? But that's barely enough to break through to the immortal king realm. Yifan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. After saying this, Yifan summoned his pill list with a thought. Suddenly, Yifan noticed a small and conspicuous search icon appearing above the pill list. Where did this come from?